Jenna paused before responding. True. Initially, they believed the special mirror world was a result of the War of the Four Emperors, created in the aftermath of fierce battles among beings like the primordial Demoness and the Blood Emperor. However, after Lumion explored the treasury of the Blue Avenger, he uncovered new information suggesting the special mirror world existed before the War of the Four Emperors. He speculated it was a tool crafted by Blood Emperor Tutor to counter the primordial Demoness and a means for resurrection. Their greatest confusion at the time was why Tutor, a true god of the Hunter pathway, could create such a uniquely bizarre mirror world. Did high-rank beings of the apprentice pathway under him participate? Franca then remarked wistfully, according to Lumion's theory and our experience, both hunters and demonesses bring calamity. Wouldn't a true god of the Hunter pathway combined with one from the Demoness pathway essentially epitomize the concept of disaster? No wonder Fourth Epic Trier ended up the way it did. However, is it possible for true deities from neighboring pathways to cooperate amicably, instead of immediately succumbing to the urge to converge and battle for dominance? Jenna, puzzled by this question, pursed her lips in thought before asking, is there a way to control that urge to converge? That's beyond my knowledge for now, at least until I come into contact with the corresponding mystical knowledge after becoming an angel, Franca self-deprecatingly said, her thoughts wandering. Perhaps the primordial Demoness could, but definitely not the Blood Emperor. Given our understanding of the history of the Fourth Epic, he was a violent, bloodthirsty madman. How could he control himself unless someone helped him? Who could that be? Jenna paused thoughtfully and then said, the Tamara family. Franca's eyes lit up. Right, the Tamara family at that time was primarily known for the apprentice pathway. High-rank beings of the apprentice pathway excel at sealing and controlling space, and could utilize the mirror world to a certain extent. Yes, this explains why the Tamara family was involved in the creation of the special mirror world. One of the two special mirror world fragments they held came from a tomb of the Tamara family. Growing more excited, Franca said, the Tamara family must have been the bridge between the Blood Emperor and the primordial Demoness, carrying out a secret mission, and since they had long been exposed to the Demoness sect, it makes sense that some of their members sided with them after the split. And, moreover, since Lady Crismona is a descendant of the Blood Emperor, then her twin brother, the current Demoness of Grey, probably is too. The apprentice lineage of the Tamara family has borne many humiliations over the past 1,000 years, willingly becoming women to continue serving the direct descendants of the Blood Emperor. Such loyalty! Such loyalty! As she spoke, Franca mockingly wiped away a tear, moved by her own words. Jenna, long accustomed to her companion's boundless digressions and jokes, raised her own question. Could a Sequence 2 apprentice pathway angel from the Tamara family really seal the Blood Emperor's urge to converge? If the Tamara family can't, what about Mr. Dorr? Franca turned serious, pondering. Lumion said he is the foremost noble of the Tudor Empire, and ranked behind him, Amon is a confirmed king of angels. Then it's likely he is one too. A king of angels of the apprentice pathway might be able to temporarily seal the Blood Emperor's urge to converge, right? Was Mr. Dorr also involved in the matter of the special mirror world? Possibly, Jenna agreed. The normal mirror world was essentially an embodiment of the concept of doors. Franca's thoughts suddenly took a playful turn, chuckling softly. There's also a possibility that the convergence behavior of the true deities of the Hunter and Demoness pathways differs from other pathways. First, they attract each other, dancing around each other, and only after reaching a certain climax do they start to devour each other, deciding the ultimate victor. Jenna couldn't help but roll her eyes. Franca was at it with her crude jokes again. Of course, for Jenna, who had once frequented bars and dance halls in the market district, living as a showy diva for a long period, such coarse humor was hardly adult, only material. Franca then composed herself. I can now truly understand what the Demoness of Black meant. No wonder she asked me why I thought the Demoness sect didn't control the special mirror world. She said it had been under the primordial one's control until the end of the War of the Four Emperors. But she also believed that the special mirror world was initially created to combat the primordial one, only later controlled by her. Is she unaware of the secrets of those times and the demoness of Grey's lineage? Or is she just deceiving me, trying to mislead me? Or did the Blood Emperor indeed initially want to combat the primordial one, but she then took control of the nascent special mirror world, leading to their cooperation? Or was their cooperation aimed at combating something else? What was their purpose in creating such a special mirror world? Jenna shook her head honestly. I don't know. Franca thoughtfully stroked her ponytail. The Demoness of Black is both a descendant of the primordial one and has the Tamara family's bloodline. She probably knows more about the special mirror world than I imagined. Jenna hummed in response, rubbing her temples. Either way, we need to report this information quickly. Franca glanced at Jenna and cleared her throat. You also need to go back and rest, adapting to the changes the potion has made to your body. At the foot of the corpse mountain, Lumion sat with his eyes closed, his back against the piles of bodies and skeletons, intently listening to the monotonous voice emanating from the brass earplugs. He was completing his studies. He no longer needed to listen to all the remaining books. Mastering this one would likely suffice. Yet, even so, it would still take over 10 hours. As time ticked away, Lumion's body grew weaker. Even with the support of the corpses and skeletons, he could no longer sit upright, relying solely on external forces to keep from collapsing. His spirituality was evaporating faster, rendering him unable to use his teleportation ability anymore. Fortunately, he had stowed away the artifact left by Celeste, and the mystic pathogens had been dissipated completely by 0-01's activation. His condition hadn't worsened to the point where his heart was too weak to beat or his spirit body began to disintegrate, allowing him to barely keep at it. After an indeterminate period, Lumion suddenly felt invigorated. His body regained strength, and his spirituality was replenished. It was 6 in the morning based on Cordu time. His body refreshed and free from illness, Lumion sat up straight and resumed the final part of his study. Nearly 45 minutes later, he uttered an ancient Hermes word in a deep voice, "Stop!" He felt he was on the brink of corruption and could not accumulate any more. Just as the brass talisman finished transmitting the knowledge, Lumion's mind became hazy. Vaguely, he saw the charred flag dotted with dangerous blood spots, surrounded by dense darkness, gently swaying. Lumion also saw the ground covered in corpses, a vast army marching, the earth soaked in blood, countless severed arms and limbs. A strong smell of blood and rust pierced his nose, as if coming from himself. Lumion felt a certain call, not just from the charred flag but also from the dense darkness enveloping it. The burning heat and icy cold in the palm of his right hand became more distinct. They originated from the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal left by the underworld Taoist. At that moment, Lumion suddenly realized another, deeper purpose of the Aurora Order's arrangement of the Dream Festival. With the underworld Taoist seal, I truly share a mystical similarity with 0-01. 0-01 once belonged to Blood Emperor Alistitutor, then fell under the control of death and suffered the corruption of the Death Pathway's powers, which were also utilized by the Church of Knowledge to seal 0-01 itself. And now, I carry the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal left by the underworld Taoist, bearing powers of the Death, Evernight, and Warrior pathways. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lumion combined the knowledge he had learned with the behavior of Albus and Julie, and amidst the strange and dangerous summons, he stood up and teleported to the top of the corpse mountain. He didn't open his eyes. In the deathly silent, icy darkness, he couldn't see anything even if he did. But as he drew closer, a sharp pain developed between Lumion's eyebrows, and his blood or something else seemed to want to burst through his pores and flesh. Lumion didn't resist enduring the pain. Finally, a droplet, resembling blood, tore through his forehead and flew towards where 0-01 was located. With a plop, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor inside Lumion suddenly boiled over, turning into a raging river of flames that ravaged between his spirit body, organs, and flesh. The icy, rotting sensation in his palm intensified, preventing this river of flame from carrying away all his flesh and breaking the seal. Lumion soon suffered so intensely he nearly lost consciousness. Only when the residual aura of the Blood Emperor gradually subsided did he slowly regain his thoughts. He let out a long breath and whispered to himself, "I should be the proxy for 0-01 now. If it weren't for the underworld Taoist seal, I would definitely have become another Wannik, no, not another Wannik, but Blood Emperor Alista Tutor, who would have used my body to return." Lumion didn't dare to linger near 0-01, afraid that the sealed artifact might detect a flaw in its new proxy, a defect with a will of his own that still persisted. And Lumion knew that with his current status and power, it was impossible to take 0-01 out of Morora. Even if the Church of Knowledge agreed to let him do so, it would only lead to his own destruction. Leaving a mark and becoming a proxy is enough to complete this task. Unfortunately, 0-01 is tightly sealed, and a proxy's special abilities can only be fully manifested in Morora. Lumion muttered a few words and teleported back to the wasteland. He immediately sensed a team of undead soldiers and iron puppets patrolling silently in the darkness, seemingly eternal in their movements. Suddenly, Lumion felt a stir in his heart. The connection between contractors told him that the leader was the Abscessed Hand. This mysterious being had regrown bones and flesh after being subjected to the bombardment of divine descent, but it seemed to have been conquered by 0-01, becoming its guard. Is Hand Bro's unique trait being indestructible? Lumion turned his body, letting the Abscessed Hand and its puppets pass by. Unexpectedly, the Abscessed Hand stopped in front of Lumion and uttered in a low voice, "Oma Bella! Oma Bella!" Hearing the voice of the Abscessed Hand and the name it shouted, a chill ran up Lumion's spine, making his hair stand on end and cold sweat break out. He didn't know when the Abscessed Hand had regrown bones and flesh from the ashes, returning to its original form, but he was prepared for any abnormalities when it passed by him, given the contract stemming from the inevitability pathways powers between them. Lumion wasn't overly worried. They were colleagues now, and the situation shouldn't turn dangerous. What he didn't expect was that the Abscessed Hand would call out, "Oma Bella." It was like a horror story. For a moment, Lumion couldn't help but wonder if he had already been subtly eroded by the Great Mother's child of God, Oma Bella, to the extent that he was gradually being replaced. Standing in the pure darkness, the unseen Abscessed Hand paused for a few seconds, then continued moving forward with the group of iron puppets and undead soldiers, marching mechanically. Only then did Lumion snap back to reality, pondering the reason for what had just happened. According to Ludwig, some beings created directly by the Great Mother or granted her boon, lacking necessary intelligence, can sense the trace of Oma Bella's bloodline in me and regard me as the Great Mother's child of God. Hand Bro was first revived and interrupted by divine descent, then controlled by 0-01, becoming its puppet. The feminine transformation trend seemed to have stopped, meaning it hasn't fully revived and lost its self-awareness, truly lacking necessary intelligence. Was it directly created by the Great Mother, or did it receive her boon? The corruption turning it into a woman and pushing it to the limit of beauty likely originated from the Great Mother. That does seem plausible. Even a single drop of blood can regrow a complete body, evoking a sense of rebirth. But something's off. By this logic, the Abscessed Hand should call me an honorable child of God and show some subservience. Heh. To directly call the child of God's name is blasphemy. Lumion grumbled to himself, growing more puzzled. Also, if Oma Bella itself is a title, the Abscessed Hand should only know I'm a child of God, not a specific name. The Great Mother likely has multiple children OT God, perhaps continuously created. How could the unwise Hand Bro distinguish who is who and what their name is, unless Oma Bella is the most special child of God? Or Hand Bro knew Oma Bella, the giant queen in its previous life. Lumion raised his right hand, rubbing his chin, thinking he should quickly report this to Madam Magician after leaving, and see if they could uncover the Abscessed Hand's original identity. Perhaps the ancient records in the new City of Silver contained some clues. After a few seconds, Lumion vanished from the spot, teleporting back near the top of the corpse mountain. Distracted by the abscessed hand incident, he remembered he still had spoils to collect. That was the beyonder characteristic of the demoness of affliction from Celeste, which could later be used by Jenna. As for Julie's characteristic, after the divine descent and filthy blood incident, Lumion had no idea where it was. In the deathly silent darkness, Lumion stored the shapeless demoness of affliction beyonder characteristic in his traveler's bag. He even placed 2 chunks of Celeste's corpse inside. Maybe they can be used as supplementary ingredients. If not, I can give them to Ludwig. With me as godfather away for so long, I should bring him a gift. But will he consider this dirty? Lumion mumbled and teleported to the edge of the wasteland, leaving the area steeped in deathly darkness. As 0-01's proxy, he quickly and smoothly exited the underground mausoleum, returning to the entrance area. Lumion then opened his eyes, seeing the blue sky. At that moment, the morning sun was bright but not harsh, the air fresh and carrying a slight burnt scent after the rain. Having spent over 10 hours in the eternal darkness of the underground tomb, Lumion felt as if a lifetime had passed. Then he saw numerous heads, each trailing a blood-stained, pale spine, hovering in the air. They were countless, thousands, all staring at the entrance of the tomb, at Lumion. Among them were faces Lumion recognized, regulars at the carnivore bar. The aftermath of 0-01's activation? There must be thousands, if not tens of thousands. Is this a form of sacrifice? Red Priest. Thoughts flashing through his mind, Lumion raised his hands. His forehead became hot, with a slight prickling pain. Oh! A violent gale suddenly blew, scattering the thousands of heads with trailing spines back into the city. The flying heads seemed to sense Lumion's will, drifting with the wind, and landed back on their headless bodies. So this is the special power of a proxy. Unfortunately, it can only be used in Morora. Lumion lowered his hands, feeling regretful, and walked out of the cemetery. At the cemetery gate, an exile was twisting his own returned head back in place. Crack! His head turned from facing his spine back to the front. Seeing Lumion watching him, he smiled and spoke normally. Today's weather is really nice. Yeah, Lumion responded with a relaxed smile. He teleported directly to the carnivore bar, appearing at the door of Julie's room. The corpse of Les was gone from the bed, along with Julie's collections. The enforcers have been here. Did they bury Les' body in the cemetery? Lumion mused and vanished from the spot. This time, he appeared at the door of the Knowledge Cathedral. He walked inside, up to Harburg in his plain white robe with brass threads, and smiling, took out the books he had borrowed from the traveler's bag. Archbishop, I've finished them all. As he spoke, Lumion felt Harburg looked slightly older. Finished them all, really? Harburg asked with a smile. Lumion made a sound and honestly replied, There are 2 books I didn't listen to, but I can't continue anymore. Harburg nodded approvingly. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. There's no need to pretend. As he took the books, he said, There's indeed no need to read these anymore. I must remind you, these books are infected with a plague, as are the other items in your bag. You need to handle them properly, burn or purify them to prevent the plague from spreading. Celeste's Grade 1 sealed artifact is so potent, it continues to produce a plague even inside the traveler's bag. Lumion said sincerely, I'll be careful. Thank you, Archbishop. Archbishop, how do I seal an object that spreads a deadly plague? Harburg looked at Lumion for a few seconds, then laughed. He pointed to another brass bookshelf. That one, and that one. Take a look and learn. Indeed, teachers never give direct answers. Lumion didn't resist continuing his studies. He pulled out the books and placed them in his traveler's bag. Then he smiled and asked, Your Grace, what should I do to leave Morora? The white-haired Harburg said meaningfully, No one has ever forbidden the residents here from leaving Morora. They simply don't want to leave. Lumion was momentarily stunned, then asked with sudden realization, Leave the way you came? Harburg showed a look of approval, then pointed to Lumien's clothes. Do you want a change of clothes? Lumion looked down and saw his clothes, pants, and shoes had become tattered from the previous intense battle. He was about to take out spare clothes from the traveler's bag but remembered they were also infected with the mystical plague. Harburg pointed to a room near the stairs. There are clothes you can change into. Thank you, Your Grace. Lumion sighed in relief and quickly entered the room, finding several plain white robes with brass threads hanging inside. These were the vestments of the Church of Knowledge clergy. Lumion glanced back thoughtfully at Harburg, who had resumed reading, and swiftly changed into a robe that fit his size. He then opened the cathedral's heavy, ajar wooden door and descended the stone steps layer by layer, deep into the underground. The passageway hadn't changed since he came. The glowing gems embedded in the walls still provided some illumination. That indescribable terrifying sound echoed in Lumion's ears again. Lumion walked at a steady pace towards the exit. As 0-01's proxy, the more he walked, the more he felt this might indeed be a long esophagus. What kind of creature would have such an esophagus? Lumion pondered but couldn't find an answer. Alert to this possibility, he neither transformed into a flaming spear nor teleported, instead walking obediently for several hours until he reached the double bronze doors. He extended his hands and pulled, making the door emit a heavy sound as it slowly opened. Outside, no one was guarding it. Lumion sneered silently and stepped out. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. Wearing the plain white robe with brass threads, he walked back, feeling unseen, unknown gazes upon him. Reaching the prison where he had been held, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He chose to teleport back to Trier, to the apartment he rented. His body and spirit were in decent shape, but he felt a strong sense of fatigue, wanting to rest. Just as his figure materialized, he saw Ludwig enjoying afternoon tea. Ludwig looked up and froze. Clang! The silver fork in the boy's hand fell onto the dessert plate. Seeing the genuine fear in Ludwig's eyes, Lumion looked down at himself and noticed the plain white robe with brass threads he was wearing. He laughed and reassured his godson. Don't be afraid. There's no exam and no study. Ludwig's eyes lit up, and his expression gradually relaxed. For a moment, he had feared that his godfather had joined the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, thinking the sky was falling. Lumion glanced at Lugano, who had hurriedly stood up. He took the former carnivore bar owner's stomach from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Ludwig. This is a gift for you. Having completed his journey to Morora, Lumion was no longer bound by his promises and could now obtain godhood. He decided to accelerate the formation of his hunter team, with Ludwig being the most important member. Taming this sealed angel involved granting favors. Ludwig's expression turned ecstatic, as if he had just ascended from the abyss to heaven. He eagerly prepared to devour the stomach of the depriver on the spot. Lumion rubbed his temples and cautioned, "That's infected with a mystical pathogen. You'd better handle it properly to prevent the disease from spreading." A mystical pathogen, Lugano exclaimed, instinctively distancing himself from Ludwig. As a professional doctor, Lugano activated his spirit vision, focusing on the stomach for 2 seconds before confirming the presence of the disease. Ludwig took a bite at the stomach's pylorus and mumbled, "Once it's in my stomach, the plague won't spread." "And what about you?" Lumion asked, amused. "At most, I'll have an upset stomach for a while," Ludwig answered nonchalantly. "Should I skip purifying the food in my traveler's bag? Since it wouldn't hurt you." Lumion mumbled and turned toward his bedroom. After taking a few more bites, Ludwig lifted his head and hesitantly said, Thank you, Godfather." Lumion smiled, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Your manners have improved a lot." Ludwig shivered suddenly. His godfather's tone and expression now resembled those of his most feared people, his teachers. Lumion said nothing more, heading to his bedroom. He spread out a letter paper and wrote down the key points of his journey to Morora, detailing the problems he had encountered. Then he summoned the doll messenger, handing over the letter along with the traveler's bag. The doll messenger disdainfully picked up the traveler's bag with 2 fingers, complaining, "Don't put everything in here. It's too dirty. It's too dirty. It's a trash can now." Lumion smiled sheepishly. "I had no other choice. I can't carry those sealed artifacts directly, right? Their negative effects combined could kill me instantly." After sending off the doll messenger, Lumion collapsed onto his bed without cleaning up the makeshift altar on his desk. He closed his eyes, letting his body relax. In Morora, he had stayed up late reading and couldn't sleep soundly with a mad demoness living next door and other enemies possibly ambushing him at any moment, keeping his mind on high alert. Now he finally felt a long-lost sense of safety. Lumion quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, it was already 6 in the morning of a new day. Refreshing and comfortable. Lumion sat up, stretched, and saw his traveler's bag and a letter on his desk. "The messenger came without me awakening. This means I trust her quite a bit," Lumion muttered as he walked to his desk and drew the curtains. In the morning light, he sat down and read Meta Magician's reply. "For now, leaving a mark to become a proxy is enough. Other matters can be dealt with later. In short, regarding 0-01, you've at least gotten ahead of the Demonist sect and the Red Angel. However, no matter how beneficial something seems, it always has its drawbacks. This means you've officially stepped onto the stage vying for the Red Priest position. You will face more attention and danger. Previously, the Demonist sect might have seen you as a potential ally, and the Red Angel might have considered using you. Now, eliminating you to vacate the proxy position will be a practical option for them. You should also remind 2 of Cups to be cautious to avoid being exploited by the Demonist sect. Of course, since both the Demonist sect and the Red Angel have gained something from this, each leaving a bit of blood on 0-01, their immediate urgency to target you is not very high. Regarding the abscessed hand, due to significant catastrophes in the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd epochs, many folklore and legends have not survived. The high-level corruption from the Great Mother on the abscessed hand prevents us from direct divination, requiring indirect methods, making it hard to obtain the most effective information. We haven't determined when the related legends first appeared, but can confirm their existence at the beginning of the 5th epoch. From your description of its appearance and state, we reasonably suspect that the abscessed hand was a vampire of angel rank before its death. According to information from the Sanguine, one of the 3 dukes, an ancient being born in the 2nd epoch, round Moon Duke Olmer, has no memory of such a kin. Note that a sequence 2 angel is equivalent to a duke among the Sanguine. Even in the long history of the Sanguine, the number of dukes is very limited, and it's impossible for them not to recognize or remember each other. The new City of Silver is currently searching through historical texts related to Omabella for possible clues. I will inform you if they find anything. Handbro isn't a Sanguine. No wonder Madame Magician calls him a vampire. High-level beings of the Moon Pathway are not equivalent to the Sanguine, just like the followers of the primordial moon in the Rose School of Thought are not considered Sanguine but are referred to as artificial vampires or something. Lumion leaned back in his chair and continued reading. You can also try to get information from the Aurora Order. The secrets the one they believe in holds are among the top even among true gods. According to my divination, Albus Medici is still alive. His ancestor, the Red Angel, reached some sort of tacit agreement with someone or something in the special mirror world after entering 4th epoch Trier through the hostile plan. This had significantly reduced the danger for Albus to escape from Morora through the special mirror world. No need for regrets. This is good news. At least we know the Red Angel might be cooperating with powerful beings in the special mirror world. The Grade 1 sealed artifact is called Black Tear, created from the tear of a demoness of despair after her death, fusing with her Beyonder characteristics. Black Tear continuously produces the mystical pathogen that infected you, spreading it around without stopping. Wearing Black Tear significantly enhances your charm, with a slight feminine touch, but it won't change your gender. Black Tear can help you master some mirror magic, including passing messages through the mirror world, mirror traversal, and mirror illusions. It also makes your cull more lethal, allowing you to infuse all your power into a single cull. In places with a special mirror world, Black Tier can help you utilize its special characteristics and power. Those were the effects. The negative effects are: the wearer also gets infected with the mystical pathogen, with demonesses of affliction being less affected and more resistant. The wearer experiences intermittent pleasure every 45 to 90 seconds. Even just carrying it makes you more emotional, more easily moved, and persuaded. Having Black Tier also increases the likelihood of unwanted romantic encounters, based on the curse from the demoness of despair before her death. Reading this, Lumion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This sealed artifact seems more suitable for a forbidden book like Monks Chasing Dogs. Pleasure every 45 to 90 seconds is a major problem in battle. Franca can't use it either unless it's a quick fight. The mystical plague takes time. For now, I can only treat it as an unlimited mirror cufflink, using it briefly and then sealing it. Lumion pondered and continued reading Madame Magician's sealing methods. The most versatile solution is to find a sealed artifact of the sun pathway that continuously purifies the surrounding area, placing it with Black Tier. How to mitigate the sun pathway sealed artifact's negative effects is another matter. The simplest but most demanding solution is to place Black Tier in a mirror, confining the pathogen to the area behind the mirror. Don't worry, the plague can't travel through the mirror. The issue is that without other items to interact with the mirror world, you can't retrieve Black Tier. If the mirror sealing it breaks, Black Tier will be lost in the mirror world, wandering who knows where. The custom solution is that I've isolated a separate space in your traveler's bag. Regularly throw in a flame that can burn for over half an hour to incinerate the mystical pathogen. I've also purified the other items in your traveler's bag. No need to worry about infection. Lumion finished reading the letter and exhaled deeply. This is the benefit of the Tarot Club. After burning the letter, he checked the traveler's bag, confirming that Celeste's demoness of affliction beyond her characteristic was a beautiful eye, stored with the corpse chunks in the isolated space with Black Tier. To use it later, he would need to purify or disinfect it first. Hanging the traveler's bag, Lumion walked to the full-length mirror in the room. Lumion placed his hand on the mirror's surface, activating the contractibility that represented the mirror mark. Immediately, he sensed multiple marks he had left behind. Some were clear, others blurred, and some were like distant glimmers on the horizon. The clear ones came from Moran Avigny's study and Franca's rented apartment. The blurry ones, which often changed locations, originated from the treasury of the Blue Avenger. The distant glimmers gave Lumion a feeling of being separated by a vast night. Unreachable they were the marks he had left on various mirrors in Morora. At the same time, Lumion felt a strong calling. He sensed a unique, solid, and tight connection between himself and the City of Exiles. In his mind's eye, a dark, illusory world and the mountain of corpses appeared. The scent of rust and blood filled his nostrils, and his forehead tingled slightly. If I want, I can use Black Tier now, enter the mirror, and teleport back to Morora. Lumion suddenly realized. Of course, such a teleportation had to pass through the special mirror world, which was extremely dangerous for Lumion. He refocused, examining the changes in his body after becoming a proxy for 0-01. It didn't take long for him to reach a conclusion. In Morora, 0-01 will help me absorb some of the damage. I can influence the weather, either making it similar or turning it into a disaster. I can create a small area of fog of war, use abilities like War Cry and War Song to enhance myself and my team, and weaken enemies. Additionally, I can temporarily become equivalent to a sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight, lacking only godhood and an incomplete mythical form. Otherwise, I possess all the qualities, albeit slightly weaker than a true Iron-Blooded Knight. It's like receiving a sequence 4 boon, although high-level boons also come with godhood. If I abandon my sense of self, I can momentarily approach sequence 3. However, all this can only be realized in Morora. With 0-01 sealed, it cannot exert influence outside Morora. But the changes to my body as a proxy, or rather the corruption, are real and irreversible. My physical resistance to damage has significantly improved. Although it's not as good as a Dawn Paladin in full armor, I'm no longer at risk of instant death from a headshot. Without targeting weaknesses or using cull, it takes 2 to 3 shots to crack my skull. My strength, speed, reflexes, constitution, and agility have also improved. My body is becoming more robust and masculine. Luckily, I can use flame shaving. Otherwise, half a day would leave me scruffy. My spirituality has increased by about 40 to 50%. Now, with regular accumulation and storage, I no longer suffer from anxiety due to a lack of spirituality. According to Grande Sœurs and Franca's terminology, my resistance to flames has also increased significantly. Flames not hot enough won't hurt me. At least sequence 5 blazing white flames are needed for any effect. When using Devil's Whispers in the future, the damage and pain from the sulfurous flames will be much lower. I've also grown 3 to 4 centimeters taller. Lumion felt like an oversized, reinforced reaper. My long studies weren't in vain, he sighed, opening his bedroom door and stepping out. Ludwig had just woken up, wearing a blue hat with yellow stars and energetically drinking milk. Lumion glanced at Lugano busy in the kitchen and asked his godson with a smile, "What did you make with the depriver's stomach yesterday, and how much is left?" Ludwig was stunned for a second. "I ate it all." Lumion raised an eyebrow. "I thought you'd save some to make a special dish and share it with us." Ludwig was silent for a few seconds, then honestly replied, "I couldn't resist its allure." Lumion stared at the boy until he looked down guiltily. "I'll let it go this time. I understand your desire, but know your mistake and correct it." "Understood." Lumion's expression softened. He wasn't angry about Ludwig eating the entire depriver's stomach, missing out on his share. To him, it was no big deal. His sternness was part of the education. As a godfather and the team leader, he was responsible for this. Only by doing so could he quickly complete the ritual and advance to an iron-blooded knight. "Yes, godfather," Ludwig whispered. Lumion sat down, waiting for his breakfast, and asked Ludwig, "Have you advanced to depriver yet?" "Almost, but I can use some depriver abilities," Ludwig said, gulping down more milk. Lumion nodded lightly, not asking further questions. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, 9 Rue Orosai, apartment 702. After breakfast, Lumion went to see Franca and Jenna. He politely rang the doorbell, mindful that at this hour, the 2 demonesses might be scantily clad. With winter over, the demonesses could wear only light clothes indoors thanks to their resistance to the cold. Ding dong, ding dong. Wearing a woman's shirt, fitted trousers, and fluffy slippers, Franca opened the door. She looked at Lumion in surprise. "You're back from the City of Exiles? That's too fast." Last time they contacted, he was still studying. Lumion walked past Franca, saying with a smile, "I used up your mirror cufflink." "That's fine." With her new ice amulet, Franca generously waved it off. Lumion was about to speak when he saw Jenna at the dining table. Her facial skin looked deeply cleansed, smooth and delicate. Her crystalline eyes were like autumn streams, hiding 1,000 emotions and words, inviting immersion. The simple, light-colored dress outlined a perfect but not exaggerated figure. Her exposed skin radiated indescribable charm. Lumion's throat tightened, and he felt an uncontrollable heat. After a few seconds, he averted his gaze and asked Jenna thoughtfully, "Did you advance to pleasure?" "Yes," Jenna replied with a mischievous smile. "Looks like that potion wasn't fake." Lumion let out a derisive snort. "Were you showcasing your charm just now?" "No," Jenna laughed softly. "Maybe the potion's power is still leaking after my recent advancement. But your self-control isn't as strong as I thought." Lumion thought his reaction was uncharacteristic of an ascetic. He suspected residual malice from using Devil's Whispers, needing time to dissipate. And the traveler's bag now held Black Tear, though isolated. The bag couldn't fully block the Grade 1 sealed artifact's influence. Some negative effects would always seep out. That's why he needed to burn the mystical pathogen in the isolated space regularly. Finding an excuse, Lumian scoffed. That's because I'm still weak, with noticeable emotional and desire fluctuations. Watching their interaction, Franca felt a pang of jealousy for some reason. She quickly changed the subject, excitedly sharing, "When Jenna advanced, we got some crucial, unexpected intel. Guess what it is?" Lumian pulled up a chair and sat down, thinking. Related to Chris Mona? Franca sat nearby and clicked her tongue. Sharp. Guess who Crismona's father is? Lumian wanted to observe Franca and Jenna's expressions, but their combined beauty made him instinctively look away. After some consideration, he guessed, "With your tone and attitude, I'll go with the least likely option. Blood Emperor Alista Tudor." Franca and Jenna's expressions froze. Lumian asked in slight disbelief, "I got it right?" "Yes, congratulations." Franca nodded solemnly. "Teach, this isn't mystical." Lumian echoed their earlier doubts. The two demonesses then recounted their discussion. As Lumian listened, he frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Jenna asked perceptively. Lumian stroked his chin. "I remembered something from my time in Morora." "What?" Franca had been curious about Lumian's experiences in Morora. Considering the corruption from knowledge related to 0-01, Lumian focused on his conflicts with Albus, Julie, and Wannick, emphasizing the importance of books and knowledge. "In short, I'm now the proxy for 0-01, but this power only works in Morora." Lumian pondered. "What puzzles me is why I escaped after being petrified by Julie's divine descent and didn't die." Franca clicked her tongue. "You hunters, always fighting with schemes and layers of plans. Not straightforward at all." She then laughed. "I think the primordial one threw you out to save the Blood Emperor's last hope of resurrection during the divine descent." "What's this? True love?" Lumian didn't immediately refute her near-joking statement. After a few seconds, he thoughtfully said, "Maybe it's not true love, but a practical need. Maybe the purpose of the primordial demoness and Blood Emperor creating the special mirror world can only proceed after the Blood Emperor's resurrection." Jenna agreed with Lumian. Whether it's true love or not, there must be a specific purpose behind creating that special mirror world, and it seems that purpose hasn't been achieved yet. What could that purpose be? Franca pondered. Lumian thought for a few seconds, then pulled out the corpse wax candle he had obtained from the Blue Avenger from his traveler's bag, and mused aloud. That special mirror world might have been jointly created by a true god of the hunter pathway and a true god of the demoness pathway. This corpse wax candle was crafted from the corpse wax of demigods from both pathways, mixed with other substances. According to the law of similarity in mysticism, there might be a connection between the two. When I become a demigod, I'll visit Bansi, find the specific location mentioned by Madam Magician, light the corpse wax candle, and complete a secret deed ritual to see what I can discover. This might help us uncover the secrets of the special mirror world. As for fourth epic trier, entering the sealed area after the hostile plan would be a true god-level difficulty. At that time, apply for a major arcana card holder to watch over the matter. Franca had no objections, just reminding Lumian to be cautious. After exchanging experiences over the recent period, Franca relaxed, leaned back in her chair and said with bright eyes, "You went to Morora and didn't gain much on the hunter side, only becoming the proxy for 0-01. But you got a lot from the demoness pathway, like the Beyonder characteristic of a demoness of affliction, a grade 1 sealed artifact equivalent to that of a demoness of despair." "What are you implying?" Lumian asked with a smile. Franca chuckled. "I don't need it. I should be able to get what I need from the demoness sect. The only concern is how to complete the ritual. I wish I could go to Morora. It's perfect for the demoness of despair ritual, no guilt involved. Just hearing your examples, I know that place is full of talent, criminal talent, people exploring the limits of human evil. I mean, Jenna's Beyonder characteristics up to sequence 4 are in our full possession. You don't plan to sell them, do you?" Jenna said instinctively. "But I still haven't saved enough money for the demoness of affliction Beyonder characteristic. I'm still short by tens of thousands of Verl d'Or." Lumian chuckled. "No need to worry. From now on, you two are officially part of my team. As the team leader, I'll reward you based on your contributions. It could be money or items. He made it clear these things were meant for Jenna. It's not like he could consume them himself. But since they were a team, there had to be clear rewards and punishments, not giving away things for free. Even giving Ludwig the depriver's stomach was under the pretense of a godfather returning from a trip and bringing a gift for his godson. Jenna's expression relaxed, and she teased with a smile in her eyes. Should we call you Captain now? No need. A good team can address each other by names or nicknames. Lumion turned his gaze to Franca, revisiting the old topic. I used up your mirror cufflink. What compensation do you want? No need to be so polite. With her ice amulet, Franca waved it off generously. If I need to use Black Tear or the Sword of Courage in the future, I'll borrow them from you. Don't worry. I'm thick-skinned and won't feel embarrassed. As she spoke, she took out the Lai earring and tossed it back to Lumion. You should keep this. I'm afraid I'll be tempted to permanently alter my face and body, getting addicted to Lai. Lumion knew Franca wasn't pretending to be generous. He caught Lai and reminded her, be extra careful when dealing with the Demoness of Black. She'll soon learn about my involvement in the 0-01 battle in Morora and suspect I was the one who persisted till the end. Understood. Franca nodded solemnly. Jenna's eyes flickered, and she thoughtfully said, should I move out for a while? Seeing Franca's puzzled look and Lumion's approving nod, Jenna explained carefully, the Demoness of Black might secretly monitor you to gather information about Lumion. If I continue living with you, I'll inevitably attract her attention. Facing prolonged observation from a high-ranking demoness, I don't think I can keep my secrets. Think about it. I now have the charm of a demoness of pleasure, different from the beauty of a vampire. A few more glances from the Demoness of Black, and she'll notice something's wrong. If I live elsewhere, I can disguise this charm before visiting you with makeup or using Lai. Lai couldn't be worn all the time, and maintaining makeup even while sleeping would also arouse suspicion from the Demoness of Black. All right. Franca was convinced by Jenna's reasoning. She glanced at Lumion with some resentment, thinking, you really do bring trouble. With the Demoness of Black watching me, how can I help Jenna digest the pleasure potion? Franca sighed and asked Lumion, when will you take Amandina to the Samaritan Women's Spring? You came back too quickly. I haven't had time to get to know her better yet, Franca complained. Lumion pondered for a few seconds. When my condition stabilizes. The rest of the time, Jenna packed her personal belongings and went out to find an apartment in the surrounding area that she could move into that day, while Lumion returned to his place to continue taming Ludwig. Franca continued to track the whereabouts of the mirror person, Jasmine, until nightfall. Looking at the empty and cold apartment, she sighed inwardly and threw herself onto the long sofa. After a while, the surface of the full-length mirror in the living room suddenly shimmered with a dark light. The face of the Demoness of Black faintly appeared. Franca stood up abruptly and respectfully bowed. Good evening, Madame Clarice. At the same time, she mumbled in her heart, the Demoness of Black really knows where I live. The Demoness of Black, Clarice, looked at Franca outside the mirror, her expression somewhat detached, and asked, has your lover, Seal, returned to try her? He has. Franca had prepared for this and answered honestly. The Demoness of Black scrutinized Franca for a moment, then chuckled softly. You've been apart for several weeks. You must be thoroughly enjoying each other's company upon reuniting. Has he become more vigorous? You're asking me? Whom should I ask? How would I know? What's the point of this question? Franca silently grumbled. Such a question was entirely outside her and Lumion's expectations. At that moment, cold sweat appeared on Franca's back as her mind raced, pushing her thinking ability to its limits. Vigorous. The Demoness of Black once said that the taste of a hunter isn't bad either. The higher their sequence, the more vigorous they become. Is the Demoness of Black trying to confirm Lumion's current state from this detail, to see if he has become the proxy for 0-01? If Lumion and I were truly lovers, such a detail would be easily overlooked, and it's normal for demonesses to discuss such things. In that case, I would naturally reveal the answer the Demoness of Black is looking for. Should I hide it for Lumion? No, he's already highly suspicious. Hiding it would mean dragging myself into suspicion. Though I might already be suspected. Lumion said this morning not to lie about it, but not to be too clear. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Franca raised her right hand, covered her mouth, and let out a small yawn. Then, she said with a mix of shyness and pride, although he hasn't advanced yet and is quite far from it, he has indeed become much more vigorous. I almost feel conquered. As she spoke, Franca's words carried a bit of longing, as if dreaming of becoming equally vigorous. This was part of her acting training, from Jenna and Anthony performance needing layers. The Demoness of Black in the mirror nodded and said with a smile, truly enviable. Franca's eyes moved slightly, and she said, reminiscing, whether it's due to the long separation or his many hidden secrets, I feel he's become a lot more unfamiliar. Sometimes, when he looks at me, I think, who is he? And feel like I don't recognize him. The Demoness of Black nodded slightly. He might have undergone some kind of corruption. Keep your current relationship. If he shows any unusual behavior, let me know immediately. I might be able to help. Heh. This might also be one of your opportunities to digest the affliction potion. Yes, Madame Clarice. Franca displayed the sense of security that came from having a powerful backer. The Demoness of Black glanced around the mirror and asked with a smile, where's your vampire lover? Her brother is returning to try her soon, so she's embarrassed to continue living with me. Franca recited her lines. The Demoness of Black asked no more questions, gave some instructions regarding the mirror people, and disappeared into the dark light. Once the full-length mirror returned to normal, Franca quietly breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to date Lumion. She hadn't even had time to open the door when a soft light appeared before her. A transparent, crystalline ice-blue jellyfish with many tentacles quickly materialized. One of the jellyfish's tentacles was wrapped around a letter. Franca recognized the jellyfish as Angla, the messenger of Madame Judgment. Every time she saw Angla, Franca instinctively felt a sense of fear, believing it to be very powerful. However, Angla the jellyfish, unlike the intelligent puppet messenger of Madame Magician, often acted purely on instinct. Receiving the letter, Franca silently grumbled, I'm feeling swarmed. I was already busy helping Lumion with his affairs, and even now that he's back, I'm still so busy. Thanking Angla the jellyfish, Franca opened the letter. Mr. Star has confirmed the first task that requires your help. Upon reading the first line of the letter, Franca felt a sense that the moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for Mr. Star to make a request, so she could exchange it for mid to low sequence potions from the Evernight pathway for Amandina. Franca read the rest with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. He hopes you can help him decipher the text in the attached materials. They are somewhat similar to those in Emperor Roselle's diary. He hasn't set a time limit, so you can take your time. The information you provided about Crismona's father possibly being Blood Emperor Alistitutor is very useful and important. Now, we suspect that the entity in the deepest part of the special mirror world, the one worshipped by the mirror people, may not be the primordial demoness in the complete sense. Rather, it could be connected to the creation of the special mirror world by the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness. It seems to have gone out of their control, and this might be why the primordial demoness is in a bad state. Your main tasks with 7 of Cups are to find the mirror person, Jasmine, and probe the Demoness of Black to see if she has a deep understanding of the special mirror world. Of course, your safety must be ensured. If you encounter any anomalies, you can ask me for help. Madame Judgment sure goes straight to the point. Franca turned to the next page of the letter. The rest were the attached materials. Franca's pupils dilated upon seeing them. This wasn't anything like the text from Emperor Roselle's diary. It was either Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, one of the oldest forms of writing from her and Emperor Roselle's country pre-transmigration. Where did this come from? Who the hell knows this stuff? Not sure if it's genuine Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, since I don't understand it either. I'm illiterate in this. Is it a mysticism language unknown to this world, just similar to Oracle bone script? But it does look like hieroglyphics. Franca began to examine it carefully. Although she hadn't studied Oracle bone script or bronze script, as a young person growing up in the internet age, she had seen a few and remembered the meanings of some of the simplest characters, like person. Before long, she found several similar pictographic characters. A bit different from what I remember, but mostly the same. Let's treat it as Oracle bone script or bronze script first. Where did Mr. Starr get this from? Did they find Harrison of Resurrection Island? No, if they did, they would have told me. Or, when the major arcana card holder of the Moses Ascetic Order was tracking the missing 10 Pillars Camarilla, they encountered something related to the Celestial Master. Very possible. No wonder the preface of this material told me that the order of the text had been disrupted to prevent corruption during interpretation. As expected from the Celestial Master, who oversees the mystery prior and savant pathways. But without context, the difficulty of interpretation is more than doubled. Chun 2. Armored Shadow Chun 2 might know. But I can only ask 3 or 4 questions per summoning. Don't know if I can directly ask what the general meaning of this material is. Franca's mind raced, deciding to seek help from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society first. Many members of the society came from the same country as her, and there were quite a few highly educated ones, some of whom might have studied Oracle bone script or bronze script. Franca didn't need them to be masters in Oracle bone script or bronze script. Just being able to recognize the commonly used characters would be enough. The rest could be guessed by the major arcana card holders based on the original context. With this decision, Franca enthusiastically began writing a letter, planning to summon Madame Hellas Messenger to request a gathering soon. She was too lazy to head out to go on a date with Lumion and discuss the Demoness of Black. After eating a cream bun, she sat at her desk and carefully selected the characters she barely recognized, studying them repeatedly. In the apartment Lumion rented in Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Lumion sat on the sofa, watching Ludwig read the Ghost Face magazine, and pondered the next steps of taming. After a few minutes, he smiled at Ludwig. "You've been pretty free lately, haven't you? Besides eating, you have nothing else to do. Let me give you an assignment." The key to taming was to make the other party follow orders, even forcing themselves to do things they didn't want to do. Of course, pure intimidation and suppression wouldn't work. Once or twice was fine, but more than that, Ludwig would definitely run away again. Ludwig's expression turned to horror, as if saying, "See, you have indeed been corrupted by the Church of Knowledge." Without giving him a chance to speak, Lumion continued, "This assignment is to taste Trier's famous meat pies, gather information yourself, plan the route yourself, and finally compile a food report. The first step in following orders was to make the orders acceptable to the child, something he could and would do, then gradually increase the difficulty." Ludwig's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and said, "All right." The little boy glanced out the window and eagerly stood up. "I'll go right now." Lumion chuckled. "It's already dark, and it's too dangerous outside. You're just a child." Too dangerous. Just a child. Lugano couldn't help but glance at Ludwig, his face full of disapproval. Lumion sighed and said, "I mean, you're just a child with insufficient self-control. It's more dangerous for the citizens of Trier walking at night." He then told Ludwig, "Tonight, gather information from newspapers and magazines, make a plan, and go out tomorrow morning." Ludwig jumped off the single sofa and started flipping through the newspapers and magazines they had subscribed to, taking it very seriously. Satisfied, Lumion nodded, returned to his bedroom, and placed a continuously burning incandescent white flame in the separate space of his traveler's bag. After a while, he took out the completely charred, deformed piece of Celeste's corpse, examining it for a few moments. According to Franca's magic mirror divination, this could be refined and extracted to replace the tail tip of the two-tailed black snake in the Affliction Potion's supplementary ingredients. The supplementary ingredients flower-faced bat blood also didn't need to be collected. Franca's blood was a better substitute. Lumion stuffed the corpse piece back into the traveler's bag and took out the books he had borrowed from the Morora Knowledge Cathedral. Although Madam Magician had already sealed Black Tear for him, useful knowledge was always welcome. Of course, the more useful the knowledge, the more likely it was heavily corrupted, requiring careful consideration and trade-offs. Lumion lit the gas wall lamp, picked a book titled Entering the Mysterious Hall, and leisurely began to read. As time passed, he suddenly turned his head to look at the door. His door creaked open, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Jenna, wearing a white shirt and a light gauze skirt. Her slightly darker flaxen hair was pinned up, her blue eyes bright and large, with a faint layer of powder on her face and a small black mole on the bridge of her nose. Her white blouse, adorned with floral decorations, wasn't revealing, yet its nearly perfect curves made one's mind wander and mouth dry. At that moment, Lumion felt as if he saw the past showy diva Jenna and actress apprentice Celia Bello overlapping, exuding an indescribable allure beneath her fresh appearance. "I need your help with something," Jenna said with a slight smile as she closed the door. Lumion suddenly felt a sense of danger not to his life, but a different kind of unease. "I'm afraid I can't help you," Lumion said calmly, relying on the traits of an ascetic. Jenna lowered her eyes, hiding the brilliance in her blue eyes. She walked to the bedside, sat down, looked at Lumion again and said with a smile, "Listen to me first, hear my reasons." Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Go ahead." Jenna propped her hands on either side, leaning forward slightly in a somewhat playful manner. "It seems you've guessed it. Yes. I want you to help me digest the pleasure potion." As expected, Lumion said with a headache, "Why not ask Franca?" "Two reasons, one superficial, one genuine. Which do you want to hear?" Jenna asked with a smile. Lumion rubbed his forehead. "The superficial one." Jenna pursed her lips and smiled self-deprecatingly. "She's very willing to help me digest the pleasure potion, with no internal resistance, causing little pain. This wouldn't comply with the acting principle of pleasure bringing pain, slowing my potion digestion. But I know you're unwilling, resistant to this. The more so, the quicker I can digest the potion by making you experience pleasure, ultimately even feeling a bit reluctant, and the self-blame that follows. Also, a very important point is you have a false angelic rank. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to digest the potion within 2 or 3 weeks and consider advancing to demoness of affliction. As team leader, isn't this the best choice? It can effectively help you improve the team's quality and enhance the ritual's effect. You don't have to recommend Black Tear to me. Digesting the pleasure potion requires a target. Lumion remained silent. Jenna couldn't help but scoff. Just think of it as teleporting a teammate, lending strength to a teammate. I'm not seeking your emotions or soul. Without emotions, you've never cared about these things, always thinking you have no morals, right? Hey, do you have a cleanliness obsession? It's just helping out. After a few seconds, Lumion asked, "What about you?" Jenna lowered her eyes and softly laughed. "I'll also experience pleasure in pain and feel pain in pleasure, very much in line with the acting principles." Lumion remained silent for a while before asking, "What about Franca?" Jenna bit her lip, her eyes deep. "If she finds out, it'll help her digest the affliction potion." Lumion sighed deeply. "I thought you'd try to seduce me, ignite my desires to achieve your goal. Didn't expect you to negotiate and reason with me." Jenna wrinkled her nose and grumbled, "If I tried to seduce you, you'd teleport away. It's better to explain the pros and cons, tell you it's as normal as drinking water or having a meal. No guilt involved, no emotions needed. This is very common in Intis." Seeing Lumion remain silent, Jenna smiled and said, "Doesn't a good team leader need to care about the personal needs of the team members and balance internal conflicts? Sure, when you hunters reach a high sequence, you can easily subdue people and turn them into puppets without worrying about these things. But now, you can't do that yet." Jenna's eyes flickered slightly as she added with a smile, "This benefits you as well. You once said that the emotions and desires suppressed by the ascetic won't disappear completely. Some will accumulate little by little, and if they reach a certain level, they must be vented, or they'll become a hidden danger. And it seems you haven't vented in a long time. Killing people isn't enough to fully release these emotions, and there aren't enough bad guys for you to kill all at once. At this point, Jenna looked at Lumion with clear eyes, teasing, "All right, I've finished explaining my reasons, the benefits, and possible consequences of this. Captain, you need to make a decision." Without waiting for Lumion to speak, Jenna pursed her lips and added in a low voice, "Also, there's another reason. We've been through many dangerous things. We don't know when we'll die or lose each other. I don't want to bid farewell with regrets." After a moment of silence, Lumion sighed and said, "You've become quite an excellent instigator." Jenna blinked. "Does that mean you agree?" Lumion nodded solemnly. "Only while you're a demoness of pleasure." Jenna's slightly leaning body suddenly pulled back, and her shoulders, supported by her hands, dropped a little. The emotions she had been suppressing finally released a little. She lowered her gaze to her knees and smiled, half self-mockingly, half wistfully. "When that happens, I can digest the affliction potion." Lumion remained silent. After a few seconds, he said, "I'll find an opportunity to inform Franca about this as a sign of respect." Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying with a smile, "I thought you'd seek Franca's opinion before making a decision." Lumion sighed again. "This is a sign of respect towards you." He had sighed, having sensed the true emotions hidden in Jenna's words. Jenna knew that Franca was an unavoidable issue in this matter, but she hoped that whatever the outcome, good or bad, it would only concern herself and her partner. As for Franca, she would deal with that separately. That's why when she was asked about Franca earlier, she suddenly became angry and irritated, spitefully saying it would help her digest the affliction potion. Lumion only realized this through her response, and in that moment understood the mood behind their current banter. Lumion changed the subject. "You are one of the most proactive people I've ever met. The good way of putting it is decisive and courageous. The bad way is impulsive and reckless," Jenna said, her eyes like the waters of an autumn lake, now fully exhibiting the charm of a demoness of pleasure, smiling slightly. "Now, shouldn't we talk about something else?" She removed the fake mole from the bridge of her nose and asked Lumion with a smile, "Do you remember what I told you about the different meanings of the fake mole when we first met?" Lumion smiled wryly. "That was our second meeting. I didn't see you the first time, so it doesn't count," Jenna said, her hand holding the fake mole slowly sliding down, past her beautifully curved jaw, her long white neck, and the floral decorations on her chest, stopping at the second button of her blouse. She smiled brightly and asked, "What does this mean?" Lumion's gaze involuntarily followed Jenna's hand. He closed his eyes and said, "It means secrets." Jenna laughed. She stood up slowly and walked over to Lumion, who was sitting at the desk. Her voice turned low, as if it was scratching Lumion's ear. "I know it's hard for you to take the initiative right now, that you're hesitating to take that step. It's okay, I'll guide you. As expected, you're still a virgin." Jenna chuckled softly and walked up to Lumion, placing her hands on his shoulders. After a second, she lowered her head and pressed her lips against Lumion's. Lumion smelled the fragrance and felt the softness and sweetness, along with the slight coolness and trembling of her lips, and the nervousness and apprehension. Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, Franca studied those characters late into the night and finally received a reply from Madame Hella, who agreed to convene a full gathering of the curly-haired baboons research society soon. Franca entered the room, sat at the small analyzer, and shared with the Telegraph group members that she had come across some ancient characters that seemed to predate their transmigration. She then chatted with 007 and the others until after 1 in the morning. The next day, she woke up around 8. The habits she had developed recently and the matters on her mind kept her from sleeping in. After washing up and having breakfast, Franca hesitated about her next move. Should I find Lumion first to tell him about the Demoness of Black and the Oracle Bone script? Or should I find Anthony to see if he's heard anything about the mineralogist Jasmine from the adventurers and smugglers who frequently enter underground Trier? After a few seconds of deliberation, Franca decided to find Anthony first because the hypnotist usually left early and returned late, busy collecting intelligence and advancing his membership in the Psychology Alchemists. If she missed him now, she'd have to wait until the evening. Besides, proactively seeking out Lumion could expose his current residence to the demoness of black. She planned to wait until the evening when Lumion would come to her. With the curtains slightly parted, Lumion stood there shirtless, silently gazing at Ludwig, who was savoring a meat pie from the shop across the street. He seemed somewhat refreshed and invigorated. To his side and slightly behind him, Jenna lay on her stomach in bed, the covers draped diagonally across her. Her lower legs were drawn up and swaying gently in the air, while her face still bore a faint flush. She gazed at Lumion's side profile and chuckled softly. "Are you embarrassed?" Lumion let out a derisive snort. "Last night, who was the one embarrassed in the end? First, you insisted on drawing the curtains. Then you wanted me to create a wall of spirituality to block the noise. Then you said the wall of spirituality wasn't enough and demanded a bottle of fiction. Then you suddenly got scared and wanted to do a rain check, perhaps another time." Jenna laughed softly. "That was to make you eager, to unleash the emotions and desires you've been suppressing with the ascetic's tolerance. I must say, you performed well yesterday, much better than I expected. Of course, at first, your performance was quite in line with your state of innocence." Lumion chuckled in amusement and replied, "Are all you demonesses so stubborn with words, insistent on getting the last word? Learned from the best, you." Jenna nodded emphatically, indicating that it was true. She then laughed. "Why won't you look at me? Are you really embarrassed?" She seemed to have regained the feeling she had when she first faced Lumion. Lumion sked. "I have serious business to do. I need to keep an eye on Ludwig and secretly follow him later." "Why?" Jenna asked in confusion. "Didn't you let Lugano take Ludwig around when we were in places like Port Santa? Back then, I didn't know he was a sealed angel, and there are many heretics in Trier," Lumion explained in detail. "When I went to Morora, I made sure Ludwig stayed indoors as much as possible. As long as there was food, he could stay at home. My concern is that if he wanders around Trier, he might run into other followers of the Devouring Whirlpool. Lugano is only a Sequence 7 and not particularly good at combat. In that case, Ludwig might follow the Devouring Whirlpool's followers, and he's crucial for you to complete the ritual soon." Jenna suddenly understood. Lumion withdrew his gaze, bent over, and tried to pick up his clothes from the floor. After scanning the area, he decided to take out a new set from the traveler's bag. Jenna watched him change clothes with a grin, then walk to the door. Lumion paused at the door, hesitated to turn around, then held back and said with a hum, "Ludwig is about to leave the street. You should rest well." Jenna laughed. "Can you say that while looking at me?" Seeing Lumion open the door and walk out, she laughed even more wantonly. "Are you afraid to look at me because you can't resist, don't want to leave, and will be delayed?" Jenna laughed happily the entire time until Lumion transformed into a shadow and left the apartment when tears seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes. She looked at the full-length mirror in the room and saw a beautiful, enchanting woman with a smile on her lips and sadness in her eyes. Franca found Anthony in the cafe below his apartment. Anthony took a sip of strong black coffee, raised his head, and said, "I was just about to find you. Got something?" Franca's eyes lit up as she sat down. She habitually glanced around and noticed many people looking her way, but no one dared approach to overhear her conversation with Anthony. "I might need to disguise myself and go out looking less attractive at times." Each sequence in the Demoness pathway significantly enhances feminine charm. Sequence 4 onwards, the greatest increase in charm is from Demoness of pleasure. Franca withdrew her gaze and looked at Anthony thoughtfully. Anthony took out a stack of papers and said, "Based on the time and place you provided about mineralogist Jasmine's recent appearances in underground Trier, I've been searching for adventurers, smugglers, and students who passed through those areas during the corresponding times. In the past few days, I finally made some progress. There are 3 people who fit the conditions, but they didn't encounter Jasmine nearby. However, they did meet someone else. Based on their descriptions, I made corresponding sketches and found they all seem to have met the same person, who happens to be someone you're looking for. Someone else I'm looking for? Another mirror person. Franca was puzzled. Anthony unfolded 3 sheets of drawing paper and pushed them to Franca. Franca received it and turned it around, quickly glancing at them. Just one look, and her eyes froze. Although the sketches on the 3 sheets had differences, it was clear they depicted the same person. That person had short hair, soft facial contours, and features that weren't deep. They had a distinctive appearance, not resembling anyone from any northern continent country, nor the darker-skinned people of the southern continent. Franca recognized this person. It was indeed someone she was looking for. He was suspected to be Harrison from Resurrection Island. Harrison? He's still in Trier? 007. How come you haven't found him yet? Is your eternal blazing sun church even capable? As Franca's spirits lifted, feelings of joy and excitement welled up inside her. She had mobilized members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society to keep an eye out for Harrison worldwide. But it turned out the target was still in Trier. Of course, he may have just returned recently. While inwardly criticizing the Purifier's work capabilities, Franca also sensed something unusual about this situation. She lowered her voice and said thoughtfully, "Recently, Jasmine has appeared in underground Trier twice, and people in the vicinity have encountered Harrison both times. This can't be a coincidence. Is Harrison collaborating with the Mirror people?" Anthony ate the last cream puff and took a sip of coffee before saying, "This can actually be deduced. Mr. Hanged Man said that Harrison is likely to appear in places closely related to death, darkness, dusk, and decay, like the Samaritan women spring deep in the 4th level of the underground catacombs. Based on the information we currently have, the appearance of the Samaritan women's spring originated from the War of the 4 Emperors, from 4th Epoch Trier. So, Harrison has a motive to open the seal and enter 4th Epoch Trier, which aligns with the Mirror people's goals. Although it's unclear how they got in touch, don't forget that the Mirror people have deep cooperation with those brokers. Those brokers are more annoying than buzzing flies." Franca sighed sincerely. She then turned to Anthony and said, "You can go take care of your own business now. I'll discuss with Jenna and Lumion how to use this to find Harrison." All right. Anthony had already done his best in gathering intelligence. After saying goodbye to Anthony, Franca went straight back to Rue Orosai. Not wanting to expose Lumion's current residence, she planned to use a summoning messenger to have her 2 companions come over themselves. "I'll summon Rabbit Chassel first. What reward should I give it this time? I can't let Jenna have her way. I feel like she's training Rabbit Chassel in a very dangerous direction." Franca thought for a few seconds, then turned her gaze to the coffee table. There lay a book after several months of delay. The 6th volume of Fur's Walls The Adventurer series was finally out. This volume was titled The Adventurer 6. The future Franca had just bought it yesterday and hadn't read it yet. She had only flipped through the afterword, seeing that the great writer Fur's Wall said she had originally wanted to name this volume Admiral of Stars or Biologist, but ultimately abandoned these ideas based on a sudden inspiration. Soon, Franca summoned Rabbit Chassel. Behind this coolly dressed rabbit of knowledge, a timid rabbit-shaped spirit body wearing boxing gloves faintly appeared in the void. "TSK, putting on a show, are we?" Franca smiled as she handed the letter paper and The Adventurer 6 to Rabbit Chassel, instructing, "Remember to return it to me after reading." It wasn't that she couldn't part with such a book, but maintaining a give-and-take relationship with Rabbit Chassel would help build a good rapport. In the future, she might be able to ask it to introduce other special talents from the rabbits of knowledge who could also serve as messengers. Rabbit Chassel's eyes lit up. "Absolutely no problem." After sending off Rabbit Chassel, Franca summoned Penitent Banefell. After completing these 2 tasks, she lay down in the armchair and pondered her next moves. "I need to notify 007 in the Telegram group tonight. Should I try to contact Professor and the others, mobilize the power of the Mystery Priors to search for Harrison together? Now we've only confirmed Harrison is in Trier, lacking substantial clues to investigate. We can't even go all out even if we wanted to. We can't just wander around underground Trier every day, waiting for the right opportunity. Can we? Magic mirror divination can't provide answers. I still need to report this quickly. Mr. Hanged Man and the other major Arcana cardholders are also looking for Harrison themselves. Franca sat up abruptly and continued her busy work. During this process, she also contemplated her own situation. If we still can't find him, I might end up digesting some of my affliction potion. Well, after dealing with the mirror person Nikila, I've already digested a bit. The first rule of the Demoness of Affliction's acting principle is quite easy to summarize. Bring pain to the target, not just physical but also mental. The second acting principle should be closely related to oneself. Ls pain, the foundation of a demoness? I should strive to summarize all the acting principles soon. Digest the potion quickly. Lumion is already preparing for the ritual to advance to sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Night. I can't let him leave me too far behind. Just as she thought of this, Franca felt the wind at the open window pause for a second. Then, Jenna's figure quickly materialized. This newly advanced demoness of pleasure hadn't made herself ugly through makeup techniques, but had adjusted the direction of her charm's diffusion. She wore a black robe, concealing her attractive figure. At the same time, she used makeup to give her skin a sickly pale look, as if she hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Her lips were painted very red, forming a stark contrast with her skin. This made Jenna look more like a vampire, with her charm mainly concentrated on the intricateness of her features and overall beauty, rather than sexual attraction. So it can be done this way. Not bad. Vampire Jenna is beautiful too. Franca smiled as she examined her for a few moments until Jenna hesitated for a moment before asking, "What important intelligence did you obtain?" Franca sat back in the armchair, crossed her legs, and explained the Harrison situation in detail. Jenna, already seated in the single sofa, wasn't as excited as Franca. After all, she knew too little to experience that deep and complex emotion. She pondered for a moment and said, "At this point in time, Harrison is suspected to be cooperating with the mirror people. Is this also part of the vortex?" "It's possible." Franca nodded heavily and mumbled, "Why hasn't Lumion arrived yet?" "He went out." Jenna paused before saying, "Probably." Franca blurted out in surprise, "How do you know?" Jenna smiled and answered, "He told me yesterday that his first step in taming Ludwig was to assign him homework related to food, which required Ludwig to go out and complete on his own." According to you, it's like creating a food guide for Trier meat pie. Gradually ramping up the gaslighting, huh? Franca muttered, "Did you discuss this when you left yesterday?" "He plans to follow Ludwig. He's afraid Ludwig might converge with other believers of the devouring whirlpool, and Lugano is only sequence 7, unable to stop it." Jenna first briefly explained Lumion's concerns. Then her eyes flickered slightly as she said, "This should only be one of the reasons. Are there other reasons?" Franca tucked her hair and tried to understand the hunter's countless hidden intentions. A smile appeared on Jenna's face. "Yes, although he didn't say it, that's what I think. His hidden purpose should be to engage in his favorite activity, fishing." Franca was enlightened. Using Ludwig to fish for other believers of the devouring whirlpool? Jenna nodded and further added, "Judging from the style of Overseer Pearl, no matter what plans the brokers make, they will most likely gather different forces and people through covert transactions, maximizing the advantages of their own pathway. So, there's a good chance that believers of the devouring whirlpool and other heretics have been brought onto the vortex plan. If we can catch higher-level believers of the devouring whirlpool, we might be able to further understand the situation of the vortex matter and discover its key points." Franca inwardly hissed. This is Lumion's style. On the surface he's training Ludwig, but in reality he's fishing for heretics, investigating the vortex matter. The most infuriating thing is, his surface goal is indeed very real and important. After this exclamation, Franca looked at Jenna and praised with a smile, "You're getting smarter and smarter. Damn it, when you suddenly praise me like this, I don't know whether to accept it gracefully or be modest." If it were Lumion, he would definitely say, "You've barely caught up to my train of thought." The latter half of Jenna's sentence imitated Lumion's tone. Franca pondered for a moment, her lips slowly curling into a smile. Fishing is indeed a good method. We can use the same approach to find Harrison. Harrison has a deep understanding and very sinister application of death, and is also looking for scenarios closely related to death, darkness, dusk, and other such powers. Does this mean he can be converged by beyonders of these pathways? This could be convergence from high-ranking individuals, and should also include certain special convergences, such as the underworld Taoist seal on Lumion, or the Samaritan women's spring. Amandina's power comes directly from the underworld Taoist, and the underworld Taoist seems to possess powers of death, darkness, and dusk simultaneously. Amandina might be able to converge on Harrison as well. At this point, Franca's eyes became exceptionally bright. I choose all of the above. Once Lumion's condition stabilizes, we'll have him take Amandina to the Samaritan women's spring to meet the underworld Taoist. We'll ambush nearby to see if Harrison will converge. Quartier de la République, Rue Richelieu. Standing in the shadows at the side of the street, Lumion rubbed his nose, feeling as if aromantic scent still lingered. The emotions and desires he had accumulated since becoming an ascetic were finally released to a large extent through last night's events, making his condition quite good. But his mood was very heavy, stemming both from feeling torn and guilty, as well as concern for others' feelings. True pleasure indeed makes one want to indulge, just want to. But it really does bring pain. Damn it. I'll go back and mock Jenna harshly to vent these emotions. Lumion exhaled slowly, turning his gaze towards Ludwig, who was savoring a red fish hot beef pie not far away. Ludwig had finished eating the red fish hot beef pie in his hand. He squatted in front of a street bench, took out a pen and a notebook from his red hard book bag, and began writing his post-meal impressions with focus and seriousness. Watching in the shadows, Lumion pursed his lips. You say you're afraid, but your body instinctively repeats the habits formed in the Church of Knowledge. If there weren't so many exams and studies, you might have become a qualified believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. While mocking Ludwig, Lumion surveyed the surrounding citizens. His gaze passed over a young man quietly reading a book in the cafe across the street, over a middle-aged scholar standing at the intersection observing passers-by and carriages without crossing, and landed on a painter who had set up his easel under an Intis parasol tree, blankly painting the street scene. Lumion left the shadows, walked a few steps, and came to stand behind the painter, peering at his work like the previous passers-by. The painting was ordinary, and he didn't detect any supernatural powers. Lumion continued walking, inwardly sighing. It seems to be a normal painter for now, just with a somewhat off mental state. Is this what Trier's painters are like? Sometimes they seem more like heretics than actual heretics. In Trier, it's too difficult to identify heretics based on behavioral abnormalities. As Franca would say, many citizens' mental states are quite beautiful. In this matter, Fourth Epoch Trier and the overall seal are half responsible, and they themselves are responsible for the other half. As Lumion was thinking, he saw a completely naked man walking towards him, with the only piece of cloth on him being a black top hat positioned in front of his lower abdomen. This man walked with his head held high, looking around proudly, not at all embarrassed by his current appearance, as if he had done something very worthy of pride. After passing Lumion by 7 or 8 meters, his palm was suddenly scalded. He instinctively withdrew his hand and saw that his black top hat had burst into bright red flames, slowly falling to the ground. He lost his last piece of cover. Lumion, his back to him as he continued forward, silently moved his lips. You're welcome. Just letting you show off more thoroughly. You dare to streak with just that little bit? Next time, I'll send you to the new city of Silver for a free tour. Lumion walked on with his hands in his pockets, stepping into the shadows, and turned his attention back to Ludwig. He had been following for a long time but still hadn't found anyone suspicious of being a devouring whirlpool believer. However, considering that since knowing Ludwig, the little boy had never converged with heretics of the same pathway, Lumion suspected that the seal on him must have some restrictions on this. Otherwise, with an evil deity's angel running around everywhere, who knows how many mystical disasters would have been triggered by now. There might be another reason. Many evil deities bestowed, even if they've gained godhood, can disguise themselves as normal humans as long as they haven't lost control or gone half-mad. But those of the devouring whirlpool might not be able to. Ludwig, not yet recovered to depriver, can already eat so much in one meal. The corresponding sequence for demigod, even without letting loose their appetite, would surely have an eating capacity that would alarm the purifiers and machinery hive mind. Forget it, the main purpose is to tame Ludwig anyway. Fishing out other believers of the devouring whirlpool is just an additional idea. It doesn't matter if I don't find any. Lumion had been watching for so long but hadn't found any citizens with problematic eating behaviors. After receiving Franca's second letter, Lumion arrived at apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai after dinner. Jenna had arrived 2 or 3 minutes earlier, still wearing vampire makeup and dressed in an old-fashioned, conservative black robe. Lumion glanced at Jenna, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Seeing this, Jenna immediately raised her chin slightly and said, "Were you going to mock my current appearance?" Lumion chuckled and said, "I just recalled a joke. Once there was a duke who, in order to whiten his skin, followed the advice of a quack doctor and took arsenic-containing pills for a long time. He did successfully improve his complexion, but he also experienced a side effect. He died." "Where did you read that joke?" Jenna asked curiously. "In Ghostface. Not long before I saw that joke, a guest at the Auberge du Coq d'Or told me, you can make your face look rosy and healthy by slapping your cheeks to help find a job more easily." Lumion laughed. "You coarse-haired folks need to read more books and magazines. Don't be illiterate, or you'll be looked down upon by the clergy of the Church of Knowledge. I just wanted you to act normal and wait for an opportunity, not keep mocking." Jenna suddenly felt an urge to grind her teeth. "Do you think I'm like you? Having not even finished compulsory education." At this point, Jenna trailed off. Meanwhile, Franca, who had been furtively writing something at the coffee table, stood up and said, "You too. Don't lose sight of the important matters." Lumion, who already knew from the second letter about Harrison the visitor from Resurrection Island reappearing and Franca wanting to quickly take Amandina to the edge of the Samaritan women's spring area, nodded gently and said, "My condition has basically recovered." That was fast. Franca was a bit surprised. Jenna's gaze briefly shifted away before returning to Lumion as she nodded slightly and said, "Indeed. Faster than I expected." Lumion sked. "Isn't that a good thing? We can ask Amandina about her thoughts right now." Franca excitedly moved to take out the ice amulet. Before coming over, Lumion had already burned the independent space containing Black Tear for over half an hour. He took out this Grade 1 sealed artifact level 1. "Let's use this. LT won't consume any charges." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the full-length mirror in the living room, the glass windows revealing the night, and the metal surface decorations. Using Black Tear's mirror magic, he found no abnormalities in these reflective objects and didn't sense any gazes directed at them from within. He then tossed Black Tear to Franca, giving a slight nod to indicate that the demoness of Black likely wasn't watching them at the moment. "I've written down everything I want to tell Amandina to prevent eavesdropping." Franca put on Black Tear, held the letter paper in her hand, covered it with black flames, and pressed it into the glass surface of the full-length mirror in the living room. She needed to act quickly and finish this before Black Tear's negative effects took hold. South Continent, Matani, Port Pilas. Amandina lit the gas wall lamp and sat at her desk, once again reading the mysticism materials provided by Miss Franca. Each time she read this knowledge, she was genuinely surprised, respectful, longing, and fearful. Over the past 2 to 3 weeks, she had met with her acquaintances from the patrol team several times and attended 2 mystical studies gatherings. She discovered that the mysticism knowledge recorded in these materials was actually unknown to the vast majority of Beyonders, whether official or not. This is truly a gift. Just as Amandina had this thought, she saw the dressing mirror given to her by Miss Franca, which she had specially placed nearby, become dark and ripple with an aqueous light. Within the aqueous light, Intisian characters were outlined. Lam Franca. Lumion has returned. He asked me to inquire when you plan to come to Trier. He will take you to the area where that shadow might appear. Louis Barry has returned to Trier. Amandina thought for a few seconds, then said to the mirror, "Tonight works." She had originally planned not to see anyone tonight, to focus on studying the remaining mysticism knowledge. She had already instructed her maid in advance and locked her bedroom door. As soon as Amandina gave her answer, Franca's slightly urgent voice came from the mirror. "Put your hand on the mirror." Feeling a bit nervous yet quite excited and curious, Amandina reached her palm towards the surface of the dressing mirror. She felt the hard, cold glass lose its solid feel, like a layer of water without temperature. Amandina's right hand passed completely through the glass surface, and suddenly a terrifying suction force erupted from within. Her entire body was yanked in, falling into a dark, empty tunnel, plummeting towards the end of a vortex. Before Amandina could react, she felt dizzy and disoriented. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in a small living room, facing Miss Franca, whom she had met before. This lady was as beautiful as last time, and with the closer distance and no mirror barrier, her charm was clearly stronger, making even Amandina, a woman, feel a bit embarrassed to look too much but unable to resist. As Amandina's gaze moved, she saw a beautiful woman with pale skin and bright red lips who looked more girlish, and Lumian Lee sitting in an armchair, wearing a shirt and jacket, with his right foot crossed over his left leg. Are all the women around this guy so beautiful? He seems to have become a bit more handsome. Amandina suddenly felt a little insecure about her own appearance. She then looked around, examining this unfamiliar place. Meanwhile, Franca quickly removed Black Tear and tossed it back to Lumian. How amazing! Amandina finally came to her senses and asked with sparkling eyes, "Did I come here through the mirror? Is this Trier?" Lumian tucked Black Tear back into that separate space in the traveler's bag and smiled as he corrected, "It was through the mirror world." Mirror world. Amandina pondered this term. Then, "Do I have a way to travel to different places through the mirror world like you?" Lumian scoffed. "Don't you know that non-adjacent pathways can't be interchanged? Don't you know about the existence of mystical items?" As he spoke, Lumian stood up and walked towards the door. "We're leaving now. Aren't they coming?" Amandina pointed at Franca and Jenna. She hadn't even had a chance to exchange pleasantries yet. "No need." Lumian opened the front door. Inside a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage, Amandina sat across from Lumian, excitedly looking out at the Intis parasol trees along the road, the still brightly lit shops, the magnificent arcaded streets, gentlemen and ladies walking their turtles, and some citizens in strange attire. She sincerely praised, "Trier truly lives up to its reputation. It's even more wonderful than I imagined. I hope you won't take back that assessment after staying here for a while." Lumian wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but there were so many things worth mocking about Trier that he couldn't find the most representative one at the moment, so he could only respond to Amandina in this way. Amandina turned her gaze away from the carriage window, saying with some regret, "It's a pity I have to return to Port Pilus at dawn." She planned to apply for entrance exams to some universities in Trier after graduating from grammar school. Amandina glanced at the coachman's seat in front, and lowered her voice to ask Lumian, "Why don't we just teleport there directly?" Lumian smiled leisurely. "You're a guest. Of course I should show you around Trier." Amandina scrutinized Lumian for a moment. "I feel like you're deceiving me." "Your feeling is not wrong." Lumian laughed without concealing anything. "Going slowly allows the law of beyonder characteristics convergence to take effect." If he had teleported with Amandina to the entrance of the underground catacombs and rushed to the Samaritan women's spring at the fastest speed to complete what needed to be done, Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island, might not have reacted in time, might not have been affected by the law of convergence, and might not have made the decision to sneak into the Samaritan women's spring again at night. Everything would have ended without achieving the expected goal. He had to leave enough time for the law of beyonder characteristics convergence to take effect. Sometimes, slow and steady wins the race. What are you trying to converge with?" Amandina, having witnessed Lumien's performance during the Dream Festival, became nervous all of a sudden. A target I'm currently tracking. Lumien leaned back against the carriage wall and answered with a smile. Don't worry, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. Hearing this, Amandina quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Louis Barry was indeed a trustworthy person. He had fulfilled all the promises he made. What she didn't know was that if Franca or Jenna were here, they would definitely ask in return. Is only safety guaranteed? Won't there be any injuries, torture, or impacts on the mind and spirit during the process? Amandina glanced at the coachman's seat again through the carriage wall and said softly, Aren't you afraid the coachman will overhear what you're saying? You weren't lowering your voice at all just now. Lumien chuckled. He can't hear us. Amandina was stunned for a moment, trying to understand with her mysticism knowledge. Did you quickly create a wall of spirituality? You can think of it that way. Lumien couldn't be bothered to explain to Amandina what a bottle of fiction was. Amandina relaxed and asked with a smile, Are those two ladies just now your lovers? Lumien let out a derisive snort. Shouldn't you ask that question in front of them? That would be so embarrassing. They would definitely get angry. Amandina's emotional intelligence was quite good. And I wouldn't get angry? Lumien asked amusedly. Amandina giggled. You don't seem like someone who would get angry over something like this. She suddenly pointed out the window. Is that the Trier Normal University? Your technique for changing the subject is quite clumsy. Lumien mocked Amandina without mercy. And so, the four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage arrived at Place du Purgatory at a normal speed. As Lumien descended the stairs, he took out a white candle and tossed it to Amandina, telling her about the various taboos inside the underground catacombs. Amandina listened very carefully and lit one of the candles by rubbing it with spirituality. I've seen some of these in magazines, but never as detailed as what you've told me today. Do these taboos really have to be followed? What happens if they're not followed? For example, what if I hadn't lit a candle? As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the giant stone archway inscribed with the warning, Stop! The Death Empire lies ahead. The catacombs administrator behind the door, with graying hair and wearing a blue vest and yellow trousers, glanced at Lumien but did not stop the two from entering the underground catacombs at night. Lumien looked straight ahead, walking forward through the piles of skeletons along the sides of the path, and said in a calm tone, In that case, you would disappear from this world. Your parents would forget they had such a daughter, your former fiancé would forget he once had such a fiancé, your friends would forget you, your servants would forget you, and perhaps only I would remember you. Although Amandina was a Beyonder equivalent to Sequence 7 and had witnessed some of the tragedies that occurred during the Dream Festival, and her former fiancé was particularly skilled at summoning the dead, being in the underground catacombs a gloomy, dark place full of skeletons and permeated with the aura of death, she couldn't help but feel a bit frightened and uneasy. This, combined with Lumien's explanation, made the hair on the back of her neck stand up, and she gripped the white candle even tighter. The first time I entered the underground catacombs, I thought this was truly a perfect place for telling horror stories. Unfortunately, until now, such opportunities have been rare. A smile appeared on Lumien's face. Amandina was stunned for a moment. Were you just telling a horror story? Yes. And the most terrifying part of this horror story is that every word of it is true, Lumien replied with a smile. Underther. Amandina was scared once again. She quickened her pace, afraid of being left behind by Lumien. As the two made their way to the fourth level of the underground catacombs, there were no shortage of skeletons suddenly moving, trying to trip Amandina, nearly causing the young lady to cry out in alarm. Finally, Lumien led Amandina to the huge, decaying, and mottled tomb chamber that housed the Samaritan women's spring. He looked left and right and silently said to himself, We didn't encounter the shadow resembling Chris Mona this time. Was she wandering around the fourth level of the catacombs before to find a female demoness, and no longer has such an obsession after achieving her goal? Lumien shifted his gaze back and tossed a mirror to Amandina. Hold this and wait for me here. Wait here. Amandina looked around, slightly panicked. The surroundings were pitch black, with numerous tombs, decaying and dilapidated, with unknown things lurking in the shadows. "It'll be quick." Lumion didn't offer any comfort, but went straight through the half-open stone door into the tomb chamber. After walking a few steps, he encountered the deeply wrinkled catacombs administrator, who looked more like a corpse than a living person. The elderly administrator, also wearing a blue vest and yellow trousers, did not stop Lumion but stood silently in place, allowing him to pass. After reaching the gentle downward slope, Lumion took out a mirror and the black tear accessory that had been burned for over half an hour from the traveler's bag. Outside the huge tomb chamber, Amandina saw Lumion's face appear on the surface of the mirror by the yellowish light of the white candle, and heard his voice. "Press your hand against the mirror." With experience, Amandina quickly pressed her hand holding the white candle against the mirror surface. Again, she passed through the familiar cold water flow, experienced the familiar terrifying suction force and weightless falling sensation, and soon found herself appearing beside Lumion. Lumion put away the black tear and the mirror, pointing to the depths of the slope. "It's down there." In the gap between two ancient tomb chambers, 20 to 30 meters away from the huge tomb chamber housing the Samaritan women's spring. Franca, holding a white candle, carefully peeked out and glanced towards the target location. She then withdrew and muttered to Jenna, "This candle is really annoying. We can't hide well at all. How are we supposed to ambush Harrison like this?" The dim yellow light of the white candle was quite conspicuous in the deep, pure darkness. Jenna looked at Franca and smiled. "It works both ways. Harrison also can't approach silently without us noticing. Besides, hiding in this corner can effectively reduce the impact of the candlelight. It won't travel that far." Franca knew all this and was just complaining casually. She suddenly remembered something and asked with a twitching corner of her mouth, "Have you seen Anthony?" Jenna was also stunned. At this moment, Anthony's voice came from outside the gap. "I've been here all along." Along with his voice, Franca and Jenna finally saw their companion. He was standing openly on the path outside, holding a lit white candle, and the two demonesses hadn't noticed him before. "Psychological invisibility is really great," Franca praised enviously. Psychological invisibility worked on a completely different principle from other invisibility abilities. LT mainly involved placing oneself in the psychological blind spots and cognitive dead angles of the surrounding people, making them ignore the situation here. Therefore, whether Anthony was holding a lit candle or not did not affect his ability to become invisible. Anthony simply replied, "Candlelight is a powerful attention-drawing element here. It also reduces the effectiveness of my psychological invisibility. I need to be very focused to maintain it." Franca and Jenna stopped talking and hid in the gap between the tomb chambers, listening to the sounds around them. In front of the faintly contracting and expanding thin grayish-white fog, Lumion once again examined his own state. That cold emanating from within his heart occupied his body, causing most of his emotions and desires to wither, but the malice and irritability resulting from the negative effects of the contract still existed and were growing stronger. He was in a very good state now, having endured without much reliance on the abilities of the ascetic. Amandina had a similar reaction, one side of her face turning deathly pale from the freeze, while she gritted her teeth to prevent an unfamiliar version of herself from emerging. Lumion grabbed her arm and extended his left palm, holding the white candle towards the grayish-white fog. As his chest warmed, the two successfully walked into the mist. Everything became even more silent. Lumion let go of her hand, pressed his left chest, silently praised Mr. Fool, then led Amandina towards the bottom of the slope through the grayish-white fog. The further Amandina walked, the more uncomfortable she became with her current state. The icy coldness emanating from within made her feel as if she had already died and become a corpse, while it seemed like another version of herself inside her body was trying to tear its way out. "Shall we go back?" she hesitantly said to Lumion. "We're almost at our destination." Lumion pointed in the direction where the faint, illusory sound of water could barely be heard, then added, "If you really decide to go back now, I can fulfill your request. Amandina hesitated for a few seconds. We're already at the edge. Wouldn't it be a waste to go back now? Lumion chuckled. Don't worry. If it really gets to the point where we can't bear it, I'll definitely run faster than you. You saying that makes me even more worried. Amandina replied softly. Lumion continued forward, thinking for a moment before saying, when I tell you to close your eyes, close them. When I tell you to open them immediately. All right. In such an environment, Amandina could only choose to trust Lumion. Soon, the gray fog in front of them became very thin, revealing a spring the size of a pond. Pale white water flowed in the spring, surrounded by deep, dark objects of indescribable color. Amandina saw wet, seaweed-like black hair floating in the water, and at the bottom, there seemed to be multiple faint figures hidden, struggling as if they had just drowned and were trying to crawl out. At the same time, she noticed a lady wandering beside the spring water, wearing a white robe with black hair, exquisitely perfect features, and a holy aura that seemed out of place in the catacombs. Amandina was immediately attracted, and if it weren't for the lady's blank and cold gaze, lacking necessary charm, and if the spring water hadn't suddenly retracted into a pitch-black hole that light couldn't penetrate, she might have been unable to pull herself away. Lumion also saw Crismona's figure, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. I could bring Jenna here to meet Amandina directly, without having to wait until an advancement every time. The Crismona here is more like a wandering ghost, bound to the area around the Samaritan women's spring. Whether she can communicate normally, whether she would indiscriminately attack approaching demonesses, whether this would cause any abnormalities is still unknown. I need to find a way to confirm before bringing Jenna in. Seeing that Crismona's shadow didn't even glance at him, Lumion turned his head to Amandina and said, You can close your eyes now. Okay. Amandina felt a certain fear and obediently closed her eyes. Lumion then took 2 steps forward, reaching the edge of the Samaritan women's spring. The next second, Amandina heard the sound of gushing spring water and felt a violent, frenzied aura descend upon her. She couldn't help but tremble, her knees weakening. At the same time, she had hallucinations, believing that multiple figures were approaching her, each extremely terrifying, the kind that would cause nightmares if seen and lead to a tragic death if encountered. Amandina cried out in fear, Let's go back! I want to go back! As she screamed, the violent and frenzied aura subsided, and the multiple figures in her hallucination retreated. She heard Lumion's deep voice in her ear. You can open your eyes now. Amandina broke free from the extreme fear, relaxing a little. She didn't hesitate and opened her eyes. She saw that familiar figure, wearing a strange, rust-spotted iron crown, skin as crystalline as jade, with a white beard gently floating, already quite elderly. At this moment, the old man's figure was sitting cross-legged at the deep hole, which was violently shaking as if some unknown entity was trying to squeeze out. Amandina's gaze fell on those deep eyes that seemed like the night sky. Her thoughts suddenly became blurred, as if she saw a rotting, pus-oozing hand with strange feathers reaching out and pressing on her head. She also heard an old, blank, cold, and hollow voice ringing in her ear. But she couldn't understand what the voice was saying. After an unknown amount of time, Amandina came to her senses. The old man's figure was no longer in her sight, only the dark soil that had lost the pale white spring water, and Lumion crouching beside the spring, holding a small golden bottle to collect the seeping water droplets. Of course, Lumion and the others had reported Amandina's situation to the major arcana card holders before daring to bring her into the area around the Samaritan women's spring, and Madam Magician had also asked him to collect some more spring water. What's the use of this water? Amandina, no longer so nervous and scared, asked curiously. If you make your enemy drink it, they will die instantly, Lumion patronizingly replied. Amandina's eyes lit up, but she asked in confusion, But how can I make my enemy drink it? Lumion put away the small golden bottle, stood up and said, What did you see just now? What did you experience? Amandina recalled and recounted all the details, then self-examined. But I couldn't understand what was being said. The pronunciation was, "It seems like I've gained a new ability. I can placate souls, calm emotions and desires." Lumion carefully remembered the few pronunciations Amandina had relayed, walked back to the young lady's side and said, "You've received a new boon, Soul Assurer." "Yes." Amandina smiled. "I feel like my body has even changed a little." Lumion chuckled. "Maybe you'll slowly grow a white beard, develop wrinkles. I've heard that boons gradually make the Blessed Ones resemble the high-level beings who granted them power, both mentally and physically." Amandina was startled. "Can I not have that? Try consuming corresponding pathway potions to see if it can counteract it," Lumion said as he passed by Amandina and walked up the slope leading to the tomb chamber. Amandina followed closely behind, lost in thought. Even until Lumion and Amandina left the underground catacombs, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had not encountered Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island. "He didn't show up?" Franca frowned and said, "Was my deduction wrong? Is relying on the traits of characteristics alone not enough to achieve such powerful convergence? Or is it that only angel-level high-sequence beyonders can actively utilize the law of convergence?" Jenna's eyes shifted slightly as she thought for a moment before saying, "Maybe Harrison can sense this deliberate convergence and actively avoided it. Maybe he's not from the death, darkness, or twilight pathways. He has a deep understanding of death and is pursuing corresponding things and scenes, but that doesn't mean he's a beyonder of these pathways. What if he's a scholar studying death?" "It's possible," Franca sighed. "Let's wait 5 more minutes. Then we'll go after Lumion and Amandina." Even until they all gathered at 9 Rue Orosai apartment 702. Harrison from Resurrection Island still hadn't appeared. "Thank you all. I can provide help for you now," Amandina said, looking at Franca. Franca looked at the young girl who appeared somewhat tired from her terrifying experience and smiled, saying, "There's no rush. You should go back first. Once you've adapted to your newly gained power and regained your body's balance, we'll come again. Besides, it's quite convenient to travel from Port Pilus to Trier." "How is it convenient?" "Without using the mirror world or teleportation, it might take 2 or 3 months to arrive." Amandina grumbled silently, but accepted Franca's suggestion. Then she was sent back by Lumion and the others using black tear to the mirror Franca had given her, and she emerged from it. At this moment, it was still night outside, with servants occasionally passing by in the corridor. Looking at her familiar bedroom, at the fountain pen on the desk and the pile of books, Amandina suddenly felt as if she had been away for many days and experienced too many things. But it had only been half a night. In this half-night, she had completed a round trip using the mirror world, toured the prosperous Trier that was farther than any distant place, explored the underground catacombs featured in magazines, and witnessed the terrifying area around the Samaritan Women's Spring. After savoring the experience for a while, Amandina sincerely sighed. How amazing! A marvelous journey! Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, Lumion tried to repeat the sounds Amandina had heard. Franca listened intently, hesitating before saying, "It seems to be careful, Panglai. Be careful of Panglai? The Panglai divine mountain mentioned by the armored shadow? This doesn't have much practical meaning for us," Lumion said thoughtfully. Jenna and Anthony both nodded. "Indeed." Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. "But we've at least achieved one of our goals. In a few days, we can bring Amandina to summon Armored Shadow." At that time, she planned to first try asking if it could understand the meaning of the text on Mr. Starr's information. Just thinking about it was quite exciting. After chatting idly for a while, Anthony, seeing that it was getting late, bid farewell and left to return to his own home. Jenna looked at Franca pacing back and forth, then turned to Lumion and quietly pointed at herself. Lumion slowly shook his head and pointed at himself. After exchanging glances several times, Jenna, wearing her vampire makeup, pursed her lips and said to Franca, "I'll make a move first. Franca didn't say much, as she wanted to talk to Lumion alone about those ancient texts and the curly-haired baboons research society. After Jenna left, She sat down in the armchair and comfortably stretched her limbs. She glanced at Lumion and asked curiously, "Why don't you sit down?" Lumion looked at Franca, unable to hold back another sigh. "I have something to tell you." Franca scrutinized Lumion's expression suspiciously. "Are you playing a prank? You're the type of person who would warn everyone in a joking tone even if a disaster was about to happen. No, you're serious? Is it something very serious?" Lumion had already used black tear to sense the various mirrors in the room, roughly confirming that the demoness of black wasn't watching. He looked at Franca, instinctively wanting to force a smile to make himself seem a bit more relaxed, but he couldn't manage it. Franca unconsciously sat up straight. Lumion spoke in a low voice. "Jenna asked me to help her digest the pleasure potion." Franca was initially stunned. Then her expression turned to one of obvious shock. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, but her red lips quivered uncontrollably. Her face gradually turned pale, and her eyes flickered between emptiness and confusion. Lumion quietly watched Franca without saying a word. After a while, Franca asked hoarsely and with difficulty, "You agreed?" Her voice sounded like it was being squeezed out of her throat, her eyes holding a glimmer of hope. Lumion nodded slowly. The light in Franca's eyes dimmed instantly. She lowered her head bit by bit, staring at her legs resting on the armchair. After a few seconds, she muttered as if in a dream, "I knew. Jenna's affection and regard for me were never love. I was just fantasizing that she couldn't find anyone suitable to help digest the pleasure potion and had to reluctantly choose me. And maybe, over time, physical entanglement would lead to emotional closeness. I knew. Jenna was in a hurry to digest the potion because her brother would soon return to try her. I knew. The female demoness path is very dangerous. Jenna is very aware of this too. I knew. Her sexual orientation is men. I knew. She's decisive and good at making bold moves. Lean accept Jenna choosing someone else. I can accept that she likes someone else. She's free. She's independent. She's not my appendage. Just because I like her doesn't mean she must like me or can't get close to others. I've been mentally preparing myself for this. Even comforting myself that maybe this could help me digest the affliction potion. But, Franca suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with anger. Why you? Damn it, why you? Lumion felt like he was being stared at by a beautiful yet dangerous leopard. But he remained silent. The answer didn't need to be spoken. It had already been spoken. Franca and Lumion locked eyes, her gaze gradually turning sorrowful. She laughed at herself bitterly, then asked in frustration and anger, "Why did you agree?" "For two reasons, one superficial and one real. Which do you want to hear?" Lumion replied with a bitter smile. "I want to hear both," Franca said without hesitation, her voice firm. She stood up, trying to make herself appear more imposing. Lumion sighed and said, "The superficial reason is that Jenna had already come to me. Whether I refused or avoided her, it would hurt her, affect her state, and leave hidden dangers. If I agreed to help her, it would hurt you. I had to choose the option where the aftermath was relatively easier to deal with. You are optimistic and have a good nature. You should be able to gradually let go. Damn it. So because I have a good nature, I deserve to be bullied." Franca interrupted angrily, laughing bitterly. She walked to the window, placing her hands on the window frame, staring at the night outside as if to calm herself down. Lumion came up beside her, also gazing into the deep night. After a few seconds, without turning her head, Franca asked, as if talking to herself, "And the real reason?" Lumion was silent for a moment before saying, "From the moment you didn't want to lose your image in front of someone you truly loved, at the moment you began digesting the pleasure potion and Jenna took the initiative to approach you, your relationship entered a vortex, spiraling downward, and sooner or later it would erupt. The longer it dragged on, the more hurtful and severe the consequences. It's better to have a conclusion sooner. For me, the optimal choice in this matter would actually be to delay until preparations for the Iron-Blooded Knight advancement ritual were complete. If things went smoothly, that would only be a matter of 3 or 4 weeks. By then, I would have gained godhood, becoming a demigod of sequence 4. Whatever emotional issues you two had, it wouldn't affect me even if it completely shattered our team's harmony and unity. Even if the subsequent sequence 3 also required a team, I would have enough time to reorganize. Franca listened quietly, then turned her head to look at Lumien's face. And your emotions? Lumien gazed into the darkness outside, remaining silent. Franca followed suit, remaining silent for a while before saying expressionlessly, "You should go now. I'm a mess. I want some peace." Lumien hesitated, not moving. Seeing this, Franca said with a complex smile, "Don't worry. I won't leave. I still have a mission." "Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want me to beat you up?" "Let me tell you, once I figure things out, I might end up like that demoness in Morora and cut off your manhood. Anyway, you can grow it back. I'll cut it every day. Go on, get out. Get lost." Seeing Franca's emotions gradually intensify and her grabbing something to throw at him, Lumien sighed softly, walked towards the door, opened it, and stepped into the stairwell. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut echoed behind him. Lumien descended the stairs and soon saw Jenna standing silently in the shadows. She hadn't really left. She had been waiting quietly in the building, head slightly lowered. "How did it go?" Jenna raised her head, asking Lumien. Lumien recounted his conversation with Franca and her reactions, focusing on the key points. Jenna pursed her lips and said to Lumien, "You should go back. I'll wait outside in case of any accidents." Lumien glanced back at the dark hallway, then said, "I'll wait here too." Jenna shook her head. "One person is enough. If she calms down, she might want to talk to me. Your presence might provoke her further." After a moment of thought, Lumien said, "Okay." He looked at Jenna's deep eyes, filled with a hint of pain, and sighed, saying, "In this world, most people are selfish most of the time. Like you." Lumien paused and pointed at himself. "And like me." Jenna's gaze softened a bit, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. "Sometimes, I really want to drag you into the abyss with me." Returning to his rented apartment, Lumien lay on his bed, staring at the dark ceiling, unable to sleep. He didn't want to rely on cogitation to calm himself down either. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly had a premonition and sat up abruptly, directing his gaze towards the bedroom window. With a creak, the window opened and Franca, wearing a woman's shirt and fitted trousers but sporting fuzzy slippers, jumped in. In the crimson moonlight, her eyes appeared red, and she held a dagger in her hand. "Thanks to you, I've digested quite a bit of the affliction potion," Franca said through gritted teeth, looking at Lumien sitting on the bed. "Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Lumien stared at Franca's face for a few seconds, his gaze slowly shifting to the dagger in her hand. He waited for Franca to continue speaking. Franca ground her teeth and said, "I can accept Jenna making this choice. Although I would be sad, sorrowful, and in pain, I am willing to accept it and even encourage her. But you hurt your bro. You should be cut into pieces for this. Do you know how much this hurt me? We were so close, so in sync, always thinking of each other. Why did you break this beautiful state? You ended up making me feel abandoned, like you two are close and intimate, while I'm left out, the unnecessary one. I feel betrayed." As she spoke, the gnashing tone in Franca's voice diminished, and a trace of confusion appeared in her voice. She paused, then threw the dagger, which embedded itself accurately in Lumien's bed. Franca then took 2 steps forward, glaring at Lumien. "You now have 2 choices. One, as I said before, if you dare touch Jenna, I'll make you drink the witch potion and turn you into a woman. Now, your choice is to switch pathways and become a demoness of despair. 2, I screw you, or you screw Mel." Lumien had anticipated many possible developments, but he hadn't expected these choices. Seeing his shocked, bewildered expression, Franca added angrily, "I want to join you too. Lumian finally said a word, carefully observing Franca's state. After speaking, Franca let out a long sigh, revealing her usual smile. Let me ask you, do you, care about me? Yes, Lumian answered without hesitation. Franca nodded in satisfaction. Do you care about Jenna? Yes. Lumian also didn't hesitate. Franca pursed her lips and asked further, does Jenna care about you? Yes. Lumian had no doubts. Franca then asked, do I care about you? Yes. Lumian nodded solemnly. Franca continued, and do I care about Jenna? Very much. Lumian added an adjective. Franca hesitated and asked again, and does Jenna care about me? Very much. You're her family and her best friend. Lumian answered seriously. Franca then raised her hand slightly. There you have it. We all care about each other, and we never know when we might die suddenly. So let's stay together. No one abandons anyone. It's just sleeping together. Love is a pain in the ass. To hell with love. Lumian was rendered speechless for a moment. He looked at Franca and sincerely remarked, you look quite beautiful in your current state of mind. Franca chuckled. What else would I be doing? As she said this, she suddenly half-turned her head and looked to the side, her voice growing louder. Should I give up? Should I leave? Tears, long in the making, slowly trickled down her cheeks. Lumian remained silent. After a few seconds, Franca turned her head back, her gaze deep as she looked at Lumian. In a hoarse voice, she said, because in this world, you two are the most important people to me. The only two. Under the crimson moonlight, her face was already streaked with tears. Seeing the sparkling tears and streaks on Franca's face, Lumian suddenly thought of his sister Aurora. He recalled the loneliness that always emanated from her when she gazed at the stars from the rooftop. He also remembered the life he and Aurora had depended on each other in Cordu, the excruciating pain when his sister died and Cordu was destroyed, and the self-destructive impulses he had when he first arrived in Trier. Overcoming those emotions and rebuilding his social connections had started with Franca, Jenna, Charlie, and many tenants at the Aubaire's du Coq d'Or. In this world, there aren't many people I care about anymore. Lumian sighed deeply. Back in Morora, he had engaged in mutual scheming against Julie, Albus Medici, and the others. Even when facing various dangers and conspiracies, he hadn't sighed as much as he had in the past few days. He often felt so troubled that he wanted to burn the world down. Franca's words had struck a chord in him. He already knew what his answer would be, but he wanted to struggle a bit more. Looking at Franca, Lumian said with a bitter smile, caring doesn't have to manifest in that way. Apart from Aurora, you and Jenna are the people I care about most. Franca shook her head without hesitation. No way. I would feel resentful like an outsider. You agreed to Jenna, so you have to agree to me too. Once you started this, you can't take it back. You should have realized this when you made that decision. If you don't balance the bowl filled with water, it will spill out. As the leader of a team, you must remember 3 things when dealing with each member. Fairness, and damn fairness. But for this kind of matter, Lumian responded instinctively, if Anthony wants to sleep with me, do I have to agree too? You must agree. Franca walked to the bed and looked down at Lumian sitting there, her voice fierce. Who told you to sleep with Jenna first? Unless Anthony doesn't want to or you consider him a dispensable member of the team. Lumian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of strange logic is this? Why does Franca always have so many bizarre ideas? Lumian looked at Franca and said with a bitter smile, is this how you digested the instigator potion? Before Franca could respond, he sighed again. I agree, he added, but I'm only speaking for myself. You'll have to talk to Jenna about it yourself. He was referring to the threesome. Franca's body suddenly swayed, as if she had briefly lost strength. Her expression slowly relaxed, and she said with a chuckle, we'll talk about it later. For now, I just want your agreement. And Jenna and I. Lumian initially wanted to say that he and Jenna had only agreed until the pleasure potion was digested, but he felt it wasn't the right time to say this now. Franca, looking a bit tired, showed a teasing smile. You haven't said which choice you agreed to. I'm more looking forward to you becoming a demoness of despair, or me screwing you. The remaining choice, Lumian answered helplessly. Franca let out a long breath. That works too. She seemed to have lost her hard exterior, looking quite weak. She waved her hand. I'll go rest now. I thought. Lumian was slightly surprised. Franca rolled her eyes at him. What did you think? I've been so shocked and hurt. Feeling down for so long. My emotions and state are all over the place. How could I be in the mood for the deed? You've agreed, so just keep it in mind, and we'll talk about it when I feel better. My mind and spirit need a break too. Lumian sighed silently. After watching Franca leave through the window, disappearing into the night outside, Lumian walked to the bedroom door and opened it. Jenna was quietly sitting in the dark area of the living room. Lumian wasn't surprised by Jenna's appearance. She had been watching Franca's door, and Franca's intense emotions made it hard not to be noticed or followed when she left. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Lumian sighed to Jenna. Jenna stood up, smiling. Although I didn't expect it either, I thought about it for a while and felt like maybe I could accept it. Just you and her. It's much better than I anticipated. What did you anticipate? Lumian quietly sighed with relief. Jenna's eyes held a mix of sadness, guilt, and pain as she said, Franca losing her mind and trying to kill us. I would agree but hide for a while, waiting until I have arranged Julian's future before seeing her again. Lumian looked at Jenna for a few seconds, then sighed. Since your mother's death, you've had quite a bit of self-destructive tendencies. We thought we'd completely helped you overcome them, but it turns out a bit still lingered. Jenna's eyes glistened as she looked at Lumian. Aren't you the same? Lumian met her gaze and after 2 seconds, couldn't help but laugh. Is this a support group for the broken? Yes. Jenna pointed to the door. I'll go talk to Franca. We'll exchange our ailments in a few days. Okay. Lumian nodded gently. Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca lay back in the armchair, her eyes open, gently rocking with the chair's movement. Knock! 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 She heard the knocking and realized someone was outside. In this state, I could easily be assassinated. Franca reflected on herself, stood up, and walked to the door. She could guess who was outside. Sure enough, she saw Jenna with her vampire makeup. Franca opened her mouth, unsure what to say, and just stepped aside to let Jenna in. After Jenna sat on the single sofa, she smiled at Franca, who had returned to the armchair. I heard your conversation with Lumian. Franca's face, which had been somewhat pale, quickly turned red. Embarrassing. How embarrassing. So embarrassing she wanted to crawl into a hole. Jenna laughed softly. Actually, I also looked forward to those other 2 choices more. Franca could only give a sheepish chuckle. Jenna looked at her seriously. I can tell there were other thoughts behind that last choice. Can you tell me what they were? Franca remained silent for a few seconds before speaking up. That bastard Lumian must have told you it was only until the pleasure potion was digested. I know him. As she spoke, Franca felt a bit indignant on Jenna's behalf. Then, she sighed. If I joined now, in this state, Lumian would definitely feel awkward and not set a time limit. For fairness, he shouldn't propose one to you either. Jenna closed her eyes briefly, as if being blown by the wind. She looked at Franca with unusually gentle eyes and said with a bitter smile, but that's just a false realization. I can't deceive myself. False is better than nothing. If it lasts long enough, it might become real. Franca showed a self-mocking smile. For a long time, even knowing it's false is better, it helps us digest the potion. Looking at Jenna, Franca suddenly felt a surge of emotion and had a lot to say. Maybe I'm a coward. I've liked you for a long time, but I've never dared to truly pursue you or express my feelings. I've always been indecisive about this, retreating every day. In the current atmosphere, Franca suddenly found it wasn't hard to say the words, "I like you." This unexpected ease made her even sadder. Jenna looked at Franca without any anger or words. She could feel that what Franca truly wanted to say was yet to come. After a brief pause, Franca clenched her teeth and uttered, "I've been hiding something from you. I was originally a man." "I know," Jenna replied calmly, her eyes showing some encouragement. "The witch potion. You did know." Franca wasn't surprised. She mustered her courage and continued, "There's something else. I am not from this world. I transmigrated from another world. I took over this body." Jenna exclaimed in surprise. "Another world?" A thought suddenly struck her. The one with the underworld Taoist and the celestial master? Having worked together for so long, Franca often forgot whether she had told Jenna about these things. So Jenna knew these terms but didn't understand what they represented, considering them as powerful beings. Yes, and also Resurrection Island. After revealing this secret, Franca felt much lighter. Jenna had a look of sudden realization. "No wonder you were so agitated when you got Harrison's information. So, you understand why I've been eager to summon the armored shadow?" Franca asked nervously. You don't mind that I took someone else's body, do you?" "Why should I mind? Unless it's the Franca I know being replaced," Jenna responded with amusement, clearly expressing her stance. Franca relaxed completely, almost collapsing into the armchair. Jenna thought for a moment and probed. "Lumien's sister and those mysticism gathering attendees with strange code names? Are they from your world too?" "Yes, but I can't tell you more. I can only talk about my part," Franca said with a sigh. "I used to dream of going home, returning to my world. So every time I had the impulse to step towards you, I couldn't help but ask myself, can you bear her future? When there's a chance to go home, would you stay for her? Taking her to an unfamiliar world, wouldn't that be too cruel? Would she be willing to go? Could she go?" Each time I asked those questions, I retreated. I was always so conflicted, never taking any real action. Jenna listened gently, and when Franca finished, she smiled and said, "You're one of the kindest people I've ever met. I'm glad you were with me through the toughest times." She looked at Franca and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you still think about going home now?" Franca fell silent. The crimson moonlight outside had dimmed at some point. After a few seconds, Franca answered in a low voice, "Yes." Hearing Franca's answer, Jenna bit her lip and said, "Was that choice you just made also influenced by this factor?" "Maybe," Franca said with a bitter smile. "I felt that if I didn't do this, there would always be that lingering resentment in my heart. We would definitely grow apart over time. Once the mission is completed, once there's no external force keeping us together, we might just drift apart. But I don't want that. When I left with a dagger just now, I genuinely wanted to castrate Lumien once to vent my anger. But walking in the shadows of the street, the cold wind sobered me up a lot. Then I thought, love is such a nuisance. Without it, the three of us could still be together happily like before." With that thought, I suddenly felt that if I could exclude love, and the possessiveness and jealousy it brings, maybe, just maybe, it could work. Madam Judgment has always told us that the end is near, coming in a few years or decades. We must prepare ourselves mentally and in terms of strength. Although there are no signs of the apocalypse yet, and we often forget this matter to maintain a good mindset and avoid going mad from stress, we've already experienced 2 major catastrophes in Trier alone. The Tree of Shadow incident and the hostile plan. No matter how we try to avoid or ignore them, we can't escape their impact. Under such circumstances, any one of us might leave, say goodbye, or die at any time. So why care so much? Although that choice is strange, and even I find it hard to accept, why not give it a try? After trying, our future might be better and we'll become closer, even more caring for one another, or it might get worse, gradually drifting apart and becoming familiar strangers or even enemies. But how will we know the result without trying? It won't get much worse anyway. Of course, human emotions are uncontrollable. Even if our future gets better, the hidden love and possessiveness and jealousy it brings can't be completely eliminated. pain and pleasure will coexist for a long time. Perhaps that's the essence of a demoness. But no matter what, I still like that saying. Life is short. Why not give it a try? Jenna listened intently to Franca's statement, then said with a gentle gaze, "That's why I feel such a strong sense of urgency and sometimes make selfish choices." She then chuckled. "I've heard Lumion tease you with life is short. Why not give it a try? Was it because you did something strange with that saying in mind?" Franca smiled awkwardly. "I was quite hesitant and conflicted about drinking the witch potion. Then someone said that phrase to me." Jenna understood and, instead of mocking Franca, asked curiously, "Was it also that saying that encouraged you to be with Gardner Martin?" "Yes. I hadn't met you all then, and I didn't have anyone I particularly cared about," Franca replied even more awkwardly. Seeing this, Jenna chuckled softly. "Did you ever think about trying it with Lumion?" "Well." Franca felt like running away. "Oh, come on, you pure-hearted girl. Let's not talk about such inappropriate topics." Jenna deliberately swore. "Damn it! The dirty jokes and obscene scenes I heard and saw while singing in bars and dance halls were far more shocking than this. Not just between men and women, even between men and men." The atmosphere became less sad and heavy, and Jenna stood up. "You look very tired. Emotional upheaval does that. I'll go back now. Get some rest." "Okay." Franca stood up as well. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask something, but ultimately didn't. Sensitive to details, Jenna smiled. "Ask whatever you want. You've already made that decision. What else could you hesitate to ask?" Franca hesitated for a moment, then looked into Jenna's eyes and asked, "If I had told you from the start that I was originally a man, and after spending some time together, genuinely pursued you, would you have fallen for me?" Jenna thought seriously for a moment, then replied, "I can't answer such a hypothetical question. All I can say is maybe." She looked back into Franca's eyes, saying, "I've told you before, during that period, you were a light in my life. To me, you were both my best friend and the older sister who always protected me, despite not being related by blood. After my mother died, I even projected some of my feelings for her onto you. Maybe that's why I sometimes thought I shouldn't give you any false hopes and it was better to cut things off early." Jenna smiled. "In my heart, if I were to rank the 3 people I care about most, Julian would be first, you second, and Lumion third. Love might fade one day, but the bond we share won't." Franca felt relieved and said with a smile, "You have a great way with words." "Of course, I studied hard back then." Jenna walked towards the door. After a few steps, she turned back to Franca and hesitated. "I can't accept the idea of joining right now. Just speaking for myself." She then laughed. "But who knows what the future holds?" Franca smiled. "It's just a saying." Jenna turned back to the door, opened it, and held the brass handle, pausing once more. She turned her body and looked at Franca standing in the center of the living room, asking quietly, "If one day you find a way home, and both Lumion and I want you to stay, would you?" Franca stood with her back to the crimson moonlight, her face hidden in deep shadow. After a long silence, she answered slowly, "I don't know." Her voice seemed to be squeezed out from her heart, light and weak. 2 days later, in an underground quarry in Trier, Franca, Jenna, and Amandina, who had just arrived from Matinee in the southern continent, stood inside a wall of spirituality, watching Lumion set up an altar. Anthony, who Amandina hadn't noticed, was responsible for guarding the perimeter. Lumion calmly completed the preparations, lit the candles, dripped the essential oil, and stepped back 2 steps, standing next to Franca. He wasn't worried about the lack of demigod protection. Firstly, Amandina was present. Secondly, when he sent the bottle of Samaria woman spring water to Madame Magician, he mentioned this matter. Seeing the candle flames flicker, Franca suddenly became nervous, while Amandina looked puzzled. She had no idea what she was supposed to help with or could help with. Once Franca nodded, indicating she was ready, Lumion recited in ancient Hermes, "I." Then, switching to Hermes, "I summon in my name the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a combination of numerous shadows, Lumion Lee's contracted creature. This was a familiar part of the process to Amandina, similar to summoning a messenger. So she didn't pay much attention, curious about the incantation's description while observing Franca, the lady whose name she had just learned, and Lumion's eye interactions, looking for any signs of intimacy. To her disappointment, Franca, Jenna, and Lumion were all focused on the ritual. Soon, a blurry shadow in fish-scale armor emerged from the candle flame, its black scales stained with pure gold, appearing solemn and sacred. The transparent faces on the scales were clearer than before, more twisted and fierce like evil spirits. They silently screamed, displaying hatred and malice. Amandina was startled. It wasn't the appearance of armored shadow that scared her. Such horror couldn't intimidate someone who had experienced the Dream Festival, summoned Banefell, and been to the underground catacombs. What shocked her was armored shadow and the ghostly faces on its scales simultaneously looking at her. She almost stopped breathing, her body enveloped in icy coldness. Armored shadow spoke in a strange language. Only Franca could barely understand it. Hearing, "Disciple of the Underworld Gate," it really recognizes Amandina's boon. Franca murmured, noticing armored shadow's malice had lessened, indicating a more peaceful interaction was possible. Lumion also noticed the change and quickly had Franca place the 100,000 Vrildor worth of gold on the altar, then spoke in Hermes, "I offer this sacrifice. Please complete a simple task and answer 2 questions." Armored shadow conveyed agreement, its scales transparent faces greedily eyeing the gold. Lumion immediately placed the documents Franca handed him on the altar. These weren't the documents Mr. Starr gave Franca, nor the original documents. The former had its order completely scrambled, making it difficult to interpret through a question and answer format, and the latter could corrupt armored shadow, leading the ritual to unforeseen dangers. So, after Franca expressed her intention, Mr. Starr provided new documents through Madam Judgment. The new documents extracted several complete sentences from the original, containing hundreds of frequently used words from the rest of the text. The task is to translate these documents. Franca listened to Lumion's request with anticipation and anxiety. She wasn't sure if Armored Shadow would accept the deal. With a whooshing sound, the 2 pages floated up, hovering before Armored Shadow. After a few seconds, the Armored Shadow spoke again in an incomprehensible language. Franca's ears perked up. "Pure Yin does not last, pure Yang does not grow. Yin contains Yang, Yang contains Yin. The union of Yin and Yang gives rise to everything. This is the way of heaven." That's it? Franca's lips twitched. Although she hadn't truly done the deed, she suspected Armored Shadow was insinuating something about herself, Jenna, and Lumion. To Franca, the sentence Armored Shadow Chin2 had just translated was quite ordinary. It was something she often read before her transmigration. She couldn't understand why the major arcana card holders thought such words could bring corruption. Could it be the words themselves? Just like the word, I, which can have entirely different meanings in Intis and ancient Hermes. However, isn't there a phrase that seems a bit off? Yin and Yang unite to create all things. Shouldn't it be Yin and Yang unite to produce all things? Franca had been an avid internet user before her transmigration, and one of her hobbies was reading novels and watching anime. She had only seen Yin and Yang unite to produce all things, and never heard of Yin and Yang unite to create all things. Of course, after thinking carefully, she found it understandable. Yin and Yang unite to nurture all things. All things grow and weave together to form matter. In that case, the logic remains sound, just omitting the all things as the bridge. While Franca was distracted by her thoughts, she continued to listen seriously to the rest of the sentences translated by Armored Shadow. She didn't write down the corresponding content. As a demoness proficient in divination, she could easily recall the full content in her dreams later. The subsequent sentences were similar to the first, all about the opposition, contradiction, conflict, reflection, harmonization, and unity of Yin and Yang. They were all broad principles without in-depth explanations or practical details, making Franca feel like yawning. The only thing she felt was worth pondering was the last half-sentence of the document. To approach the way of heaven. From her understanding of this phrase, Franca naturally linked it to the knowledge that boons made the recipient gradually closer to the giver, and the way underworld Taoists granted power to Amandina was indeed through a boon. To approach the way of heaven. Is this document actually about how to use mind and body harmoniously, balancing yin and yang to synchronize with the so-called way of heaven, thereby gaining power? Is this a way of seeking boons? Franca saw that Armored Shadow Chin Tu had finished translating and let the documents float back. She quickly gathered her thoughts and prepared to ask her questions. After catching the documents, she immediately asked in her true, native language, the first question, have you heard of anyone traveling from the world you and underworld Taoist to another world? Franca didn't translate this question into Intijan for Lumian to ask, fearing Amandina would learn about the transmigration. Though they could later have Anthony hypnotize Amandina to make her forget, why not use a simpler method? Armored Shadow Chun Tu turned its gaze towards Franca, who spoke a similar language. After a few seconds, it looked back at Lumian, conveying the thought of should I answer? As the host of the current ritual, Lumian had to approve, or Armored Shadow and Franca wouldn't be able to communicate. Otherwise, Armored Shadow, unless using force, couldn't take the gold on the altar even if it didn't fulfill the agreement. Lumian nodded. This is the first question. Armored Shadow replied in a deep, hoarse voice, unknown. It still used the language close to Franca's mother tongue. Amandina grew increasingly confused. She couldn't understand anything. Throughout the process, she could only understand Lumian's part. Amandina glanced at Jenna beside her and, lowering her voice, asked as though they knew each other well, what are they talking about? What language are they using? Jenna chuckled softly. Even though I look very serious and focused, I actually can't understand either. Amandina couldn't help but sigh. I'll tell you secretly, Lumian doesn't understand either. Jenna smiled, glancing at Lumian who was closely watching Armored Shadow, and whispered to Amandina. Amandina looked at Jenna, then at Lumian, and recalled the expression, tone, and wording of that sentence just now, giving a silent wow in her mind. Some things are unintentionally revealed. She curiously asked, why don't you learn that language from Franca? We've just started in the past 2 days. It's tough. Jenna unconsciously frowned. It's really tough. At this time, hearing Armored Shadow's answer, Franca couldn't help but feel disappointed but maintained her normal demeanor and asked in her native tongue. The second question, can you use an illusion or a similar method to show the corpse that floated from Penglai to the river earlier? This question came to Franca's mind in the past 2 days, directly prompted by Amandina hearing the underworld Taoists say, beware Penglai, and Armored Shadow Chun Tu mentioning before that the mysteriously vanished Penglai had reappeared, with a corpse from there floating to the river. Franca thought that matters related to Penglai might be important and possibly linked to their hope of returning home. Just after asking this question, Franca suddenly realized her mistake and wanted to slap herself. It wasn't that she shouldn't have asked this question, but that the way she phrased it was problematic. According to her current phrasing, even if the Armored Shadow agreed, it only needed to say yes without showing the specific appearance of the corpse. The question didn't have a corresponding mandatory requirement. Should I prepare another 100,000 vril d'or of gold? I'm almost broke, with only a bit over 2,000 ver d'or left. Franca regretted it deeply. Fortunately, Armored Shadow Chin Tu was honest. Once the question was approved by Lumian, it immediately made countless transparent faces on its scales protrude frantically. This made the surroundings instantly eerie green, with cold wind blowing. Water droplets quickly condensed on the altar surface, gathering into a water surface, reflecting a figure. The figure floated in the deep darkness, unable to show a specific form as if it had been hollowed out. The black robe and body were highly decayed, oozing pus. His face was relatively intact. Through the deep to the bone rotting marks, one could still see the pale and dim skin, soft contours, and thin layer of black hair. Franca was stunned. Isn't this the visitor from Resurrection Island? Harrison? He had long died, turned into a decaying corpse floating on what seems like the river Styx, so why was he still active in Trier? Moreover, the corpse appeared on the river a few years ago, and only then did the demon warlock encounter Harrison. Though Lumion didn't understand Franca's question, he roughly guessed why Franca was so shocked from the key details of floating corpse and Harrison's appearance. He turned his head to look at Franca, seeing surprise, astonishment, and confusion in those lake-blue eyes. Lumion nodded to reassure her, then said to Armored Shadow Chin 2, "Thank you for your answers." The gold on the altar disintegrated, turning into pure light, flowing like water onto Armored Shadow's surface. Seeing the fish-scale armor mostly turned golden, sacred, and heavy, Lumion frowned slightly and ended the ritual. After extinguishing the candles, he immediately said to Franca, "Another 2 times, and Armored Shadow should fully restore its golden body. We can only summon it once more at most." "Yeah." Franca finally snapped out of the shock of seeing Harrison's past corpse. As Lumion cleaned up the altar, she smiled at Amandina and said, "We can leave now." "Huh." Amandina was puzzled. "Wasn't I supposed to help? I haven't done anything yet." "You already provided help." Franca grinned. Amandina was even more confused. "When did this happen?" Jenna helped clarify. "Don't you feel that the language Franca and Armored Shadow spoke was similar to what the figure whispered in your ear?" Amandina thought carefully. "It does seem similar." After tidying up the altar, Lumion returned and casually said, "The shadow just now was likely sealed by your teacher, the figure. You being here could mislead it, making it think this represents the figure's attitude, reducing the difficulty of our communication and preventing its attack. That's your help, just standing by and observing." Amandina suddenly recalled Armored Shadow's gaze and reactive response when it first appeared, understanding. "Is that so? Well, what is my teacher's name?" Though we all know this question is normal, it still sounds weird. Who doesn't know their teacher's name and needs to ask someone else? Jenna grumbled inwardly. Franca answered with a smile in Intision. "Underworld Taoist. Also, you should call him master, not teacher." Underworld Taoist. Amandina softly repeated the title described in Intision. After a few seconds, she contentedly asked, "What's the difference between master and teacher?" "A master includes a paternalistic meaning," Franca explained with some effort. Amandina didn't ask further, her eyes sparkling as she said, "I can provide help again in the future. Can you help me collect the mid-to-low sequence potion formulas and beyonder characteristics of the Evernight pathway?" "No problem." Franca didn't tell Amandina those would be available soon. Lumion smiled and said, "I thought you'd ask to visit the Samaritan Women's Spring again." Amandina smiled a bit reluctantly. "I'll adapt for a while longer and go after my own sequence matches my boon level." After speaking, she muttered softly, "I don't want to turn into an old man with a white beard." After sending Amandina off, Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony sat in the living room of apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, listening to Franca recounting the sentences translated by Armored Shadow. What do they mean? Jenna felt like she somewhat understood but also didn't understand at all. Franca had to translate in her own words what "pure yin does not last, pure yang does not grow" meant. As Jenna listened, she gradually didn't know how to position her body and avoided moving her gaze. Lumion took a tactical sip of water, and Anthony's expression remained unchanged. "I think these sentences are too ordinary, not worth such high regard," Franca concluded. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and slowly said, "No, they might be very important." Franca looked at Lumion, asking expectantly, "What do you mean?" Lumion, now completely comfortable, glanced at Anthony and Jenna before focusing back on Franca's recliner. "We all know that there are great existences occupying several adjacent pathways in this world, like Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy at the top of the Apprentice, Seer, and Marauder pathways. Then there's the Great Mother, who is at the top of the Moon, Earth, and Villain pathways. So, if the phrase to approach the way of heaven indeed means adjusting oneself to get closer to the bestower and actively seeking boons, Then in this context, what does the way of heaven represent? Top of which pathways? Franca pondered for a moment before replying. From our current understanding of the 22 pathways, the hunter pathway definitely represents yang, while the demonist pathway might represent yin. Could also be the earth or moon pathway. Considering the symbol of yang, yin here likely refers to the demonist pathway. Franca only knew that the hunter pathway could transform a woman into a man. She was unsure if the earth or moon pathways could turn a man into a woman, classifying them as yin, based on their association with nurturing, reproduction, and growth. So, in these sentences, the way of heaven refers to the top of the hunter and demonist pathways? Jenna asked, following Lumion and Franca's train of thought. Probably, Franca nodded emphatically. The knowledge in Mr. Star's document might explain how to correctly understand the contradiction, opposition, transformation, and unity of yin and yang. Then, through one's behavior and necessary external help, harmonize yin and yang to the greatest extent to approach the corresponding way of heaven. That is, the great existences at the top of the demonist and hunter pathways, and obtain boons. Lumion chuckled. Having reached this point in the analysis, what comes to mind? Jenna was momentarily stunned and blurted out, the joining of the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness? Barely keeping up with my thoughts. Lumion half-praised, half-mocked. We've always wondered why the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness would cooperate. As true gods of adjacent pathways, shouldn't they be mortal enemies? Madam Magician told me that choosing a pathway determines your enemies and friends. Aren't you two from adjacent pathways and still not enemies? Haven't you shared a bed? Franca glanced at Lumion and Jenna, feeling a slight twinge of jealousy as she lampooned. During such moments, she often felt that her affliction potion had digested a bit. Of course, she knew that this enmity mainly applied to the higher levels. Lumion continued, the seal on the convergence effect from Mr. Door might just be a technical detail on how it's done, not the cause or purpose. The goal of the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness is to join the body with the way of heaven? Franca expanded her thoughts from, to approach the way of heaven, using a concept from her previous life that she felt was more appropriate. Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony looked at Franca, more or less confused. What does merging the body with the way of heaven mean? Sensing her companion's confusion, Franca scratched her ponytail and tried to explain. It means uniting with the so-called way of heaven. An imprecise analogy would be usurping a true god's position, not replacing a true god but the great existence represented by the way of heaven. Then why don't the primordial demoness and Blood Emperor directly kill each other and devour the other's beyonder characteristics to unify yin and yang? Anthony questioned. There's no need for them to consummate to give birth to two children. Franca thought for a few seconds. Maybe they need to harmonize before unifying? At least that's what the sentences suggest. In other words, the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness had to combine first, adjust their state, get close to the way of heaven, and then enter the unification stage. So, they had to temporarily cooperate while preparing to betray each other once they achieved their goals. What do they call this? The first sword upon reaching the shore cuts down those around you. Lumion and the others were used to Franca's sudden nonsensical remarks and patiently waited for her to continue. Franca suddenly laughed. It's also possible that the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness came across similar knowledge, but, due to a lack of proper training and understanding, they naively thought combining yin and yang meant the hunter and demoness pathways had to be physically united. This resulted in them producing some children. What do they call this? This is what happens when cultures don't communicate well. It's not exactly wrong, just somewhat narrow-minded, overlooking other possible approaches. As Jenna started to feel uneasy, relating to her own experience, Lumion sarcastically remarked, I've always said that redheads and thickheads need to read more and study hard. As soon as Lumion finished speaking, Franca and Jenna glared at him furiously. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Even if the Blood Emperor, being half-mad, didn't fully grasp the meaning of unifying yin and yang, he had top-tier cryptologists around him. Anthony expressed a different view, referring to Amon, the Grand Duke of the Tudor Empire and Angel of the Marauder Pathway. Lumion mused aloud. Did you forget that one of Amon's titles is the God of Mischief? Maybe he wanted to see such a development. Do you resonate with Amon's mindset because you're a trickster too? Franca muttered softly. Jenna nodded. So, the special mirror world is a byproduct of the Blood Emperor and Primordial Demoness' attempt to unify yin and yang to approach the way of heaven? Or a necessary creation for occupying the way of heaven, similar to high-sequence advancement rituals? We can't draw conclusions yet, but the direction seems right. Franca took out a dark red fountain pen from her traveler's bag and wrote the translated sentences under different headings on her thigh. She thoughtfully interpreted individual characters based on sentence structure, text shape, and reasonable assumptions. Finally, she organized their discussion into a report, appended it to the document, and sent it to the Major Arcana card holder as a reference instead of a conclusion. Having completed this task, Franca breathed a sigh of relief. The gains from summoning Armored Shadow this time were greater than I expected. Now we can confirm that Resurrection Island is Penglai Divine Mountain, and Harrison is the corpse that drifted from Penglai. Franca was somewhat disappointed that there was still no definitive evidence proving that Underworld Taoist and Harrison's world was the same as the one they had transmigrated from. Similar language, culture, and appearance were not sufficient premises for inference. She planned to ask Armored Shadow directly next time if it had heard of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the culprit behind their transmigration. Anthony, who knew little about Armored Shadow, Penglai, and the so-called river, was confused but understood the importance of Resurrection Island and Harrison, which the Major Arcana card holders were also interested in. Harrison died and was resurrected? As expected from someone from Resurrection Island. Why did Resurrection Island disappear from Underworld Taoist's world? Based on Harrison's words to the Demon Warlock, people from Resurrection Island have been active in our world for a long time. Did Resurrection Island disappear from its original world because it transmigrated here? Can it now communicate with its original world? Jenna finally understood Franca's shock at seeing the corresponding illusion after asking the second question. She suddenly froze, feeling she shouldn't analyze in this direction. Franca's eyes lit up. It's possible. She then left the armchair, paced back and forth and said angrily, Damn, why didn't we lure Harrison out this time? Although she realized that the visitor from Resurrection Island might be more dangerous than expected, they had Madame Magician overseeing their visit to the Samaritan women's spring this time. Our main task now is to find Harrison or the mirror person, Palia. Lumion stood up and spoke with the demeanor of a team leader. Mirror person Palia was the mineralogist, Jasmine. Before Franca and the others could respond, he added, I also need to start gathering supplementary ingredients for the Iron-Blooded Knight. We can also gather ingredients for the Demoness of Despair. With no clear leads to track for now, we have plenty of free time. Franca agreed. Anthony said, I'll do my best on this task, but I have another one as well. Joining the Psychology Alchemists? Franca asked curiously. That's a long-term task, Anthony explained briefly. Ma'am Hermit's Minor Arcana card, the Knight of Swords, is in Trier and needs help from a Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway. Madam Justice recommended me. What kind of help? Lumion asked. Anthony shook his head. We haven't met yet. Lumion nodded. Feel free to ask for help if needed. In a wooden house on the southern continent. The star leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the paper and pen on the table. Suddenly, a brilliant starry light appeared before him, forming a dazzling door. The door opened, and Madame Magician stepped out, holding a letter from Franca. The translation you asked for has arrived. Madame Magician tossed the stack of papers onto the table in front of the star, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Mr. Star didn't change his posture, merely extending his hand forward. The stack of papers floated up, held by an invisible force, and landed in the star's hand. The star began to read through the pages with focused eyes, the soft sound of pages turning filling the quiet room. After a while, he looked up at the magician across the desk. What do you think of their speculation? Madam Magician replied with a smile. From a writer's perspective, there's no better speculation than this. Of course, I actually believe it's likely true. What about you, Mr. Pallas? Mr. Star's eyes darkened, and an aged voice emerged from his mouth. Back then, we only sensed that Alista Tudor was doing something very dangerous in Trier, but we didn't know the specifics. If this is true, one question remains. Where did Alista Tudor acquire the knowledge to undertake these actions? The magician had long considered this question. One possibility is that the uniqueness of the Red Priest, already somewhat tainted, combined with Alista Tudor's forceful switch to a non-adjacent pathway, ascending at the cost of madness, caused him to sense the situation over there when he became a god, resulting in a wondrous resonance and acquisition of relevant knowledge. Another possibility is that it was given to him by you-know-who through some method. At this point, the magician, following her spiritual intuition, asked, "Are you saying that there are inklings of that individual in this matter?" The aged voice responded from the star once more. "Hasn't he always been interfering in history, steering it toward his envisioned direction? Of course, this might not be predestined history but rather an experiment of his. I never fully understood why he would help Alista Tudor forcibly ascend to Red Priest, stabilizing him to prevent immediate loss of control. Now, I have some idea. At that time, he was only a king of angels, making it difficult to influence and arrange events involving true gods. But what if the true god was already in a poor state, acting on instinct most of the time? It would be much easier. With the participation of the Mad Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, the primordial demoness might indeed be drawn into this matter. In the end, he likely confirmed his hypothesis, gaining valuable experience, though it led to the unexpected eruption of the War of the Four Emperors. The star's voice suddenly reverted to its usual slightly magnetic tone. How many years passed from Alista Tudor's ascension to Red Priest to the outbreak of the War of the Four Emperors? He immediately answered his own question with an aged voice. 537 years. Enough to verify some things, the star remarked with a magnetic tone. The magician nodded slightly and said, "If this is the truth, he must be very aware of the latent issues in the special mirror world. Ha, if Mr. Fool were awake now, he would definitely go to the forsaken land of the gods, grab him by the collar, and demand to know what's hidden in the depths of the special mirror world." The star subconsciously sighed. He Mr. Fool isn't so violent and crude. Madam Magician chuckled. Do you know what fantasy means? You have to distinguish between fantasy, truth, lies, the real emotions behind lies, and the deep-seated feelings, tendencies, impulses, and conflicts expressed through the most impossible scenarios imagined in fantasies. Also, what's said as truth, thought as truth, and even actions taken don't necessarily represent the true attitude. Once you distinguish these, she glanced at the papers and pens on the desk, laughing softly. You'll have a preliminary grasp of the art of poetry. Mr. Starr was silent for a few seconds. The knowledge gained this time pertains to the hunter and demoness pathways, also arranged by him? I think it's more likely done by the celestial master, the magician pondered. We don't know the current state of the celestial master, but judging by underworld Taoist, even if he couldn't prevent the Moses ascetic order's Camarilla from being corrupted, he could deeply influence the knowledge comprising the corruption. In the hostile incident, he noticed the Seven of Wands. Mr. Starr nodded. Is it his arrangement that the hunter and demoness among your minor arcana card holders got entangled? Trying to replicate the findings from the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness with them. Madam Magician chuckled and responded, It's more than just entanglement. Though I haven't witnessed it myself, my spiritual intuition and writer's sense tell me something must have happened. I pity them but can't help being curious about the details. Clearing her throat, she shifted the topic back. The current development is the inevitable result of their fate entanglement, emotional interactions, personal character, and inner growth, likely unrelated to him. But, Madame Magician emphasized the word, but. I now suspect that their initial meeting was arranged by him, and then he let things develop naturally. Do you understand? A top-level writer sets the stage, constructs events, and lets the characters express, demonstrate, interact, and conflict on the stage to create the most wonderful story. The star initially wanted to mock the writers but glanced at the paper and pen on the desk and remained silent. The magician sighed and then said, "We should be able to decrypt more of that information now. What about the payment? What's the payment for the Two of Cups?" As he took out one Beyonder ingredient after another from a silver box, the star spoke. "They have been prepared long ago. These are the potion formulas and ingredients from Sequence 9 Sleepless to Sequence 7 Nightmare." Madam Magician looked and smiled. "Not giving that gold coin? Although the Two of Cups is our chosen guide for that dream, she can't be given it too easily, even if she's trustworthy and knowledgeable about the environment. I'll give her another task and tell her that besides the Sequence 6 Soul Assurer potion formula and corresponding ingredients, she will receive a special reward." The star brushed his slightly messy hair and smiled. The magician nodded slightly, then asked another question. "I've always wanted to ask, Mr. Palez, why do you remain with Mr. Star even after advancing to Sequence 1? The star's eyes darkened again, and the aged voice returned. "When you get old, you desire stability and don't want to change your accustomed environment." The magician smiled in response. "I want to hear the truth." The star sighed and said in an aged voice, "When you become a Sequence 1 Archangel, you'll understand. You'll feel the terrifying impact of Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthies conflict, forcing me to stay within the Church of the Evernight Goddess for some protection." Madam Magician nodded, then gathered the potion formulas and ingredients from the table. After a moment of thought, she asked Mr. Star, "Where did you obtain these ingredients?" The star smiled. "Sent an application to the Pope." Madam Magician pondered and asked further, "Her Holiness didn't ask why and just gave them to you?" "Yes, just given to me like that." Mr. Star smiled calmly. Madam Magician seemed to have an epiphany. She then stood up, opened a starry door in the void, and left the wooden house. The night was just receding, and dawn had not yet broken at Lumien's rented apartment. Jenna lay under the covers, her white shoulders exposed, leaning beside Lumien. She stretched out her right hand, trying to pry open his eyelids. "What are you doing?" Lumien asked, both amused and exasperated. Jenna pouted. "You're not looking at me with your eyes closed. I have to be proactive and help you open them." Reluctantly, Lumien opened his eyes, meeting her blue eyes, which sparkled with a hidden darkness. After a few seconds of staring, Lumien remarked thoughtfully, "Your mental state seems much better than before." Jenna withdrew her hand, propping her chin up with a smile as she gazed at Lumien's face and eyes. "Yeah, I felt much better after that talk with Franca." Lumien let out a scoff. "Who was it that said the worst-case scenario was Franca coming to kill me, and you'd agree? You knew Franca wouldn't do such a thing. That was just a fantasy, a projection of inner emotions, self-conflict, and self-destructive tendencies. Didn't you catch that?" Jenna retorted. Lumien chortled. "Of course I did. That's why I said it was best to confront the issues between you early." He instinctively reached out to pat Jenna's head but hesitated midway, his hand freezing. Seeing this, Jenna's gaze dimmed slightly. She pursed her lips and grabbed his hand, forcing it to the back of her head. Lumien slowly started to pat her, transitioning from awkwardness to naturalness. Jenna watched him with a smile. "What about yours?" Lumien fell silent. Jenna didn't press further, instead asking cheerfully, "Did you and Franca?" Lumien sighed. "I try not to talk about my relationship with her in front of you." Jenna smiled. "Before my talk with Franca, it would have made me sad, conflicted, and miserable, even if I tried to hide it. Now, though I still have those emotions, I feel more hopeful and even relieved when you mention it. Do you understand this contradictory feeling? Many of my previous choices were also like that." Lumien nodded slowly. "You know Franca, although she might have made up her mind, she still hesitates when it comes to the final step. Lately, I've noticed her being awkward whenever we see each other. Anthony probably noticed too but didn't say anything. I can't be the one to initiate, right? Yes, you should. Go to her now, this morning, Jenna said without hesitation. Lumion looked deeply at her. Are you trying to create stronger bonds to keep her in critical moments? Jenna grunted. I will try to keep her, but I'll also respect her final decision. Lumion stroked Jenna's hair once more. Actually, Franca going home might not be a bad thing. If their world doesn't face an apocalypse or dangerous situations like ours, I could help you knock your brother out so you could take him and Franca there together. Jenna gazed at Lumion with her clear blue eyes. What about you? Lumion fell silent for a moment before responding. I'll see how things go. Jenna opened her mouth as if to say something but then closed it again. After a few seconds, she didn't press for details. Instead, she spoke seriously. On the one hand, I want to keep her here. On the other hand, I'm afraid that the bigger Franca's hope, the bigger her disappointment will be. If she finally confirms that returning home is impossible, she'll definitely break down. For a Beyonder, that's very dangerous, especially the higher the sequence. She mentioned, or maybe it was Emperor Roselle who said it, that a person is the sum of their social relationships. Anthony also talked to me about the importance of social relationships for a person. I know he saw that I still had some psychological issues and wanted to help me through this. When you sought treatment from Madame Susie and Madame Justice, didn't they also emphasize the importance of rebuilding social relationships? For Franca, the most important relationships are with you and me. The closer we are now, the more it will help stabilize her in the future. Just me alone might not be enough. Lumion withdrew his hand, looking at Jenna for a few seconds. Since finding out Franca's true origins, you've been thinking a lot, haven't you? Why do you think she might not be able to go back home? Jenna's eyes flickered and she said provocatively, Franca later told me that Emperor Roselle and she came from the same world and the same country. I was thinking the Emperor was at least an angel, maybe even close to becoming a true god, and he couldn't go back. Don't you think that means it's either hopeless or impossible? Lumion sighed with a smile. But Franca and the others believe that either the Emperor didn't have time to find a way back before something unexpected happened, or he faked his death and already transmigrated back. Jenna shook her head. It's definitely not the latter. If it were, the Emperor would have destroyed parts of his diary before crossing back. You're quite sharp, Lumion remarked thoughtfully. From the Emperor's diary that Franca shared, it's clear he encountered something terrifying in his later years. But what confuses me is that during that period, he never seemed to consider going back. Also, he valued his eldest daughter highly, and Queen Mystic Bernadette is still active in our world. These are the reasons I think Franca's hopes are slim. They probably have similar thoughts but just don't want to believe it. Lumion's voice suddenly grew somber. People need hope to live. Jenna chuckled, tracing circles on Lumion's bare chest. You're doing much better too, being able to say something like that. Before Lumion could respond, she lifted her head and looked at him. Go see Franca this morning, okay? Is this something I can do alone? Lumion smiled. If she doesn't want to, I can't force her, can I? Jenna couldn't help but laugh. She's inclined to agree deep down. She's just feeling a bit awkward after the initial emotions have calmed. Especially since she has to face you, her friend's brother who knows her true state. You know Franca, Lumion teased. When she's impulsive, she'll try anything. But when she calms down, she might turn into an ostrich. Take the initiative. Maybe she's just waiting for you to make the first move, Jenna suggested, feeling a mix of jealousy and anticipation. Lumion spread his hands. How do I take the initiative? I've never been the one to make the first move in such matters. I can't just go up to Franca and say I'm here to fulfill our agreement, right? Jenna's eyes sparkled as she thought for a moment. Show your guilt in front of her, help her out as much as you can, and then ask if she needs a massage for her head, shoulders, and back. If she doesn't object and there's physical contact, you can gradually. Jenna trailed off, quickly concluding, Got it. You seem quite experienced, Lumion said, amused. Jenna reminisced. When I was a showy diva, I saw some things. Also, the dancers under Franca liked to read novels about love and interactions between men and women. A single book could be passed around by dozens to hundreds of people. Thanks to Emperor Roselle and some remaining compulsory education, some of them could understand simple stories, and those who couldn't would listen to others. It was one of the few bright spots in their lives. I read a few as well and learned how those playboys and dandyists behaved. Lumion laughed, moving closer to Jenna and placing his hands on her smooth, bare shoulders. Like this? Yes. Jenna rolled her eyes. Now you think of giving me a massage? I'm nearly falling apart because of you. You start reluctantly and then... As Jenna teased him, her words caught in her throat. Lumion leaned in with a teasing smile. It's 6 in the morning. Jenna swiftly pulled the covers over herself and nimbly jumped out of bed like a deer. Wrapped in the blanket, she looked at Lumion and laughed softly. Go find Franca now and use your conspirer skills. Before Lumion could respond, Jenna grabbed her traveler's bag and disappeared into the shadows of the room. Lumion stood still for a moment, sighing. Couldn't you at least leave the blanket? After a while, the blanket was thrown from the shadows, landing on Lumion. Lumion shook his head with a smile, mimicking Franca's voice in his mind. Aesthetic, activate. Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca opened the door and saw Lumion. She instantly felt uncomfortable and wished she could slam the door in his face. As she turned to walk to the armchair, she asked, Jenna didn't come with you? She went back to rest, Lumion said thoughtfully. Franca suddenly understood, her expression turning complicated. She stood by the armchair, momentarily forgetting to sit down. Lumion glanced at her and asked intentionally, Did you digest more of your affliction potion? Damn it! Franca gritted her teeth, conjuring several crystalline ice spikes and hurling them at Lumion. Lumion dodged easily and moved to the sofa area, looking back at the fuming Franca. See, now we can forget the awkwardness and talk properly. But Franca's reaction was a bit too strong. We need to make that agreement a reality soon, or she might get tangled up again. Lumion put on a placating smile and said to Franca, It's a habitual taunt. You know how hunters are. Franca snorted and sat in the recliner. Today, she wore a fitted white shirt with ruffled cuffs and a lace flower at the neck, paired with cream-colored trousers and her usual fluffy slippers. Following Miss Celia Bellows' guidance, Lumion feigned guilt and asked, How's your affliction potion digestion going? Franca puffed up her cheeks. About a third. You've got the self-inflicted pain down, but you're still lacking in causing pain to others, Lumion said cautiously. Then, he proactively poured her a glass of water and asked with a smile, Want a shoulder and leg massage? You must be tired after running around for clues on Harrison these days. Massage. Franca was stunned, then wary, eyeing Lumion suspiciously. After a few moments, she took the glass of water and drank. No need. Great theorist of male-female interaction, master of theory Miss Celia Bello, your method doesn't work. I have to rely on my own improvisation as a conspirer. Lumion quickly sat down on the single sofa. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it, taking out the black tear headpiece from his traveler's bag. Franca realized Lumion was checking if the demoness of black was observing through the mirror. Well, perfect timing. Franca was about to mention the potion formula and ingredients for Amandina when she saw Lumion quickly put away the black tear and give her a look. The demoness of black is watching. Franca swallowed her words. The next second, she saw Lumion get up, walk over to her, and squeeze into the armchair with a smile. Hey! Franca was stunned. Her first reaction was to teach this space invader a lesson, but then she realized Lumion's purpose. In the demoness of black's eyes, we're lovers. If we don't show any intimacy, it'll be suspicious. Okay, let's put on a show. Franca felt Lumion's arm wrap around her waist. Her body stiffened before she forced herself to relax. Then, Lumion turned her around, and she found herself looking into his deep blue eyes and chiseled face. I'm here to fulfill my promise, Lumion said, giving her another look. He chuckled softly and slowly lowered his head. Franca's eyes widened. Hey, Are you doing it for real? She instinctively wanted to break free but remembered the demoness of black was watching and Lumien's hint to cooperate. You little brat. Are you taking advantage of me? Franca thought angrily. Then she remembered the previous agreement and sighed inwardly. Fine, it was bound to happen anyway. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly closed as her body softened. Then, she felt Lumien's lips, warm and firm, breaking through her defenses. In a daze, Franca thought, no. The demoness of black is still watching. How shameful! Almost simultaneously, she heard Lumien's husky voice in her ear. Let's go to the bedroom. You're quite considerate. Once we're in the bedroom, covered by the blanket, the demoness of black can't see. It'll also solidify our relationship. Franca vaguely nodded, feeling herself lifted into the air. In the warm and intimate bedroom, with a lingering blush on her cheeks, Franca turned to Lumien and said, I just remembered something I need to tell you. She asked with her eyes if the demoness of black was still watching. Lumien chuckled. The demoness of black left a while ago. Franca was stunned for a moment, her foggy mind realizing something was off. You didn't check. How do you know? Lumien looked sincere. The demoness of black didn't come today. Franca was speechless. She quickly understood, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she pounced on Lumien, hitting him. You tricked me. You tricked me. You can't use something like this to deceive teammates, understand? I understand. This makes it hard for me to trust your hints in the future. What if next time I think you're lying? But the demoness of black really shows up. I'm sorry. All right? I'll trust you one more time, but don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again. After Franca vented her anger and lay back down, Lumien finally asked, What were you saying earlier? Franca glanced at the curtained bedroom window, making it clear. Check if the demoness of black is watching. Lumien replied casually, We're inside a bottle of fiction. Franca blinked. When did that happen? When I closed the door. I didn't want to disturb the neighbors, Lumien answered earnestly. Franca felt another surge of anger. She snapped, You still need to check. What if the demoness of black can penetrate the bottle of fiction without you noticing? Yes. Lumien admitted his fault and took out the black tear headpiece from his traveler's bag, quickly sensing for a few seconds before putting it back. Franca finally relaxed and nodded in satisfaction. The thing is, Mr. Starr gave me another task. He said, in addition to the affliction potion formula and the materials, there will be a special reward. What task? Lumien asked cooperatively. Franca looked puzzled and said, To get some water from the Samaritan woman's spring. Lumien's first reaction was to consider the purpose of the task, but he quickly remembered that Franca had said Mr. Starr was likely a high-ranking red glove from the Church of Evernight, and the underworld Taoist who could grant others beyonder powers from the darkness pathway. It's understandable that Mr. Starr, or rather the Church of Evernight behind him, needs water from the Samaritan woman's spring. But this task is too simple for us right now, and yet he wants to give you a special reward. Doesn't that seem a bit strange? Lumien pondered aloud. Franca thought for a moment and spoke. I agree. It feels like he designed this task just to give me the special reward. It doesn't make sense. We've only met once. Compared to other demonesses in the demoness sect, one of Franca's greatest strengths was not assuming that every man she met would be infatuated with her or want to please her. Lumien considered for a few seconds and said, Maybe that special reward will bring a lot of trouble. It also represents something Mr. Starr truly wants you to do. Franca nodded in understanding. Free rewards are the most expensive. What appears free often comes with hidden costs. Understanding this, she felt less worried. She thought the potential problems with the special reward, even if they brought significant trouble, should be something she and her companions could handle. Otherwise, the major arcana card holders wouldn't make such a choice. She then turned to Lumien and asked, How's your collection of the supplementary ingredients going? This should have been a daily concern. But hadn't she been feeling uncomfortable every time she saw Lumien these past few days? Lumion reflected for a moment before answering. I found a large battlefield from the war a few years ago and got a bag of blood-stained soil. I thought you'd go to the camp where Anthony and his comrades were attacked, Franca teased. Lumion responded with amusement. Am I that much of a devil? Besides, that's not a large battlefield and might be polluted by an evil god's worship. Franca concurred succinctly. What about the others? I confirmed that there's active lava at the bottom of the volcano on St. Tick Island, but it's unnecessary to collect it now. It will solidify quickly in the traveler's bag. I'll teleport it when it's needed. Lumion had been using his teleportation ability to travel around the world these days. I plan to make the powder of plants and trees polluted by the stone of catastrophe myself. As for acorns, that was too simple. Make it yourself? Franca was surprised. Is that possible? It should be theoretically feasible. Certain parts of a Beyonder creature can replace such supplementary ingredients. And I have the Sword of Courage. I can place it and its companions on a pile of plants and trees, monitoring and replacing consumables. In about a few days, I should be able to create polluted plants and trees. Of course, this pollution will be more complex and severe than simple stone of catastrophe pollution. I'll consult Madame Magician in advance to see if the amount should be reduced. Indeed. Franca's eyes brightened, then dimmed slightly. But the Plague Mother Serpent Bile and Silver Hunter's fragments for the supplementary ingredients of the Demoness of Despair can't be made by the Black Tier. No rush. Jenna hasn't fully digested the pleasure potion yet. It will take a few more days or even a week or two to become a Demoness of Affliction. Lumion thought and said, I have collected the blood of 7 different plague victims. Although there was no widespread plague at the moment, many places on the northern and southern continents had sporadic outbreaks. They were either quickly contained or limited to small, isolated areas without spreading. With the magic mirror divination of the 2 demonesses, Lumion pinpointed 8 or 9 similar locations, then teleported there with Lugano. If the authorities had already noticed the outbreak and were working to control it, he would leave after collecting the blood of the plague victims. If the plague was still quietly spreading, he would attempt to heal it with Lugano's help. If it couldn't be solved, he would find a way to inform the authorities. After these few days of hard work, Lumion had basically achieved his goals. Franca breathed a sigh of relief, stating, Remember to use the Black Tier to deliver the potion formula and all the materials Mr. Starr gave to Amandina. Sigh. When will I completely digest the affliction potion? Although her current digestion progress could be considered very fast, she still felt it wasn't enough. The person next to her was just one step away from the final domestication step, ready to hold the ceremony and become a Sequence 4 demigod. Lumion turned his head to Franca and laughed. I just told you you're still lacking in the part about causing others pain. And the target should be of high sequence, otherwise it has to be replaced with numbers. Franca didn't link it to her own pain this time and started thinking seriously. Causing others pain, high sequence. Causing others pain, high sequence. Muttering to herself, Franca suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining brightly at Lumion. Lumion's smile faded as he raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you have a bold idea? Franca chuckled. You have a false angel rank. If I can make you feel pain, wouldn't the digestion speed be incredibly fast? But it has to be real pain. Lumion didn't dismiss Franca's suggestion outright. For example, castration? Franca glanced at the blanket with a growing smile. Lumion fell silent for a moment before responding, We can try. Wait, you're actually agreeing? Franca was startled. She had only been joking with the suggestion of castration. If it can really help you quickly digest the affliction potion. Lumion shrugged. It can grow back anyway. Forget it, that's too painful. It would leave you with serious psychological trauma and issues. Franca said, ruffling her tousled hair. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I have a better plan. An ingenious plan. Lumion felt uneasy, sensing that Franca's new plan might be even harder to endure than castration. Franca's smile turned wicked. I thought of that Julie from the castration and her digestion method. She would seize the moment when the target was about to reach ultimate satisfaction, then cut it off, plunging them from extreme pleasure into extreme pain. I can be gentler, not cutting it off, but preventing you from reaching ultimate satisfaction. Let you yearn and suffer without fulfillment, which is also a kind of intense pain. Lumion raised an eyebrow, unable to speak. Franca's smile grew more sinister, having found a prank to pull. For this, I need to bind you with the demoness spider silk, prepare more tools, and to enhance the stimulation, you need to use your ascetic abilities to refrain from burning the silk. Although it won't compare to Julie's method, your false angel rank should help me digest it quickly. Saying this, Franca clicked her tongue. I never thought I'd do something like this, and be the one doing the tormenting. In the past, Lumion might have lacked a concrete concept of this pain, but after experiencing the two demonesses, he could now imagine how unbearable that torment would be. This is the hell of pain. Lumion couldn't help but sigh. That's the demoness, bringing pleasure and pain, Franca said with a smile. Lumion jumped out of bed and picked up his clothes. Eh? Franca looked puzzled. Lumion responded in a deep voice. We're going to the Samaritan woman's spring now. Franca was first stunned, then burst into laughter, rolling on the bed. She had regained her normal control over her desires after passing the pleasure stage, so even after being with Lumion, tasting long-lost pleasure, and achieving unprecedented satisfaction, she still felt weird because it was someone she knew well who also knew her original gender. But now, she suddenly found it amusing and interesting, making her feel much less uncomfortable. Give it a try. Give it a try. She lay on the bed, her eyes bright as she continued with her prank. Lumion sighed again. We'll talk after we get the water from the Samaritan woman's spring. Beside the Samaritan woman's spring, shrouded in gray-white fog. Since Lumion didn't approach and trigger any anomalies, Franca patiently waited for a while, and then used the golden vial given by Mr. Starr to collect half a vial of water from the Samaritan woman's spring. They didn't bring Jenna, fearing that her encounter with Crismona's shadow might lead to uncontrollable changes. Lumion planned to bring Jenna here after becoming an iron-blooded knight with a certain level of self-protection. The high-ranking major arcana card holders seemed to dislike entering the underground or underground catacombs. But Lumion, marked and branded, felt that even as a demigod, he should still be able to enter the area of the Samaritan woman's spring. Not long after, Franca put away the golden vial, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the edge of the gray fog. As they approached the edge of the fog on the slope, Lumion and Franca simultaneously noticed a blurry figure outside the fog slowly approaching. Franca first darted to the side, then stared intently for 2 seconds. Her expression suddenly became excited, and she said in a hushed voice to Lumion, Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island. Harrison. They had failed to converge with him last time, and now they coincidentally ran into him. When Franca uttered the name, Lumion also saw the approximate outline of the figure outside. Dressed in a black robe with light hair, pale skin, and dark brown eyes, he didn't look like an Intisian. Although Lumion had never seen Harrison in person, he had seen the image Franca had depicted using dream divination and a corresponding ritual, so it wasn't hard to identify the person outside the gray fog. Seeing Franca's excitement, Lumion raised his right hand and gestured downward, signaling his companion to control her emotions. Franca, an experienced beyonder in combat, quickly composed herself and nodded at Lumion. She understood Lumion's intention not to act rashly but to observe and see what Harrison intended to do. By understanding his actions, they could determine his sequence, ability characteristics, and primary intentions. This way, whatever response they made afterward would be more composed. Franca shrank further to the side of the slope, using the gray fog as cover, and observed Harrison, who was holding a white candle. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but muse, the law of beyonder characteristics convergence really works. We gave up too soon after just one try. It was our fault for not respecting science, no mysticism. If we had tried a few more times, wouldn't he have come? Franca felt at ease, knowing that only beyonders like Lumion, marked by Mr. Fool, could enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring. while others could only see a gray-white fog and found it difficult to pass through. She had tried earlier and found she couldn't penetrate the fog on her own, prompting Lumion to mock her, saying, "Even Madame Hella couldn't do it. Where did you get the confidence that you could?" This only strengthened her resolve to have Lumion help her digest the affliction potion. Lumion stood beside Franca, observing every move of the figure outside while recalling his encounters with Beyonders of the Death, Darkness, and Warrior pathways, hoping to quickly formulate the most effective strategy against Harrison based on their combat characteristics and abilities. Holding the white candle, Harrison took a few steps outside the gray fog, glanced around, and then continued forward. He walked into the gray fog as if passing through a curtain of water. He can pass through the gray fog barrier? How? Franca's sky-blue eyes widened in shock, disbelief, and reluctance. Lumion was equally surprised. But he hadn't ruled out the possibility that Harrison could break through the fog barrier and enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring. He just hadn't expected it to be so easy for him. Based on Harrison's constant search for scenes closely related to death, darkness, and dusk, and his drifting as a corpse on the river Styx in Underworld Taoist and Company's world, Lumion reasonably suspected that he might have a way or an item to penetrate the fog barrier. Lumion had expected to see Harrison perform a strange ritual or take out an item with an otherworldly style. Instead, like himself, Harrison had simply walked into the area around the Samaritan woman's spring, covered by gray fog, seeing that the fog no longer served as a barrier, leaving only the fog to interfere with their vision. Lumion made a decisive move and extinguished the white candle in his hand. As he expected, the surrounding darkness silently surged in, activating the Underworld Taoist's mark on his right palm without corroding his body. He had kept the candle lit to maintain this state, partly because it couldn't last long in the current situation without risking turning into a catacombs administrator, and partly to mislead any potential enemies, setting a trap. As Lumion extinguished the candle, Franca quickly took action. Unable to borrow the black tear from Lumion, she directly took out an ice amulet and a mirror from her traveler's bag. With a flash of crystalline cold light, Franca, illuminated by the candle's yellowish flame, entered the mirror in her hand. As her figure disappeared, the unheld mirror fell to the ground, only to be accurately caught by Lumion. Holding the mirror, Lumion immediately activated the contract mark, transforming into a shadow creature and blending completely into the darkness enveloped by the gray fog. Before Harrison could get closer, they had completed their concealment. In the void behind the mirror, Franca, holding the burning white candle, quickly surveyed her surroundings. She found that the area was filled with the same gray-white fog as outside, permeating every corner. The illusory dark tunnels, like spider webs, were excluded by the fog, appearing blurry and hard to see. Sure enough, Franca wasn't surprised by this situation. Lumion had already told her that this area was isolated from the spirit world, making spirit world traversal unusable here. With even the spirit world being isolated, the mirror world would certainly be no exception. Because the mirror had been brought into the fog-covered area, Franca could enter the mirrored region to hide but couldn't traverse to any mirror outside the underground catacombs. This was the principle that allowed the traveler's bag to continue being used. Franca couldn't even reach the mirrors on Lumion's person, let alone those outside the catacombs. Of course, Franca hadn't intended to use the mirror world for anything other than hiding, preventing the yellowish glow of the white candle from being seen by Harrison. During their previous ambush on Harrison, she hadn't done this because the area she could monitor through the mirror was too small, and all senses, including vision, would be severely weakened. Franca approached the glass mirror and found that Lumion had thoughtfully turned it towards Harrison, allowing her to see their target. Seeing Harrison, illuminated by the yellowish glow of the white candle, slowly moving down the slope, Franca grew even more puzzled. How did he get through the fog barrier? Could he also bear Mr. Fool's mark? But Madame Judgment and the other major arcana card holders didn't know. He hadn't used an item or performed a ritual earlier, relying on his own ability? But whether it was the Apprentice Pathway's mastery of seals or the Marauder Pathway's exploitation of loopholes, they are all within Mr. Fool's domain. It doesn't make sense to bypass the fog barrier. Mr. Fool's Mark. At this thought, Franca's heart skipped a beat, and a title flashed in her mind. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Harrison bears the mark of the celestial worthy, allowing him to penetrate the fog barrier? Franca made this startling and shocking guess. She found it quite reasonable. Based on the current information, it seemed that the celestial worthy was the culprit behind their transmigration into this world, and Resurrection Island was Mount Panglai, a node where the two worlds intersected or a transmigration point. If this was true, it was natural for Harrison, from Resurrection Island or Mount Panglai, to have a close relationship with the celestial worthy. They had been misled by Harrison's pursuit of death, darkness, and dusk-related scenes and his mastery of the depths of death. Overlooking this point, perhaps, as Jenna had speculated, Harrison's deep research into death didn't necessarily mean he was a beyonder of that pathway. This could better explain why they couldn't converge with him last time. Why had they coincidentally encountered him this time? As a shadow creature, Lumion also thought of the celestial worthy, the great being competing with Mr. Fool for the apex powers of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. He watched Harrison's slow advance and thought of more things. Previously, Harrison seemingly met the mirror person, Jasmine, leading us to speculate that he was also involved in Project Vortex. Now it's almost certain. Madame Magician mentioned encountering the celestial worthy's followers while dealing with Overseer Pearl, who was one of the initiators of Project Vortex. This background can explain why an outsider like Harrison can frequently appear in underground Trier without being found by the purifiers. Lumion didn't rush to act. He was unsure of Harrison's level and wanted to see what Harrison intended to do by repeatedly coming to the Samaritan woman's spring. This might reveal a lot of important information. As he followed Harrison's movements, Lumion suddenly understood why the underworld Taoist had warned Amandina to beware of Panglai. He had previously thought that the reappearance of Mount Panglai and the bodies floating on the river had alerted the underworld Taoist. But given his dire state, closer to a wraith, he couldn't discern Amandina's exact location and situation, so he had instinctively issued a warning. Now it seemed the message was to tell Amandina that someone from Panglai had been to the Samaritan woman's spring and to be cautious. Just as Lumion sighed internally at their earlier oversight, Harrison suddenly turned his head and looked towards their hiding spot. Almost simultaneously, the grand, layered voice of Termaboros echoed in his ear. "Protect your traveler's bag." Lumion didn't have time to discern the purpose behind Termaboros' suggestion. He quickly reached for his waist and grabbed the traveler's bag. The next moment, Harrison raised his right hand. Lumion felt the traveler's bag being tugged by an invisible force, but he held it tightly. Marauder? Not a power of the death pathway. A special boon from the celestial worthy? Puzzled, Lumion immediately shifted his position using the shadows. Behind Harrison, darkness surged, outlining Lumion's form. As soon as Lumion exited his shadow creature state, he let out a grunt. Two beams of white light shot from his nostrils, flying towards Harrison, who had no time to dodge. Almost simultaneously, Lumion sensed a dense aura of death emanating from Harrison. His spirit abruptly contracted, transforming into a tiny, golden millet-like particle, hiding in the deepest void of his body, unreachable. The two beams of white light hit Harrison's body, but it was like striking a piece of decayed wood or a lifeless corpse, producing no effect. Harrison turned swiftly towards Lumion, and his contracted spirit expanded instantly, filling his body once more. With this change, a root wrapped in white cloth swiftly formed in Harrison's right palm. He swung this semi-illusory root at Lumion. The white cloth strips on the root fluttered gently, stirring up cries that were either mournful or wailing. They drilled into Lumion's ears, causing him to falter just as he was about to change his position, unable to dodge in time. Smack! The root wrapped in white cloth struck Lumion's body. His skin quickly turned pale, and a sense of death deepened rapidly. Crack! Lumion's body cracked like a mirror, shattering into dull fragments that fell to the ground. Immediately after, he reappeared at the side of the slope, shaking the mirror that held Franca. Franca understood his intention, immediately exiting the mirror with the burning white candle and landing not far from him. Lumion, with his other hand, reached into the traveler's bag, took out the black tear accessory, and tossed it to Franca. Here, there was no worry about the mystical plague attached to the black tear spreading, and the demoness of affliction could withstand the corresponding mystical pathogens for longer. Lumion even suspected that, due to the special nature of the Samaritan woman's spring, the mystical pathogens created by the black tear would only survive for a limited time before perishing. As for what to do during that time, Lumion had already considered it. After throwing out the black tear accessory, he quickly reached into the traveler's bag again, grasping the hilt of the Sword of Courage. He intended to have the sword share half the damage and effects with him. Lumion wasn't overly concerned about the excess courage issue. With Franca around, she would guide and correct the warrior's choices in a more subtle way that the warrior would accept, like occupying a better position, making the warrior throw the sword to her for brief use, and then not catching it when it was thrown back, preventing both from being affected by the courage. As Franca put it, with an external brain they could be bolder in using the Sword of Courage. Of course, this could only effectively reduce the influence of courage, not completely avoid it. Harrison didn't just stand by and watch Lumion and Franca prepare. He threw the root wrapped in white cloth towards them. The root rapidly became illusory in midair, disintegrating into intertwined pale and greenish light, merging into the darkness. Immediately, several translucent, eerie pale white hands emerged from the ground beneath Lumion and Franca, cold and sinister, grasping at their ankles and calves. These seemed to induce some kind of paralysis. At the same time, Harrison's mouth moved, chanting an incantation in a strange language. With a whoosh, blazing white flames ignited beside Lumion's feet, bringing high temperatures to counter the chill, cold, and paralysis created by the pale white hands. Franca, with the black tear accessory wrapped around her wrist, silently let the eerie, quiet black flames of the demoness flow like water, engulfing the transparent hands trying to affect her, setting them ablaze. Lumion finally grasped the Sword of Courage, instantly becoming fearless. He drew the iron-black straight sword and slashed forward. A huge fireball, blazing white with a hint of blue, formed and shot straight at Harrison, whose black hair was only a thin layer. Harrison, seeing this, did not move. He quickly finished the last two sentences of the incantation and pointed his right hand towards the Samaritan woman's spring. Franca, just breaking free from the pale white hands, finally deciphered what the enemy was chanting. One sentence was "Steal the secrets of heaven," and the other was unclear at the beginning, ending with "Swift as a decree, be driven." Below, at the Samaritan woman's spring, the pale white water began to bubble, reflecting a figure of a woman, serene as the night but rotting and oozing pus. The figure silently gazed at the outside world without any movement. But in front of Harrison, a similar yet more illusory and flickering figure appeared. As Lumion's fireball cleaved out from the Sword of Courage approached this figure, it gradually dimmed, quickly becoming illusory, and mostly vanished. The remaining bit exploded on the spot, forcing Harrison back 2 steps. Seeing this, Lumion didn't hesitate to activate the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm. Want to compete? Fine. Let's see who can exert more influence on the Samaritan woman's spring. Nothing to fear. Splash. The pale white water retreated into the dark, bottomless spring, and a sense of wild frenzy instantly descended. At that moment, whether it was Harrison, Lumion, or Franca, they all felt a shock to their minds and bodies, wanting to submit, temporarily losing their ability to think, their minds blank. The cold, rotting sensation in Lumion's right palm emerged, suppressing the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. The frenzied, violent feeling from the spring quickly receded. Lumion was the first to regain his thoughts. He raised the iron-black Sword of Courage and rushed to Harrison, slashing at his head. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion and scattered flames, Harrison's body reverted to a sinister, deathly paper figurine. The paper figurine lightly adhered to the blade of the Sword of Courage, torn to pieces by the violent shockwaves and set ablaze by the white-blue flames. Multiple similar paper figurines appeared around Lumion, all exuding a sinister, pale, deathly aura, with facial features painted in a horrifying and maliciously humorous manner. The next second, black flames flew from Franca, landing on these paper figurines, burning the spirituality and mysticism that sustained them. In the blink of an eye, these sinister paper figurines fell in a series of wailing cries, turning to ashes. Harrison has fled, Franca judged quickly after a glance. Lumion, holding the sword of courage, sprinted up the slope, chasing to the edge of the gray fog. The fog swayed gently, seemingly indicating that the enemy had just escaped. Lumion was about to pursue when Franca's voice reached his ears. Let's switch sealed artifacts. Mine is almost at its limit. Lumion, undeterred by the Black Tear's negative effects, immediately threw the sword of courage over. As soon as the iron-black straight sword left his hand, rationality and clarity reclaimed his mind. Almost forgot that Franca can't leave the gray fog. If I go out alone, even if I catch up with Harrison without an external brain and a pre-planned strategy, the sword of courage would be my biggest problem. Franca, though eager to catch Harrison, remained rational enough to quickly analyze the situation and make an accurate judgment. Once Lumion caught the Black Tear, he immediately placed it back in its isolated space within the traveler's bag. Then, with Franca's help, stored the sword of courage as well. He then pulled Franca through the gray fog, returning to the slope leading to the ancient burial chamber. As Lumion used his hunter-tracking abilities to search for Harrison, Franca employed divination methods for clues. But after leaving the large burial chamber housing the Samaritan woman's spring, the visitor from Resurrection Island completely disappeared and managed to thwart their divination. They stopped at the Chrismonanite pillar on the 3rd level, exchanging glances. Franca's lake blue eyes revealed undisguised disappointment and regret. She sighed. If I had known, I would have called Jenna to ambush him outside the chamber. Lumion comforted Franca. Given Harrison's displayed strength, we should be glad Jenna wasn't outside alone. She could have been discovered, attacked, and might not have lasted until we left the Samaritan woman's spring. That's true. Franca sighed deeply. Holding the white candle, she glanced around and translated the 2 lines of incantation for Lumion. As Lumion lit a new candle, he pondered aloud. Steal the secrets of heaven. He tried to steal my traveler's bag. Did he sense valuable items and thus saw through my concealment? It seems Harrison is more like a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, yet he clearly uses powers of the Death pathway, and quite powerful ones at that. The Marauders we've encountered before, even at Sequence 5 Dreamstealer, didn't show such capabilities, and Harrison obviously lacks godhood. A boost from the celestial worthies mark. Franca thoughtfully said, after the Demoness of Black told me the Primordial One can modify the abilities of different sequences in the Demoness pathway to some extent, I wrote to Madame Judgment about it. She said it's not only true gods who can do such things. Certain kings of angels can too. Amon, for instance, once altered the mystical knowledge and some abilities acquired in different sequences of the Marauder pathway. Is Harrison exhibiting the original, full version? That might be a reason, but I think some of his actions just now have surpassed Sequence 5. Even a full-version Dreamstealer shouldn't manage that. The Resurrection Island's method of utilizing power and its manifestation differ significantly from the paths of the divine. Lumion pondered aloud. Holding the white candle, Franca thought for a while but couldn't figure out the situation. She walked towards the area outside the Chrismonanite pillar, saying solemnly, no matter if it's because Resurrection Island has a special way of utilizing and manifesting power, or if Harrison is a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, using the secrets of heaven to wield the Death pathway's power, or if he belongs to the Death pathway and uses the celestial worthies mark or boons to display stealing abilities, we can't underestimate him. We need to report this immediately. Lumion walked beside Franca, nodding. If I don't use sealed artifacts, I'm not confident I can beat him. At the very least, I'm not sure I can capture or kill him, and he might also possess a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Fortunately, we encountered him today. If it were another time, when I was alone, a chance meeting would be much more dangerous. Franca sighed and changed the subject. Does this mean the followers of the Celestial Worthy are truly involved in Project Vortex? What benefit could they gain? The descent of an evil god? Lumion speculated based on his knowledge and intelligence. Or bringing about the apocalypse earlier? Franca's expression flickered in the dim candlelight, and she could only let out a long sigh. Lumion moved forward, kicking away a silent, bony hand that reached out. He exclaimed with excitement, "This is undoubtedly a very big vortex. We can't just rely on the major arcana cardholders for help. We need to quickly improve our own strength to avoid being swept up and rendered powerless." "Exactly," Franca agreed. Lumion continued to look straight ahead, his voice unwavering. "You need to digest the affliction potion as soon as possible, and I need to quickly bring Ludwig fully into the team." Franca was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Lumion's profile. She hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, "Are you saying this out of guilt?" "There's no need. We can think of other ways. Guilt is part of it, but it's not the main reason." Lumion continued forward without much change in expression. Franca frowned slightly, looking at Lumion, and raised a question she had before meeting Harrison. "Why did you suddenly come to find me today and be so proactive?" "I thought I would have to endure our awkward relationship until I couldn't take it anymore and had to seek you out." Lumion chuckled. "If I told you Jenna asked me to find you, would you believe it?" Franca suddenly felt a bit stifled, not even sure why she felt this way or if it was for multiple reasons. She muttered, "She asked, and you just came?" Lumion smiled as if talking about something ordinary. "If I absolutely don't want to do something sans the influence of mystical powers, there's only one person in this world who can force me to do it." Franca knew who Lumion was referring to and understood what he meant. The blockage in her heart eased a lot, but recalling certain things made her expression quite complicated. There was anger, bitterness, and a bit of joy. She clenched her right fist, the one not holding the white candle, and punched Lumion's shoulder with considerable force. "You brat! You gave it away!" Lumion took the punch stoically, as if he had anticipated it. They walked in silence for a while. Franca, having adjusted her mood, curiously asked, "Actually, I wanted to ask earlier. Jenna had already found you and expressed her thoughts, and you said the best response was to delay until you became an iron-blooded knight. But in that situation, how could you delay?" "There was no way to delay anymore." Lumion glanced at Franca. "Find Anthony. Did you forget we have a psychiatrist in our team?" Franca chuckled awkwardly. "How can you discuss such matters with a psychiatrist teammate you meet every day? It's too awkward. Jenna and I definitely can't talk to Anthony about this." Lumion ignored Franca's excuse and continued, "With the help of a psychiatrist, or even a hypnotist's abilities, the issue could be delayed for a while. But fundamentally, this is an emotional problem, not a psychological or mental issue. Using a psychiatrist can delay it, but it can't be postponed forever. It will eventually erupt, so it's better to resolve it sooner." Franca tersely responded. After a few more steps, she looked at the darkness ahead and said in a calm but slightly joyful tone, "Do you know why I only punched you once?" "No," Lumion replied frankly. Franca smiled, feeling quite gratified. "Previously, you always gave me a feeling that goals, power, and close relationships were important, but you didn't care much about yourself, as if you didn't matter. This time, I originally thought you made all these decisions in that same mindset, but when you said you weren't entirely passive and had your own thoughts, even if just a bit, I was very happy." Lumion did not respond but did not refute her either. In Trier, Quartier de la Maison d'Opera, in an underground room, Anthony met with the Knight of Swords. The minor arcana card holder still wore a white shirt and black vest, his brown hair slightly disheveled, and his eyes looked quite repressed. At this moment, the Knight of Swords sat at a long table, with several playing cards covering different chairs. After glancing at what seemed like the aftermath of a card game, Anthony, who had met the Knight of Swords in the Raclef region of the southern continent, politely greeted him. The Knight of Swords responded briefly. After Anthony found a chair without cards in front of it and sat down, he spoke in a low voice. "I need your help with two things. One is to provide psychological treatment for a while to help stabilize my mental state. No problem. Anthony nodded gently. He knew that Madame Justice and Madame Susie were not in Trier recently. It seemed they had left because there were traces of a dragon on the West Midseashire coast, and a member of the Tamara family's judgment branch in the Lone Kingdom had surfaced and expressed a desire to cooperate. Both ladies had been away for some time and wouldn't return soon. Among the minor arcana card holders in Trier, only he could provide psychological treatment to the Knight of Swords. Maintaining his repressed state, the Knight of Swords continued. The second thing is that we discovered some members of the Indulgence faction seem to have brought a significant item to Trier. There are traces of a demigod among them. We have confirmed where these Indulgence faction members are staying, but without knowing what the item is or if there are other powerful individuals hidden, we don't want to launch a rash attack. It's best not to involve the authorities in this. If the item is useful to us but falls into official hands, it would be quite troublesome. Every 2 or 3 days, a servant from their villa comes out to buy supplies. Of course, there's likely an Indulgence faction member watching secretly, whose strength and level are uncertain. We will handle distracting the Indulgence faction member watching the servant. You will find an opportunity to hypnotize the servant, ask 2 or 3 questions, and then hypnotize him to forget being questioned. The questioning time is short and the risk is high. We can't guarantee your absolute safety, only that your safety will be our top priority. You can refuse, but if you agree, we will give you sufficient or exceptionally special compensation. Exceptionally special? Anthony asked, slightly puzzled. The Knight of Swords, Merrick, took a shiny lone gold pound from his pocket and said in a low voice, "I believe you recognize it." Anthony immediately remembered the lucky coin Jenna and Ludwig had obtained. After a moment's thought, he decided, "All right, I will hypnotize the servant and handle the questioning, but you need to design the questions. I don't know what concerns you." "Deal." The Knight of Swords showed a slight smile, but his eyes remained repressed. Anthony looked at him and said, "Shall we start the first psychological treatment now?" "Okay." The Knight of Swords nodded gently. Anthony smiled peacefully. "First, I must clarify that a psychiatrist is not omnipotent. Sometimes, I can only help you find the right path. Other times, I can only provide some emotional relief, allowing you to view troubling matters more normally. Just as restraint is for crucial moments of release, if you never release, I can only help delay it for a while. Eventually, it will be uncontrollable." 2 days later, in a bustling market, Anthony spotted his target, a man with evident Southern Continent ancestry. Pretending to select fresh meat, he slowly approached the target. According to the plan, the Knight of Swords and his team would now start distracting the Indulgence faction member watching the servant. If they failed, they would use Wraith possession to inform him that today's mission was urgently cancelled. Soon, Anthony reached the target's side. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he bent down to pick up a Louis d'Or from the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he asked the servant beside him, "Sir, did you drop this?" The servant looked over blankly, the gold coin's shine making him squint. At the same time, Anthony's eyes subtly turned vertical, tinged with a light gold hue. The servant, completely focused on the gold coin, swallowed and said, "Yes, it's mine." Thus, Anthony completed the hypnosis. He handed the coin to the servant and asked casually, "What are they doing in the villa? Never coming out?" The servant hesitated, then replied, "They're in an orgy all together. They're making babies, making babies." Making babies? Anthony suddenly had a strong sense of foreboding. He immediately abandoned the second question preset by the Knight of Swords and straightforwardly asked, "Who is making babies?" The servant replied, his confusion tinged with fear. "Everyone is. The women are giving birth, and so are the men. Men are giving birth too." Anthony felt a shiver run down his spine and nearly used to placate himself. He took another gold coin from his pocket and smiled at the servant. "Did you forget you dropped another Louis d'Or?" The servant thought the Louis d'Or shine had entered the other man's eyes. He assumed the man was trying to bribe him and hastily nodded. Yes, yes, I forgot. As he spoke, the servant's thoughts became fuzzy, as if he heard something but also didn't. When he came to his senses, he had forgotten what had just happened, and the Louis d'Or in his hand was gone. In an alley 2 streets away from the market, Anthony saw Merrick, the Knight of Swords, reflected in a puddle left by last night's sudden rain. Before the Knight of Swords could speak, Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered and then said, "The Indulgence faction only indulges desires, not making babies. That's not their hallmark, right?" The repression in the Knight of Swords' eyes had lessened slightly. He said gravely, "Followers of the primordial moon within the Indulgence faction do occasionally, but not to the extent where even men give birth." Anthony said in a serious tone, "Based on the behavior of those Indulgence faction members, they're bringing a significant item to Trier, the brewing of Project Vortex, and the fact that its leaders are brokers who worship an evil god. I suspect that the Mother Tree of Desire worshipped by the Indulgence faction and the Great Mother worshipped by the Night Stalkers have started collaborating on something, which is a crucial part of Project Vortex. Since the Knight of Swords had come to Trier, he naturally knew about Project Vortex from his Major Arcana card holder. He replied in a low voice, "Your suspicion is alarming. I will immediately report this to Ma'am Hermit and the higher-ups of our faction. If necessary, we will take decisive action." Anthony nodded. It would be best to inform the authorities as well. In Trier, no one is better suited to handle this than them. I need to return to my companions and warn them to be on guard against the coming vortex. With that, Anthony was about to leave the alley. "My companion will take you to find the 7 of Wands. It will be faster this way." The Knight of Swords called out to Anthony, "We will give you the promised reward once the situation stabilizes." The Minor Arcana card holder quickly vanished from the puddle's surface. He was eager to write to his Major Arcana card holder, the Hermit. In the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 on 9 Rue Orosai, Franca and Jenna were squeezed together on the sofa, comparing the lone gold pounds in their hands. "I can feel they are somewhat special, but I don't know what makes them special," Franca said happily. She then looked up at Lumion, who had taken her spot. "Mr. Star's reward is this. Haha. Now you're the only one without one." Lumion found it amusing and remarked, "Did you forget about Anthony? And Lugano doesn't have one either." Jenna glanced at Franca, who was leaning on her, and said thoughtfully, "When I first got the lucky coin, I thought it was a gift, but after you and Ludwig got yours, I began to suspect they might be symbols or tokens. We might all experience something together in the future. Lumion is special in many ways. He will get involved sooner or later, and he will get a coin eventually. At least he doesn't have one now," Franca said, showing off her lucky coin. After discussing this for a while, Franca put away her lucky coin and asked Lumion about the serious matter. "How is Ludwig's training going?" "He follows my orders well now. The next step is to go through some experiences together to build rapport with you all." Lumion thought for a moment. "I'll design tasks accordingly. With a small team, it should take 2 or 3 weeks to achieve this. I'll probably finish digesting the affliction potion before your advancement. The main issue now is convincing the Demoness of Black that I can digest it so quickly." In the past few days, Franca's progress in digesting the affliction potion had advanced significantly, and she estimated she needed only about a week more. Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "My pleasure potion is fully digested. I just need a couple of days to prepare for the ritual to become a Demoness of Affliction." "So soon?" Franca exclaimed in surprise. Jenna looked at Franca with a complex expression but did not answer. Franca was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh." She understood why, which made her feelings even more complicated, with a mix of bitterness, sadness, joy, and smugness. "I have given Jenna the potion ingredients and the remaining ice lemon fish fillet," Lumion added. "Okay." Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. Feeling Jenna leaning against her, smelling her fragrance, and looking at Lumion, who had taken her spot and was mimicking her sitting posture, Franca suddenly felt that the past couple of days had been quite enjoyable and reassuring. Except for occasional pain and sadness, everything was great. Lumion was even expressing his importance to her more actively, though not much. Since her transmigration, it was the first time Franca had felt this way. Well, let's just say I've built a harem, except Franca sighed inwardly. She hoped these times would last longer, and that the vortex and the apocalypse would never come. At that moment, Lumion turned his head and looked towards the side door of the living room. Anthony's figure quickly took shape there. I have important information, Anthony said directly. Lumion stood up from the armchair and gestured for Anthony to continue. Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered from the servant and his own speculations. During this, Jenna and Franca, the two demonesses, both had a premonition of danger from their spirituality. Lumion said without hesitation, I'll inform Madame Magician immediately, then meet up with Ludwig and Lugano and move to a new safe house. We'll wait for instructions from the major arcana card holders. Above the endless gray fog, in an ancient and majestic palace, on either side of a mottled bronze table, figures shrouded in gray fog quickly formed. There were 8 of them. The seats at the head and foot of the table were empty. Miss Justice stood up, looked around, and said, This is an emergency meeting with Mr. Fool's permission. Madame Magician did not waste time. Once Miss Justice sat down, she immediately asked Mr. Starr across from her, Was it your idea or a hint from the Church of Evernight to send the 2 of Cups to fetch water from the Samaritan woman's spring? Mr. Starr sat upright this time. It was a revelation I received in a dream. A dream? Is the Evernight goddess reminding us to pay attention to Harrison? Yes. She should know that Harrison has entered and exited the Samaritan woman's spring several times and mastered the pattern. Madame Magician did not ask further and turned to Ma'am Hermit on her side. Has Queen Mystic conveyed any information? Ma'am Hermit shook her head, then said after recalling, She hasn't contacted me for a while. I tried to reach her a couple of days ago but received no response. As she spoke, Ma'am Hermit suddenly paused, foreseeing a scene. Then, she saw the gaze of Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Moon, Mr. Sun, and Madame Judgment all fall on her, their expressions solemn and their eyes full of undisguised vigilance. Tossed high into the air by a storm, then slammed back into the vortex of the sea, the Dawn struggled to maintain its balance, like a toy thrown into the ocean. There was not a single sailor on its deck. The sails and ropes moved on their own as if controlled by invisible hands. After a long time, the storm finally subsided, and the Dawn, the flagship of Queen Mystic, soon stabilized. Ahead, an island covered in dark green, nearly black, giant trees slowly emerged under the blue sky and white clouds. Wearing a floral shirt and a brown captain's coat, Queen Mystic Bernadette stepped out of the cabin and walked to the bow. Her blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, her straight eyebrows extended gracefully, and her naturally flowing chestnut hair reached her waist. She wore pants and boots for ease of movement. Empty-handed, Queen Mystic gazed at the island, her eyes darkening, her face expressionless. As the island drew nearer, another person emerged from the cabin. This person was also a woman with black hair and brown eyes, a pretty face, and the typical appearance of a Loanese. She wore a dark robe with many pockets and different flowers embroidered on it, a favorite outfit of ancient merchants. Overseer Pearl, this evil god worshipper and initiator of Project Vortex, appeared on Queen Mystic's ship. Pearl walked to the bow and stood beside Bernadette, also gazing at the island, a clear smile on her face. Quartier 14, within the botanical garden, there stood a wooden cabin belonging to the caretaker. Lumion had prepared this safe house before heading to Morora. He hadn't rented it. Instead, he used money to persuade the garden caretaker to vacate the place whenever needed and to pretend he still lived there. Franca glanced at the lush trees surrounding them, then turned her gaze back to Ludwig, who was sitting at a small wooden table, munching on a donut. She asked with a playful smile, "How about I give you some homework?" Ludwig looked up quickly, eyeing Franca warily and instinctively scooting back. Franca laughed immediately, muttering to herself, "I fee an angel's pain, and my affliction potion has digested a bit more. "Why are you bullying a child?" Jenna asked, amused by the scene. "What child?" Franca explained with a grin. "I had suspected that making Ludwig experience the pain of studying and doing homework might help me digest the potion, but I didn't try it for fear of ruining Lumien's training and making Ludwig want to run away from home. Now, with the vortex possibly approaching, I need to digest as much as I can. Besides, it's not like Ludwig will bond with us that quickly anyway." Ludwig's brown eyes clearly conveyed one message as he looked at Franca. "You demoness." Jenna thought carefully and realized Franca's reasoning made sense. Once Lumien completed his advancement and she herself reached the stage of the demoness of affliction, this could be one of the ways to digest the potion. Ludwig's gaze flicked between Franca and Jenna before he spoke in a determined tone. "I will do my best to build rapport with you all." "Not bad." Lumien clapped his hands, then said to Franca and Jenna, "You two have the potential to be conspirers. Now Ludwig doesn't mind teaming up with you. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Franca looked around, sensing that Lugano and Anthony's gazes seemed to say, "Look, you've driven the kid to this point." Lumien tossed a chocolate coin to Ludwig and asked thoughtfully, "After eating that chef's stomach, you should have recalled quite a bit of knowledge, right?" Ludwig quickly unwrapped the chocolate and answered honestly, "Yes, this training is quite effective." Franca was a little surprised and looked at Lumien with admiration. Lumien pulled up a chair and asked in a coaxing tone, "Do you know anything about the broker pathway? What do they mean by vortex?" Busy with training Ludwig and giving him tasks, Lumien had nearly overlooked that Ludwig was an angel from beyond the barrier and might know something about the broker pathway. After learning about Project Vortex, Lumien had asked Ludwig a similar question before going to Morora, but Ludwig had shaken his head, saying he had no recollection. Now, he had recovered some memories and was much more obedient. Chewing on the chocolate, Ludwig fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said uncertainly, "It seems to involve more complex transactions, with multiple traders, not just one-on-one deals." As he spoke, Ludwig took a stack of bread slices from the side and laid them out on the table, representing different traders. He then pointed to the bread slices and said, "Transactions can occur between any of these groups, or there can be three-way, four-way, or even more parties involved. Connecting the corresponding lines creates a web or a vortex, involving many people." Lumien understood Ludwig's meaning and pondered. "It seems the transaction between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Great Mother is just one part of the vortex. So where is the center of the vortex?" "In the Square District, outside a villa where several members of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction lived. Angoulême de Frangois and a group of purifiers had arrived nearby. For this mission, he had borrowed a sealed artifact from the Inquisition in the Market District, his preferred Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Sword of the Sun, which was now embedded in the spine of a gray-white humanoid mechanical creation. Angoulême looked up at the sky, where white clouds floated and the sun wasn't too intense. He glanced around and said, "Squad A, enter with me. Squad B, ambush underground. Squad C, go to the back door." After instructing his team, he spread his arms slightly and said, "Saint Vive and Saint Plessis are watching us. We will surely be victorious. Praise the sun. Praise the sun." Every purifier responded. Once the squads were in position, Angoulême, wearing a brown wool coat, moved from stillness to motion and charged towards the villa, with the gray-white humanoid mechanical creation following closely. For this mission, which might involve a demigod from the Rose School of Thought, Angoulême was not too worried. The Archbishop of Trier, Saint Plessis, and the Guardian Angel of Trier, Saint Vive, were not just watching but were also nearby, ready to purify the evil. The main goal was to force the bloody members of the Rose School of Thought out of hiding. If necessary, they could destroy the entire villa, purifying both the Beyonders and the ordinary people who worshipped evil gods together. Although Angoulême believed that some of the ordinary people might still have a chance to be saved, some might not be deeply devoted to the Mother Tree of Desire. Their rescue depended on ensuring the safety of his team. As the captain, his primary responsibility was to his subordinates. Angoulême was the first to rush through the garden and reach the front door of the villa. Just then, he saw a white, thin mist rising inside, twisting and turning to form faces of agony that seemed almost real on the glass windows and walls. Angoulême stopped and prepared to summon light of holiness to purify the mist. Suddenly, deep within the thin white mist, in a room on the second floor of the villa, crimson moonlight began to glow. It quickly outlined a stiff, sluggish, twisted, and blurry figure. For some reason, upon seeing the crimson figure, Angoulême and his team felt a sense of awe at an ultimate beauty. They gazed obsessively at the crimson figure slowly approaching the window, completely forgetting their mission. They heard the cries of babies in their ears. Along with the cries came a sinister, genderless voice. "You're just in time." In the depths of a primitive island, where the trees suddenly disappeared, relying on the help of someone to circumvent her father's ban, Queen Mystic Bernadette once again saw the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain. Most of the mausoleum was part of the mountain itself, with some artificial traces. There were no weeds or vines on its surface. It stood over 100 meters tall, majestic and grand. This was where Bernadette's father, the former emperor of the Intis Empire, Roselle Gustave, who had created an era, lay in eternal rest. Engraved on the mausoleum's surface were the civil code established and promulgated by Roselle, along with his new social customs and inventions. In his later years, Roselle had forcefully switched from the mystery prior pathway to the lawyer pathway, attempting to become the Black Emperor of Sequence Zero, but had perished during the apotheosis ritual. This was an intentional outcome because he had suffered severe, hidden corruption after visiting the moon in his later years. He considered using the Black Emperor's characteristics of eternal tombs and undying order to escape the corruption. However, after his death, the Beyonder characteristics belonging to the mystery prior and savant pathways would completely separate, and if he were to be resurrected, only the pure Black Emperor characteristics would be summoned back to his body, preventing him from becoming a half-mad entity like the Blood Emperor of the Fourth Epoch who had forcibly switched pathways. Unfortunately, despite completing the Black Emperor ritual and gaining the rank of a true god, Roselle found that the hidden corruption could not be escaped even in death, kept regenerating. Thus, Roselle, neither fully dead nor truly alive, sealed himself to prevent being completely altered by the corruption. Bernadette had visited this Black Emperor mausoleum once before, using the abilities of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and Mr. Fool's helped to further seal and protect her father. She came today to use the method of multiple corruptions entangling each other to achieve balance, hoping to free her father from his current state and revive him. Afterward, she could wait for Mr. Fool to awaken and perform the best seal on the corruption. This way, even if it wasn't Mr. Fool who awakened but rather the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, her father could barely maintain himself through his own balance. For this, she was willing to push some gray transactions. She had also prepared extensively based on her foresight to prevent the situation from deteriorating. This time, Bernadette encountered no obstacles or attacks like before and smoothly reached her father's mausoleum. This confirmed one of the traders the broker Pearl had roped in. And this trade might involve more than two parties. "You can now perform the ritual to let the desired corruption enter the mausoleum," Overseer Pearl said with a smile to Queen Mystic Bernadette. "But I need the magic wishing lamp as a medium." 0-05 The magic wishing lamp. Bernadette replied calmly. "That wasn't part of the deal." Pearl sighed with a smile. "It would make the ritual simpler and more effective. But it's okay. The trade you facilitated to bring me here has pleased my master, and I have received a new boon. I can try to complete the ritual on my own with the corresponding items." As she spoke, Pearl spread her arms, her body gradually turning into white mist. The mist expanded, slowly rotating to form a vortex. As clusters of gray-white crystals were enveloped by the mist and disintegrated, blending into it, Pearl's white mist expanded rapidly into a gigantic, peculiar vortex. Within the vortex, the overseer's face flickered in and out of view, sometimes distorted, sometimes normal. She looked up at the sky, her voice becoming ethereal, and spoke using the words of order. "Bernadette offers the location of Roselle's mausoleum on the primitive island, the place for the vortex ritual, and some materials in exchange for a gray trade." She requests that the great uncertain mist bestow a blessing upon Roselle, bringing balance to the corruption within him. As soon as Pearl finished speaking, a light appeared within the white vortex. Within the light was a deep, dark void, at the center of which was a solid, massive planet shrouded in layers of ever-changing white mist. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist that could envelop the planet detached itself and moved towards the edge of the light, as if encountering an invisible barrier. That wisp of white mist spread out, becoming intangible, and then, using the power of the ritual, a medium containing the truth, and the cracks in the invisible barrier, it penetrated magically, merging with the white mist that Pearl had become, landing on her sometimes grim, sometimes smiling, blurred face. The two fused into one. Then, a large part of the white mist that Pearl had transformed into separated and flowed like a river towards the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain, seeping inside continuously. Queen Mystic Bernadette turned her back on the mausoleum. Her chestnut hair suddenly parted, and a pair of cold, merciless, transparent eyes grew at the back of her head. Other facial features slowly formed around these eyes, blurring together. It seemed like another her was emerging. Through this, Bernadette glimpsed several scenes inside the black mausoleum, confirming that her father, Roselle, was being enveloped by the white mist. The mist slowly eroded Roselle's body, beginning to distort the constantly regenerating corruption, slowing it down. Likewise, it distorted the force that rapidly killed the new corruption. Due to the difference in quantity between the white mist corruption and the original corruption, it would take some time to maintain the ritual to achieve true balance. At this moment, the mid-morning sun in the blue sky with white clouds suddenly blazed intensely, as if sensing the dangerous gray trade happening on this primitive island. With the white mist strengthened by the wisp from the light, Pearl's face became more blurred and abstract, the corresponding mist expanding to completely envelop the treeless area, though it did not approach Bernadette or the black mausoleum. One by one, points of light appeared within the mist. Pearl's distorted face turned to one of these points of light and, in an even more ethereal and elusive voice, said, "The great supernova dominator agrees to intervene fully, suppressing the barrier so that all true gods in the astral world cannot interfere with the matters inside the barrier." Before Pearl could finish speaking, a blinding light suddenly emerged within the point of light she was gazing at, bright enough to devour all darkness and blind an angel. With this change, the sky was illuminated as if a flashbang had been thrown into a dark room. Even Pearl, protected by the ritual, had to close her eyes. Neither she nor Queen Mystic Bernadette could see the high sky becoming void, with a transparent barrier full of cracks deep within the void. Within that void, there was a drawn sun, a gigantic entity shrouded in dense darkness, a terrifying figure surrounded by a storm of lightning, a pair of brass-colored eyes opening within the cracks, a corner filled with wheat, flowers, and springs, and a faint glow presenting vague scenes of civilization. A massive, heavy, and profound fireball crashed heavily onto the invisible barrier with many cracks, exploding with a dazzling light that illuminated the void completely, making the abstract patterns seem nearly transparent. This didn't cause widespread earthquakes within the barrier. It merely temporarily blinded people. In the white mist, Pearl's face, with closed eyes, continued speaking with the words of order. What he needs in return is for the seal on the ship beneath Port Santa to be broken. As soon as Pearl finished speaking, one of the points of light grew slightly, showing a scene of the deep blue sea. Finally, the bright light penetrating the barrier became less dazzling, and Pearl opened her eyes, looking at the deep blue sea within the point of light. In an ethereal voice, she said, "Topsy of the School of Deliciousness is willing to pay this price." As Pearl spoke, a terrifying vortex suddenly formed in the deep blue sea. A monster emerged from the vortex, towering dozens or hundreds of meters high, with a lower body resembling a giant snake covered in shark-like skin with hidden evil patterns. The upper body split into 9 necks, each with a different head, some resembling snakes, some like giant sharks, some with wet black wolf heads, some possibly of legendary dragons. The most bizarre central head appeared human but had only a mouth left, with teeth sharp enough to crush anything. This head lunged at the invisible force sealing the sea, biting it furiously, while the other heads either devoured the fish in the sea, spewed venom at the seal, or tried to use their abilities to affect the seal. What he needs is... Pearl's voice reached Queen Mystic Bernadette's ears through the white mist. For the angel of the great primordial hunger to return. Outside the white mist, Bernadette had conjured an ancient-style spear. This spear had appeared in ancient times and was stained with the blood of a great being, covered in dark red spots and stains, seemingly capable of harming true gods. Mystical reenactment, Spear of Longinus. Bernadette hurled the spear, emitting a destructive aura into the white mist, not targeting Pearl but the point of light that had grown larger. She intended to stop the subsequent gray trades, preventing the vortex from spinning further and causing real harm. After all, she had achieved her goal, and maintaining it for a while longer would suffice. The spear of Longinus pierced the white mist, hitting the point of light showing the deep blue sea. However, it didn't dim or extinguish the point of light, as if it had struck a phantom. As the ancient spear dissipated, Pearl's exaggeratedly smiling face turned towards Bernadette. The vortex has formed. Unless you kill me, it won't stop. And if I die now, Roselle won't achieve true balance, and the broken fragile balance won't be restored. Bernadette froze. Pearl then looked at another point of light and, in an ethereal voice, said, "Offering help to Topsy of the School of Deliciousness is Mr. Higdon of the Order of All Extinction." The point of light Pearl was gazing at grew slightly, revealing a luxurious room. In the room, an elderly man with neatly combed graying hair sat quietly on an antique armchair. He wore a crisp white shirt and black suit with a gray bow tie, his handsome but stern face showing intermittent festering and oozing from exposed skin, with maggots crawling out occasionally. His deep, magnetic voice reached the white mist and Pearl's face. "But I don't know where the target is in Trier." Pearl's twisted smile widened, her gaze shifting to another point of light at an angle above. That point of light grew, revealing a dimly lit room with closed doors and windows. Sunlight streamed in through the glass windows, illuminating countless dust particles floating in the air. Below the dust was an old wooden loom, with a black-haired woman sitting beside it, her hair reaching her waist. The woman had an ethereal demeanor and delicate features but kept her eyes shut, constantly pulling out her hair and weaving it into the threads on the loom. Tears of pus-laden blood streamed from her eyes, her left arm severed and fallen to the ground, her skirt covering her empty legs, with a graceful female statue standing behind her. The statue, originally faceless, gradually grew features resembling the woman's. The hair threads on the loom shimmered with faint light, containing a wealth of information. Seemingly hearing Overseer Pearl's question, the woman brushed her fingers over several black hair threads on the loom. The threads she touched lit up, revealing the corresponding information. The Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought brought the shadow of the beauty goddess to Trier, trying to get as close as possible to Fourth Epic Trier. They did it covertly, avoiding detection by Trier's demigods. The Temperance faction of the Church of the Fool discovered the Indulgence faction's movements and the presence of an important item early but hesitated to act immediately. They waited for the right moment to complete their investigation, missing the opportunity. Lumion Lee and Ludwig moved to a safe house in District 14's Botanical Garden in Trier. If he knew how immense this vortex would be, he would have regretted not teleporting directly to the new city of Silver with his companions. But how could he have known? These intertwined destinies formed a foreseeable future. Overseer Pearl's ethereal voice echoed in the room. The founder of the Dream Seekers, Fate's attendant, Heloise, is responsible for weaving the entire matter, ensuring it progresses smoothly without alerting higher beings. She will also provide the locations of 2 angels. As Pearl spoke, the woman named Heloise plucked a strand of destiny thread representing Lumion and Ludwig moving to the new safe house. A bit of light jumped out, splitting into 3 fragments that entered the white mist transformed by Pearl and flew in different directions. In Trier, within the Botanical Garden inside the wooden house, Lumion and the others were blinded by the sudden bright light from the sky, unable to open their eyes for a full minute. Ludwig was the first to recover. He ran to the window and looked out at the plants, as if searching for something. Lumion was the second to recover. He frowned and said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, "Is this the start of the vortex? It's quite a commotion. I wonder if it will affect us," Franca said, just as a strong sense of danger washed over her. In such matters, demonesses always had keen intuition. Almost simultaneously, Jenna exclaimed, "It will definitely affect us. I have a feeling we can't stay here any longer." Lumion paused for a moment, then quickly whispered, "Termaboros, you didn't warn me because what's about to happen is something you want to see?" As he spoke, Lumion signaled to Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Lugano to come closer. They each grabbed his arm, shoulder, and vest. The only one who lacked the tacit understanding was Ludwig. Lumion looked at the young boy and said sternly, "Do you want to be punished with homework? Get over here." Ludwig's face showed fear, and he instinctively turned his body. But the next second, he reluctantly looked back out the window. He didn't know what he was waiting for. He just felt he should stay here, waiting for something very important. Lumion urged again. Ludwig's expression changed, and he finally couldn't resist the authority of his godfather and his fear of schoolwork and exams. He ran over to Lumion, grabbing his black vest. Still lacking tacit understanding, the ritual can't be considered complete. Lumion sighed inwardly and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He needed to teleport this large group to the new city of Silver, to the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. Lumion saw layers of dense colors and countless transparent, strange figures, along with the 7 pure, bright lights always far overhead. He was about to travel through the familiar spirit world to the coordinates representing the new city of Silver when his body suddenly felt heavy, pulling him away from this fantastical, mysterious, mad, and illusory world. Lumion found himself and the others back in the wooden house within the botanical garden, in the same state as when Ludwig had just grabbed his vest. With his extensive experience, Lumion's eyes narrowed, and he warned his companions, Franca and Jenna, "Circle inhabitant." Outside Emperor Rosel's mausoleum on the primitive island, in the area in front of the tomb shrouded in thin white mist. The 3 pieces of information that flew out from the point of light where Fate's attendant Heloise was located landed on 3 different points of light. One was where Higden of the Order of All Extinction was, another seemed to be inside a tunnel under Trier, where a figure holding a carbide lamp, dressed in a black robe, and looking different from those from the northern and southern continents, was the visitor from Easter Island named Harrison. The 3rd point of light first showed darkness, then outlined a figure. This figure was in his 50s, with a thick head of hair with a hint of white, and clear, deep lake blue eyes. He was a man with neatly trimmed facial hair, and his features were well defined. Even at his age, he could be considered handsome. Voisin Sanson, circle inhabitant of the sinners, Voisin Sanson, the father of Roche Louise Sanson, the original identity of Aurora, a follower of inevitability, Voisin Sanson. As soon as Voisin Sanson, dressed in a black suit, received the information about Lumion, Ludwig, and the others' location, he disappeared into the darkness of the expanding point of light. Higden of the Order of All Extinction also quickly left his room, no longer participating in this real-time, complex trade without physical distance. Overseer Pearl showed no surprise at this. With her ethereal voice, she announced the progress of the trade. Voisin Sanson of the Sinners has obtained crucial information about the recovery of the Inevitability Angel. The corresponding price will be paid by the Great Circle of Inevitability. Mr. Higden of the Order of All Extinction has begun his actions. The reward will be given after he completes the recovery of the Angel of Primordial Hunger and provides some assistance to Voisin Sanson, paid by Loki of April Fools. As Pearl's words spread, and with the invocation of those honorific names, the area around the white mist grew increasingly dim and uncertain, shadows rising as if a terrifying will was about to descend. Normally, Pearl shouldn't have known or spoken of information regarding great beings, as it would bring extremely terrible and severe consequences. After all, after convincing the gray-leaning Queen Mystic Bernadette with previous events, She had only received a new blessing through a substantial sacrifice, becoming a true vortex weaver, but not yet reaching the rank of an angel. However, she was currently under the protection of the vortex ritual and had just accepted a wisp of mist transmitted by her faith's truth, the uncertain mist, allowing her to remain unaffected. Her understanding of those great beings came from that wisp of mist, previously only contacting corresponding secret organizations and underground cults to reach relatively certain agreements. At this moment, Bernadette disintegrated herself into strands of information, surging towards Pearl's face within the gray mist in a vast torrent. She hoped to influence the other party in this way, preventing the subsequent trades from progressing but without destroying the current ritual. Pearl's face, composed of mist, suddenly dispersed, disappearing from Bernadette's perception. The vast torrent of information surged forward, seemingly lost in the white mist, unable to find the true location of the target. Soon, the torrent of information separated from the white mist and reformed Bernadette's body. Pearl's face then reappeared in different parts of the white mist, sometimes smiling, sometimes cursing, sometimes pretending to be friendly, sometimes babbling. These faces converged inward, once again forming Pearl's sometimes distorted, sometimes normal blurred face within the depths of the white mist. Pearl continued speaking with the words of order. Harrison from Easter Island has received information about Lumion Lee's location. After the vortex ritual ends, he will use the special mirror world to visit Fourth Epic Trier, paying a special item of the Fate pathway as a reward. This is the item Fate's attendant Madame Heloise wishes to obtain. As Pearl announced the new trade, a half-body figure that was nearly transparent and quite ethereal grew from Bernadette's back. This figure looked identical to Bernadette, even in clothing. She held a pale mask with only holes for the eyes, shining with a metallic luster, and quickly put it on. Pale Death, another Grade 0 sealed artifact owned by Bernadette. Pale Death. She intended to use this to control Pearl. At that moment, Bernadette's vision blurred suddenly, and the surrounding environment and distances became exceptionally chaotic. She was passively shifted in position, hearing an unusually familiar deep voice in her ear. Bernadette! Outside the Black Emperor's mausoleum, within the increasingly dense and varied white mist. In an underground location somewhere in Trier, within his corresponding point of light, Harrison took out an item. It was a thumb-sized, colorful bead with a glass-like texture, exuding a calming aura. Harrison then threw the bead into the surrounding white mist. Under Overseer Pearl's gaze, the bead passed through Harrison's corresponding point of light, through the dense white mist, and into the point of light where Dreamseeker founder Heloise was. The delicate woman weaving fate caught the colorful, glass-like bead with her remaining right hand. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly saw a scene. A bald man in a yellow robe with a strange cape sat cross-legged on a bed, a halo of pure light behind his head. Deep within the halo seemed to lead to the unknown, hiding many things. Heloise put down the bead, pulled out another strand of hair, and completed the last bit of her task. It was a blessing from fate. Project Vortex will be successfully completed. Heloise's black hair carried this message, woven into the previous threads. With a swish, a large piece of skin on the right half of Heloise's face was torn off by an invisible force, revealing the bloody, wriggling flesh beneath. She had not yet become an angel and could not normally weave such far-reaching fate. She could only forcefully complete it with the goddess's statue, but each weave brought severe damage. Her eyes had gone blind in the process, and her feet, legs, left arm, and fingers had also been broken. Of course, as long as she did not die on the spot, she could obtain special medicine for treatment through transactions with brokers. Overseer Pearl's face in the white mist turned her gaze to another point of light. This point of light showed a scene of an altar inside an ancient castle, surrounded by intact but lifeless bodies, their flesh and bones made into brushes and paints. A man with long hair, empty eyes, and a frenzied expression had completed the preliminary preparations at the center of the altar. It was a nearly finished, eerie oil painting, just 2 strokes away from completion. The painting depicted an endless, dark starry sky with blood-red circles on the left, resembling a special tunnel or a creature's mouth. On the right, numerous silver, white, and black flickered from bone powder, just short of forming a ring. Overseer Pearl's voice resonated. The string believer, Mr. Sage of the Fantasy Association, has sacrificed many bestowed and followers and is about to complete a magnificent and outstanding painting. Next, we will witness the unveiling of that painting. Mr. Sage's reward will be personally given by the Great Uncertain Mist at the end of the Vortex ritual, which is also what the great being he believes in wants to see. The man known as Mr. Sage used a brush made of bone and hair, dipped it into the paint made from flesh and blood, and painstakingly applied it to the depths of the blood-red circles. Pearl's ethereal voice sounded once again. This is an outstanding painting representing the endless cosmos. Once completed, it will allow two great beings to transmit a bit of their power into the barrier. Although this cannot be used for targeted attacks or corruption, it can exert more universal influence according to predetermined rules. Before Pearl could finish speaking, Mr. Sage, with his long hair and vacant eyes, finally pressed the human hair and bone brush onto the predetermined spot. His right side suddenly melted like a candle, with flesh flowing towards the brush, racing into the depths of the blood-red circles. LT seemed as though it really connected to the endless cosmos, where no matter how much flesh accumulated, it eventually vanished. Mr. Sage, left with only half a body and half a head, still had not died. He caught the falling brush with his left hand. On the oil painting, a pin-sized dot appeared in the depths of the blood-red circles. It was dark, as if a sound was emanating from it. Pearl's face in the white mist announced the results of the trade with the words of order. The great inextinguishable ravings has transmitted the first philosophy, allowing the immortal voice to penetrate the barrier in small amounts. These will be received by all who can hear unknown and mystical voices. The higher the sequence, the greater the impact. And some faithful followers of the first philosophy will, after the Vortex ritual is truly over, approach the remnants of the knowledge more in fourth epic Trier with the help of the Mirror People. Trier, at the real residence of Professor and Associate Professor. Just recovering from the sudden burst of brilliant light and barely able to see their surroundings, Professor and Associate Professor were worried about the current anomalies. They discussed whether to take the children to the small sacrificial square in the underground catacombs, their expressions changing. Instinctively, they raised their hands to cover their ears, but their facial muscles still twisted, and the veins on their temples bulged and throbbed. They heard an indescribable strange sound, causing both physical and mental anguish. In their pain, Professor and Associate Professor exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. This wasn't the voice of the hidden sage. This was an unprecedented situation for Professor and Associate Professor. Although they occasionally discovered some mysterious sounds while researching warlock spells and exploring certain special scenarios, aside from the indoctrination by the hidden sage, they had never encountered such unannounced sounds. Moreover, even without carefully distinguishing the content of the sounds, they suffered severe effects. Fortunately, compared to the indoctrination of the hidden sage, this seemed more bearable and did not push them to the brink of losing control. Most Beyonders of the Mystery Prior Pathway, upon hearing these mysterious, terrifying sounds, witnessed a phantom light composed of complex information writhing madly like a shedding giant snake in an unknown place. In the basement of the house where the psychic magazine was located, Mr. K, wearing a black robe and hood, suddenly stood up from the red-backed chair. The veins on the back of his exposed hands had turned black, writhing like insects. "No, no!" Mr. K muttered in pain. "It's not the Lord's voice!" He suddenly shouted, pulling off his hood and sticking his fingers into his ears. Mr. K's face had completely twisted, making his original appearance unrecognizable. He continually muttered in a voice filled with more mental agony than physical pain. "It's not the Lord's voice! It's not the Lord's voice!" Amidst the grating sound, Mr. K used both hands to tear off his ears, the ripped flesh grotesque and terrifying. It wasn't enough. Mr. K forcefully inserted his fingers into his ear canals, puncturing his eardrums and clogging his ear passages. Yet he still heard the sound. He prostrated, lying on the ground, and tearfully repented to his lord. As he repented, he vomited clumps of blood-stained organs. Similar to Mr. K, some angels, saints, and oracles of the Aurora Order also suffered intense and painful effects, making it difficult to follow the Lord's commands to stop something. In the forsaken land of the gods, a majestic mountain range was surrounded by strange light, with dense darkness at its core. At the edge of the light, various twisted shadows continued to form, rushing madly like moths into the darkness at the center. The darkness occasionally split open, revealing a gaze from behind the veil. On the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Mr. Sage pressed the human hair and bone brush into a pile of silver-black bone powder made from some unknown substance. The painter, now only half a body and half a head, twisted the brush forcefully, then raised it, aiming it at the last unfinished part of the endless cosmos oil painting. As the brush fell, Mr. Sage's remaining half-body and half-head also began to melt like a candle. Soon, the brush, carrying the painter, completed the silver-black ring. Almost simultaneously, the ring became ethereal, as if scratched, and seemed to merge into the air. 3 faint figures appeared on the silver-black ring, constantly changing positions as if eternally chasing each other. The endless cosmos oil painting was completed, but Mr. Sage would never see this work. Overseer Pearl's voice sounded once more. The great circle of inevitability has gazed upon this. All external forces attempting to interfere with Project Vortex will inevitably fail, except for the participants themselves. Above the blue sea, in the sky where the strong light had driven away the white clouds, Madam Magician, dressed in a women's shirt and brown ankle-length skirt, appeared with Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit. The latter not only wore her usual glasses, but also had layers of dazzling starlight covering her ears. When the mysterious, terrifying, and unknown sound appeared earlier, Madam Magician had sealed Ma'am Hermit's listening abilities in both the literal and mystical senses. Although this could not completely isolate the sound's influence, it significantly reduced its effect, allowing Ma'am Hermit to perform basic actions and warlock spells. Gazing at the blue sea below, Madam Magician frowned slightly and said, "I clearly pinpointed the island where the Emperor slumbers. This is the 3rd failure, a failed wandering. Inevitable failure?" Only Miss Justice, wearing a white dress with golden patterns, could hear the magician's voice. Miss Justice was about to relay the question to Ma'am Hermit through mental communication when the hermit, dressed in a patterned purple robe, foresaw a certain scene. Enduring the pain, the hermit used fairy tale magic to create a brightly colored, somewhat unrealistic ball of yarn in her palm. Ma'am Hermit threw the yarn forward, watching it roll into the void, leaving only a thread in the air to guide the direction. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal yarn rolled back from the void to Ma'am Hermit's feet. In Trier, the villa where several members of the Rose School were hiding was enveloped in holy and pure light, forming a slowly shaping golden sun. There was no shadow or darkness here. Angoulême de François and his team were awakened by Saint Vive's attack on the villa. They immediately received Saint Plessy's order to evacuate the area. But before they could turn around, they were nearly blinded by the brilliant light exploding from above, their bodies and minds in shock. When the light subsided, they recovered and ran frantically towards the street away from the villa. Angoulême was most grateful that the surrounding residents had already been evacuated. After running for a while, his vision blurred, and his thoughts became hazy. He found himself and his team back where they had been standing, affecting St. Vive's performance. In Trier, high above the city, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Star, and Mr. Moon's figures quickly appeared. "We can't find 7 of Wands and 2 of Cups, or rather, we can't reach the safe house they're hiding in," said Mr. Hanged Man, dressed as a captain and riding a storm. He quickly understood the situation and spoke to Mr. Star, wearing a white shirt, black coat, and red gloves, and Mr. Moon dressed in a tailcoat. Mr. Moon, with his handsome face, crimson eyes, and large bat wings gently flapping behind him, did not respond. He turned his head, looking towards a place in the plaza district where bright light had erupted, and murmured in confusion, "The ancestors summoning?" Mr. Starr, with an elderly voice, said, "It's the influence of the power of inevitability." "Yes," said the Madam Judgment in knight's training clothes, emerging from the void. "I sensed the calls of 2 of Cups and 7 of Cups, but I can't descend to them." Mr. Starr continued in his elderly voice, "There are only 2 ways to solve this problem. One is to find the medium allowing the power of inevitability to seep through and destroy it. The other is to discover flaws in the operation of inevitability's power and use them to escape the predicament. Of course, this all assumes that the being named inevitability is only exerting a slight influence through a medium and has not descended into our world." "Find the medium," Madam Judgment murmured, then said, "I'll ask Will for help." As she spoke, a diamond on her gemstone bracelet lit up with pure light. At the same time, worms made of intertwined transparent and opaque segments, seemingly ringed, crawled out of Mr. Starr's eye sockets, ears, and nostrils. High above Trier, an ancient, mottled, gigantic shadow emerged. It resembled a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments. Each segment was either gray-white or dark green, intermixed yet distinct, each marked with different symbols. Clang! The ethereal chime seemed to traverse through ages, making all of Trier appear frozen in time. In this brief stasis, transparent and opaque worms with 12 rings crawled frantically, burrowing into various places, seeking patterns to deceive and escape the influence of fate. Lumion and the others were also momentarily immobilized by the ancient-sounding chime. Not long ago, upon hearing Lumion mention the term circle inhabitant, Franca and Jenna both took out a tarot card from the traveler's bag. The tarot card depicted an angel sounding a trumpet to guide the departed. Major Arcana card, Judgment. Next, the 2 demonesses softly chanted in Hermes, "Rain Judgment." They felt Madame Judgment's response, but it was faint, unable to establish a true connection. The 2 demonesses instantly understood that this botanical garden or the surrounding area of the cabin was under more severe restrictions, not just the influence of the circle inhabitants' abilities. While they sought Madame Judgment's descent, Lumion, Anthony, and Lugano watched as their cabin rapidly decayed and collapsed, like a long-buried tree trunk disintegrating into the soil. Boom! A blazing white fireball shot upward, blasting apart the collapsing ceiling, preventing the rotting wood from touching anyone present. As the cabin decayed and collapsed, Lumion saw 2 figures appear several dozen meters ahead. One figure was slender, of medium height, wearing a crisp white shirt and black suit, with a gray bow tie. His features were sharp and pronounced. Although he appeared elderly, it was clear he had been quite handsome in his youth. His hair was now graying but meticulously groomed, and his face bore brown age spots that seemed ready to fester and ooze. The other figure was also dressed formally, in his 50s, with thick blonde hair flecked with white, eyes as clear as a lake, and a meticulously trimmed beard. Despite his age, he was still strikingly handsome. Seeing the latter figure, Lumion, though prepared, still forced a hoarse voice from his throat. Voisin Sanson. This was the leader of the Sinners' Organization, the father of Aurora's original body, a follower of fate who had brought tragedy to Aurora. "Sanson, leave those 2 demonesses to me," the man with the age spots said, his eyes brightening at the sight of Franca and Jenna, addressing circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. It wasn't just a lust for beauty, but a deep-seated attraction from more profound factors. Voisin Sanson gazed at Lumion, chuckling lightly as he responded to his collaborator, "No problem, Higdon." Lumion suppressed his urge to rush forward for revenge, quickly instructing Ludwig, "You handle the blonde one." Last time, Lumion had relied on the residual aura of the Blood Emperor to intimidate Voisin Sanson, causing the circle inhabitants' effect in the painting world to shatter, allowing him to escape. This time, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor was sealed by the underworld Taoist, and having suffered once, Voisin Sanson would surely be on guard. So, Lumion hoped that Ludwig, with his angelic body and rank, could forcibly break the circle inhabitants' influence through brute strength and rank suppression. LF they didn't break free from the circle inhabitant. No matter how much effort he, Franca, Jenna, and the others put in, they would be reset to the current moment, achieving nothing. Ludwig hesitated, as if saying to Lumion, "Me? Fight that powerful old man? I'm just child." On the one hand, Ludwig hadn't expected to be part of a battle, and on the other, he felt he shouldn't fight, believing it best to cooperate with the two elders in front of him and let them take him away. Vaguely, Lumion heard the chime again. His thoughts briefly blurred. Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and the opposing Voisin Sanson and Higdon all had similar feelings. Quickly regaining his composure, Lumion swiftly took out Black Tear from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Franca. From Higdon's tone and attitude toward Voisin Sanson, Lumion believed he must be a saint, a true demigod. Thus, Franca could only rely on Black Tear to hold off the opponent long enough to break the circle inhabitants' effect. Tossing Black Tear to Franca, Lumion urged Ludwig again, "Go! I'll prepare a grand feast for you later." Ludwig hesitated, but his feet remained firmly planted. At this moment, Voisin Sanson and Higdon, lacking angelic rank, seemed sluggish under some strange influence, not attacking swiftly. Lumion's voice grew imposing, roaring, "Do you want to be sent back to the Church of Knowledge?" Ludwig, startled, turned immediately towards Voisin Sanson. "Don't you enjoy your current life?" Lumion added, based on his understanding of Ludwig. Ludwig pursed his lips, then stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, sprinting towards Voisin Sanson. Lumion signaled Franca and Jenna, who had just shaken off the sluggishness. He meant for Franca to engage Higdon, stalling him, with Jenna assisting Franca but avoiding direct combat. Franca and Jenna nodded solemnly. Franca wrapped the Black Tear accessory around her wrist, her figure swiftly disappearing. Jenna also vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Lumion retrieved the Devil's Whisper's bone ring and slipped it onto his right middle finger. His body instantly ignited with blue-purple flames, exuding a strong sulfuric scent, and malice surged forth. He was grateful that he had vented most of his pent-up desires and emotions during this period, feeling much better than when he used the Hisoka relic in Morora. He then grasped the hilt of the Sword of Courage and drew it from the traveler's bag. Courage filled Lumion's body as he stared at Voisin Sanson, who sought to control Ludwig's insignificant fate, transforming into a long spear of blazing white-blue flame, and hurled it forward. "Revenge! Revenge! I won't back down." Before using the Sword of Courage, Lumion had devised a strategy. Franca and Jenna would stall Higdon, while he and Ludwig launched a strong assault on Voisin Sanson, attempting to break the circle inhabitants' influence. Anthony would support both sides and act as an external brain. As for Lugano, he wouldn't participate in the battle, instead finding opportunities to provide healing. Inside the dim Black Emperor mausoleum, dark walls surrounded a central black platform. Atop the platform was a giant chair that appeared to be made of black iron, engraved with complex, twisted patterns. The top of the chair back extended into the shape of a crown. A massive black shadow sat on the heavy chair, its facial features gradually becoming clear. Blue eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and well-groomed mustache. The shadow's body also became clearer, seemingly clad in black armor and a luxurious cloak. Roselle Gustav, the Intis Emperor who named an era after himself. He was constantly being reborn and dying, but both processes were distorted and slowed, allowing him to awaken and partially manifest. Seeing Roselle like this, Bernadette's eyes welled up, and she cried out in both pain and joy, "Dad!" Roselle's eyes turned blood red, and his face cracked open to reveal glowing red slits. But these vanished after another round of death and rebirth. Regardless of whether he was dying or being reborn, both processes slowed even further. Roselle looked at his eldest daughter and sighed. "Didn't I tell you never to come back?" Bernadette, her expression resolute, replied, "Dad, I want to save you. I don't dare gamble on whether the one who wakes up is Mr. Fool or the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." At the very least, I want to ensure you can stay conscious and stable without their help. Queen Mystic paused, her voice heavy before adding, moreover, I can't predict when the apocalypse will come or what the outcome will be. I don't want to wait any longer. Roselle sighed with a hint of relief. Silly child. Who helped you bypass my restrictions and return here? It was that individual. Bernadette didn't hide anything from her father. Adam? The current true creator. Roselle wasn't surprised at all. Bernadette nodded lightly. Roselle sneered, then looked at Bernadette with a complicated expression. You chose to collaborate with the believers of the uncertain mist. Do you know how dangerous that is? Bernadette was silent for a moment, then said, it's exploitation. The forces capable of balancing your corruption are all outside the barrier. Among them, only the power of the uncertain mist can relatively easily penetrate the barrier and transmit some of it inside. I've also made some preparations to prevent the vortex from progressing further. I deliberately didn't respond to Catlia's letter, so she would participate in the tarot club. When she is above the gray fog, she will quickly become aware, and with the strength of the tarot club and its connections, once the problem is identified, they can respond effectively. I've also predicted some of Pearl's trade partners, discovered the movements of the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought, and arranged for my subordinates to leak it to the Temperance faction. I've also foreseen the outcome of this matter, and the situation hasn't deteriorated. That individual also hinted at the same. Roselle shook his head, his tone slightly grave as he said to Bernadette in a teaching manner, perhaps the situation hasn't deteriorated because many people have sacrificed themselves. To Adam, this might be necessary. But what about you? Trier inside the botanical garden. Higden from the Order of All Extinction saw the two demonesses disappear. He immediately raised his right hand and scratched at the dark brown age spots on his face. The spots instantly festered, releasing maggots similar to those that crawl through corpses, oozing a greenish-yellow pus. The disgusting pus evaporated upon contact with the air, dispersing without a trace. Jenna had just circled to Higden's side, ready to assist Franca in launching an attack. Suddenly, she felt a wave of lethargy, as if stricken by a sickness called laziness. It felt as if her desires were wilting, showing signs of decay, and as if parts of her brain were beginning to malfunction. Following her instinct, Jenna immediately used her mirror substitution, not waiting for the problem to worsen and trigger it passively. The sound of two simultaneous cracks echoed. Franca, who had been sneaking up on Higden under the cover of invisibility to release the black tear plague, reacted the same way. Their figures first materialized and then quickly transformed into mirrors. During this process, as Franca and Jenna's mirror substitutes were still forming, their internal organs sprouted noticeable tumors, autonomously drawing nutrients. Blood vessels around the heart and within the brain rapidly became fragile. If the demonesses used pathogens to control diseases, then Higden's pathway seemed to represent the pathogens themselves, the very essence of disease. If Franca and Jenna hadn't actively triggered their mirror substitution, it would have been much more difficult to deal with the actual tissue changes in their bodies. They would need to perform a ritual, praying to the primordial demoness or a corresponding angel to transfer the disease to a designated mirror, or one would need to stick to the target while the other left the area, allowing Lugano to perform surgery combined with the doctor's abilities for treatment. Meanwhile, the disease had not yet spread. Voisin Sanson, with his blonde hair flecked with white, had already found several manipulable fragments within Ludwig's mercury-like river of fate. As long as he didn't touch the most critical parts of the angel's fate, he needn't fear backlash or losing control on the spot. Similarly, his godhood allowed him to observe most of Ludwig's fate without peering into fragments containing dangerous scenes or knowledge. Midway through his dash, Ludwig opened his mouth and extended his hand, intending to strip away the circle inhabitant's power from his target. At this moment, Voisin Sanson, who had already raised his arm, gently pressed down, magnifying a specific tributary of fate from a distance. Thud! Ludwig, the little boy, tripped over a protruding stone and fell flat on his face. Simultaneously manipulating fate, Voisin Sanson directed his gaze towards Lumion, who had transformed into a blazing white-blue flame spear. His eyes glowed, instantly emitting two ghostly green beams. This was a newly contracted ability Voisin Sanson had recently acquired. The main issue with the Inevitability Pathways contractee was that the strength of contracted abilities could not surpass the contracted creature's potential. This meant that early-stage contracted abilities were hard to enhance unless the initial contract was with a demigod-level creature, constrained only by one's own spirit and flesh from utilizing the ability to its fullest. This could potentially enhance the contracted ability with each sequence advancement. Below Sequence 4, without the qualitative factor of godhood, even Sequence 7 or 8 level contracted abilities could participate in Sequence 5 level battles and play significant roles. However, at Sequence 4, facing opponents of the same level, most of these abilities would struggle to be effective, necessitating new suitable contracted creatures. The ghostly green beams struck the blazing white-blue flame spear directly, giving Lumion no time to dodge. Yet, the spear contained no trace of Lumion. As the fiery spear rapidly withered and extinguished, only scattered flames remained within. As the figures of the two demonesses reappeared within the cabin's ruins, Lumion, wielding the Sword of Courage, materialized behind Voisin Sanson. Teleport. After the abscessed hand regained a complete body, Lumion's spirit world traversal ability had significantly enhanced. At this moment, a translucent figure climbed out from Voisin Sanson's back. The figure resembled Voisin Sanson but was colder and more indifferent. This was another ability Voisin Sanson had contracted after becoming a circle inhabitant, belonging to the domain of death. He had always guarded against Lumion's teleportation sneak attacks from behind. Although this would likely trigger the circle inhabitant's effect, he still had to guard against the unexpected. Moreover, it could be used as a trap. As the cold, indifferent Voisin Sanson specter rushed towards him, Lumion's thoughts began to sink, his body cooling. The blazing white-blue flames on the Sword of Courage gradually dimmed. On the primitive island housing the Black Emperor Mausoleum, within the thick white fog, Pearl's ever-changing face cast its gaze on 3 light points. The next phase was the most crucial part of Project Vortex. As Pearl's face shifted, 2 of the 3 light points suddenly expanded. One revealed a villa shrouded in white fog, permeated with a blood-red figure yet enveloped in divine light. The other was hazy, as if a figure hung suspended in midair, wrapped in yellowing bandages, pierced entirely by countless brownish branches, with thorns and rosebushes entwined. Though constantly intertwining, the roses and thorns continuously wilted and fell. The suspended figure's belly occasionally swelled and deflated, as if new life was stirring within. Beside the figure stood a massive tree covered in black tar-like substance. Its limbs, serving as branches, sprouted eerie, terrifying hands, with countless bloodshot black and white eyes rolling over its surface. Another light point had already expanded, revealing a member of the School of Deliciousness, Topsy, devouring an invisible seal over the ocean. Inside the dim Black Emperor Mausoleum, hearing her father's question, Bernadette remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I will do my best to prevent it." Roselle looked at his eldest daughter and smiled with a sigh. "Everyone makes mistakes. In my youth, no, even until I was trapped here, afraid to resurrect, I kept making mistakes, doing many wrong things, some even bad. Only when I resided in this mausoleum, occasionally gaining some peace and clarity, did I finally reflect seriously on my past life, realizing some of my choices caused a lot of unnecessary harm. Of course, I also did many right things, many good things." Seeing Bernadette's expression turn gloomy yet stubborn, Roselle affectionately raised his right hand, pressing down. "Don't blame yourself too much. I'm actually very happy and relieved about your choices and actions. Seeing my little princess willing to defy her long-held principle of do as you wish, but do no harm, willing to risk falling into the abyss to save her old father, makes me genuinely happy and relieved. It shows I didn't love you in vain, that my family life wasn't such a failure." The increasingly clear figure stood up from the massive black iron chair. He descended the platform, walking to Bernadette, opening his arms. Bernadette, momentarily dazed, felt like a child again, instinctively throwing herself into her father's embrace, feeling that familiar yet no longer warm, broad chest. After a brief hug, Roselle stroked Bernadette's chestnut hair, then walked past her, heading towards the mausoleum's entrance, his figure growing larger. "Dad!" Bernadette turned, calling out instinctively. Roselle turned his head, smiling. The vortex ritual has already begun. Due to the unique characteristics of the uncertain mist's pathway, it will be hard to stop the subsequent transactions from proceeding. Even if you want to kill that woman, it's unlikely to be accomplished. But it doesn't matter, Dad will handle it. Bernadette suddenly understood her father's intention. She took a step forward, trying to catch up, but found the distance between them unbridgeable. Meanwhile, she urgently shouted, "Dad, your corruption isn't balanced yet. If the vortex ritual is disrupted, you won't be able to return to your previous state." Roselle stopped at the mausoleum's entrance, smiling at his anxious, panicked, and pained daughter. Raising his arm, he said with spirited enthusiasm, "I was an emperor for many years, stood at the pinnacle of human power. I faced true gods, fought angels, had followers willing to die for me. I brought the light of civilization to that era. Even after a century of death, countless people still recite my name. I slept with many beautiful women and controlled countless destinies. Even after my downfall, no longer an emperor, my daughter is still willing to sacrifice everything to save me, to revive me. What regrets could I possibly have in this life?" Bernadette heard the finality in her father's tone, her eyes reddening, her voice choking. "Dad!" She used every ability to close the distance, but it was as insurmountable as the separation of heaven and earth. Roselle's nearly clear face showed a gentle smile. "Bernadette, do you remember when you were little, and Dad often gave you lessons?" Tears welled up in Bernadette's eyes, her vision blurring. "I remember. You taught me words, filled my mind with knowledge, told me many, many fairy tales." Queen Mystic's face was streaked with glistening tears. Roselle nodded in satisfaction. "I remember too." He continued with a slight smile. "Today, Dad will give you one last lesson." Roselle's expression grew solemn as he looked at Bernadette and declared, "A true gentleman knows what to do and what not to do." With that, Roselle turned away, no longer looking at Bernadette. The Black Emperor Mausoleum's doors swung open instantly. The outside light shone in, illuminating Roselle's giant figure, his black armor, and luxurious cloak, bright and radiant. As soon as Franca's figure materialized within the cabin's ruins, she saw Lumion, behind Voisin Sanson, turning pale. His eyes gradually became hollow, and only the sword of courage prevented him from turning into a corpse or triggering his mirror substitution. Voisin Sanson, despite having his back to Lumion, raised his left hand, and an indescribable radiance quickly gathered within his fist. Franca knew she couldn't passively wait for the mirror substitution to trigger. Perhaps Voisin Sanson's impending attack could bypass the connection between the substitute and the original, rendering it ineffective. At their current distance, neither she, Jenna, nor Anthony could awaken Lumion or stop Voisin Sanson in time. Even if they could, the threat from Higdon was even more imminent and closing in fast. At this moment, Ludwig was the closest to Lumion and Voisin Sanson. He had just gotten up but still had 20 to 30 meters to cover before reaching them. In a flash, Franca took a mirror out of her traveler's bag and instantly vanished. Relying on Black Tear, she appeared in the mirror world, traversing a dark, void-like tunnel into the distance. Meanwhile, Jenna watched as Franca's mirror fell to the ground, her attention shifting to Higdon, who was now only a few steps away. His face, mostly rotting and oozing pus, had reached her. She felt that all the demonous spider threads she had released had withered and decayed, losing their effectiveness. At this moment, everyone except Ludwig experienced a moment of disorientation. When Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony regained clarity, they found themselves back inside the cabin intact and uncollapsed. Franca felt a surge of joy seeing this. Her retreat in the face of battle wasn't to escape but to trigger the Circle Inhabitants effect, resetting the battle and freeing Lumion from Voisin Sanson's secret power and Jenna from Higdon's grip. Enemy abilities could be used to their advantage. Finding the trigger point, reverting an adverse situation instantly, meant any dangerous or fatal scenario could be retried. Of course, this was only if they had time to trigger it. Never thought you could use the enemy's abilities like this. Jenna, momentarily stunned by this realization, saw the cabin decaying and collapsing again, revealing Voisin Sanson and Higdon approaching from a distance. Lumion wasn't surprised. He had actively triggered the circle inhabitant effect back in Corda Village, seeking a reset. He quickly reached into the traveler's bag, retrieving the black tear forehead accessory and tossing it to Franca. Franca shouted, "Stall!" She had a plan for the current predicament. Delay until circumstances changed. Since they couldn't break Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant in a short time, they could use it fully. If things went wrong, they could restart, delaying until the authorities in Trier noticed the anomaly or the Tarot Club's major arcana cardholders found a solution and approached. As long as the evil gods hadn't fully invaded this world and the apocalypse hadn't arrived prematurely, delaying would surely bring assistance to cleanse the heretics. After all, this was the capital of Intis, Trier. Franca thought this and acted accordingly. She caught the black tear forehead accessory and threw her ice talisman to Jenna. This way, 3 people in the group could try to leave the area in different ways to trigger the circle inhabitant effect, without worrying about Voisin Sanson and Higdon each locking onto one of them, thus greatly increasing their margin for error. When Franca suggested this, Lumion was about to retrieve the Sword of Courage, and Ludwig was already instinctively charging towards Voisin Sanson. Lumion noticed that Voisin Sanson's expression remained unchanged. Despite Franca discovering the weakness of the circle inhabitant and planning to delay until the end of the Project Vortex, he suddenly had a thought. Combining his understanding of the inevitability pathway, he formed an initial judgment. Voisin Sanson couldn't allow the circle inhabitant to loop infinitely. He likely set a predetermined end for it. Each reset would push everyone closer to that conclusion until it became unavoidable. From the fact that they could retain their memories after the reset, it was clear that the inevitability power attached to the circle inhabitant effect wasn't strong. This endpoint wasn't far away. Lumion immediately reminded Franca, "Only one more time." In the inevitability pathway, the number 3 was sacred with strong mystical symbolism. It represented the past, present, and future, and pointed to the beginning, process, and end. Additionally, the initial number of abilities gained by a contractee fluctuates around 3. Lumion suspected that after 3 activations of the circle inhabitant effect, the 4th reset would lead them directly to the predetermined end, with no way to reverse it. In other words, 3 times was the limit, and the 4th would bring the final result. They had already triggered the circle inhabitant effect twice. Franca didn't understand why Lumion was denying her proposal, why he said they could only use the circle inhabitant effect one more time. But she knew Lumion understood the inevitability pathway better than she did. He was the expert in this area, so she should heed his advice. Thud. As Ludwig fell again, Higdon, whose age spots had not yet festered, slowly raised his arms. He clearly remembered the battle from the last loop and chose a different approach this time. Higdon's aura suddenly weakened, as if he was on the brink of death but not quite there yet. The age spots on his face festered, and his body emitted a strong smell of decay. He was quickly covered in a thick, disgusting greenish-yellow pus. Higdon then vanished, seemingly disintegrating into countless pathogens. Seeing this, Lumion gripped the Sword of Courage, and blazing white-blue flames ignited around him. The flames quickly spread, circling Franca, Jenna, and the others, protecting them in the center. Meanwhile, Anthony, who had been observing, solemnly reminded his companions. Higdon feels very similar to the Winter is Coming revolver. Winter is coming? Franca and Jenna both tensed. They remembered very clearly that the Winter is Coming revolver had 2 very powerful abilities: certain death and sure hit. The former meant that if hit, even a saint-level beyonder would be critically injured and gradually die, while those below demigod level would die instantly unless they had a substitute. The latter meant that unless they used a substitute before the attack or had a special ability, they would be inevitably hit, and the substitute would fail. If Higden was indeed as Anthony described and similar to Winter is Coming, the two demonesses had to be wary of the sure hit ability. After all, their physical strength was certainly not comparable to a hunter of the same sequence. If the substitute failed, even if the attack wasn't certain death, it would severely injure them. Protected by the white-blue flames, Franca raised her guard and came up with a new plan. She glanced at Lumion, who was ready to charge at Voisin Sanson, and quickly told Anthony, "Work with him. Certain death." Franca meant that, with Lumion and Ludwig distracting Voisin Sanson, they should find an opportunity to use the certain death ability of Winter is Coming on the inevitability believer, to see if it could kill him outright, or if the certain death effect would be reset by the circle inhabitant ability. As soon as Voisin Sanson died, the circle inhabitant effect would naturally be nullified, removing any hidden dangers. Just as Franca finished speaking, behind her, a greenish-yellow glow quickly condensed within the white-blue flames, forming Higden covered in thick, disgusting liquid. The old man was ignited, but he still lashed out at Franca with his arm like a whip. Sure hit. As Franca's spirituality warning triggered, she immediately used her mirror substitution. Smack! Her body transformed into a mirror, struck by Higden's thick arm, quickly darkening and shattering, falling to the ground with no trace of light, as if buried in soil for 100 years. As Lumion prepared to charge at Voisin Sanson, he suddenly pulled back and swung the sword of courage at Higden. Courage could be strategic too. Lumion wasn't afraid of Higden. He was just concerned that the enemy would flee too quickly, leaving no time to hit his body, so he feigned an attack on Voisin Sanson. Boom! As Ludwig fell again, Higden's arm, unable to escape, was severed by the explosive and sharp sword. The thick, greenish-yellow liquid covering his body was engulfed by the blazing white-blue flames. Smack! The severed arm fell to the ground, wriggling and growing rapidly, turning into another Higden. Now there were two Higdens. The flames covering them quickly dimmed, decayed, and extinguished. The two Higdens pounced on Franca and Jenna. Meanwhile, Voisin Sanson, who had planned to magnify a tributary of Franca's fate to make her substitution fail, suddenly felt a ripple of destiny. He instantly had an epiphany. No more delays. Time is running out. Voisin Sanson frowned. He didn't want to do what came next. It would be extremely painful. Let it be an accumulation for the sufferer stage. Voisin Sanson raised his right hand, pressing it to his temple, gathering an indescribable radiance. As the source of the circle inhabitant effect, he couldn't trigger a reset by leaving the area. That would mean truly leaving. He had to kill himself. Seeing this, Franca and the others felt a strong sense of foreboding. At that moment, the radiance in Voisin Sanson's hand strangely dissipated, as if twisted out of its composition. Similarly, the two Higdens missed their targets, and Lumion's sword of courage struck nothing. The sky darkened, and a majestic voice echoed in everyone's ears. "People of Intis, your emperor has returned." Deep within the primitive island, amid the pervasive white mist, Pearl's twisted face saw the gates of the Black Emperor Mausoleum swing open. A giant figure clad in black armor and a magnificent cloak emerged with majesty, with a torrent of white mist flowing between Pearl and the figure. Roselle Gustave. Pearl's face instinctively tensed, causing the mist that formed her body to collapse inward slightly. Roselle didn't spare a glance at the Vortex Weaver. He floated step by step into the air, reaching the edge of an abstract and ethereal strange world, like a rising mountain. During this process, the sky dimmed, and the remaining clouds twisted as if something had begun to come alive. Roselle gazed into the distance, raised his arms, and in a grand voice, he proclaimed, "People of Intis, your emperor has returned." Suddenly, the clouds above were pushed together by an invisible force, swirling downwards to form another terrifying vortex. The center of this vortex was Roselle Gustave. Meanwhile, across Intis, those who still followed the order Roselle had established heard the voice of the returning emperor. Most were bewildered, questioning their ears after the recent burst of intense light. while a few turned pale, unable to believe their suspicions. To the eastern reaches of the sky, a beam of light flared up, trembling wildly as if striving to cross the vast distance and reach Roselle's embrace, causing various distortions. Behind this beam, 3 more beams appeared, as if pushed by an invisible force, forced to advance prematurely. In different parts of the world, some people found themselves back home despite having just left. Others saw their bright cathedrals turn dark and silent, and some were habitually drinking milk but didn't notice they were using their nostrils, suffering no harm. Long-abandoned compulsory education schools strangely lit up, as if filled with students quietly attending classes. Using his worms of time to search for a flaw in inevitability's watch, Pallas found an exploitable point, but the worms of time he sent out disobeyed his commands. Madame Magician, who was wandering again with Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice, found herself away from the target location, instead of the sea, and in front of her appeared Madame Judgment and the little boy Will-Osepton holding her hand. The light dots within the white mist remained largely unaffected, only dimming slightly. Pearl, the vortex weaver, was first startled, then showed a joyous expression. She hadn't expected Roselle to step forward, forcibly reviving himself before the ceremony's end to reclaim the Black Emperor's divine throne. Such an outcome was beyond her wildest dreams, and she hadn't even considered having Heloise, the fate's attendant, weave it. But this was undoubtedly a good thing for her and the great entity she worshipped, the uncertain mist. The rewards this time will be immense. Pearl had just formed this thought when the uncertain mist she was linked to through the ritual conveyed an emotion, tightening their connection and thickening the swirling mist. Pearl sharply turned her gaze towards the villa in Trier, towards the twisted blood shadow emerging from the sacred glow and white mist. In a drifting voice, she spoke. The payment for the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought is the shadow of the beauty goddess, a sealed artifact derived from the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the moon pathway. The one willing to offer a price for it is Madame Hart of the Night Stalkers. As Pearl's words of order echoed, another light dot rapidly expanded. This light dot revealed a secret chamber, where a vague female statue stood in the center, the walls covered with childlike figures with bird-clawed limbs, and the floor piled with expressionless humans. At that moment, a figure stood before the statue, her belly swollen, face full and beautiful, with emerald eyes sparkling like gems, and brown hair neatly tied up, wearing a simple and loose white robe. A pregnant woman. The lady who nurtured a deity. The twisted blood shadow from the villa in Trier, using the white mist, pierced through the corresponding light dot and appeared beside Pearl, then moved towards the light dot where Madame Hart was. It walked slowly, influenced and twisted by Roselle's resurrection. Madam, you may begin. Pearl couldn't change the situation of the shadow of the beauty goddess and could only ask Madame Hart of the Night Stalkers to provide the price in advance. Hart nodded gently, turned to face the statue in the chamber, and chanted incantations in a low, indistinct voice. As the incantation neared its end, the childlike figures on the walls became illusory, transforming into beams of light that entered the statue's belly. The dazed humans on the floor exploded one by one, returning as flesh and blood to the Great Mother. The female statue gradually took on a crimson glow, transforming into a humanoid crimson moon. Madame Hart then turned and made a cradling motion towards Emperor Roselle in the air. She called out in ancient Jotun, "Come back, child of the mother!" Blood-red moonlight seeped from Roselle's body, leaving him and heading towards the light, where the female deity statue stood. These were the pollutants that forced Roselle to seek godhood and death but failed to free himself from. Now they were all drawn out, no longer affecting Roselle, no longer attempting to corrupt him. Roselle's century-old problem was thus effortlessly solved. But his current state required the corruption of the uncertain mist to balance the corruption of the Great Mother. Removing either would break the balance. In the blink of an eye, Roselle was filled with white mist, twisting the speed of passing and the distance between 2 points, gradually eroding the Emperor to completely corrupt him. Inside the Black Emperor mausoleum, Bernadette saw this and, no longer calm like outside the mausoleum, anxiously shouted, "Adam, where's your promise?" Roselle remained unaffected by his state change. as if it was within his expectations. He continued to spread his arms, awaiting the return of the Black Emperor's uniqueness and 3-sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. These were traits unique to the Black Emperor's true deity. Once revived, regardless of who held the uniqueness and the 3-sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, they would forcibly return, merging with him without the need for extra rituals or potions. Crimson moonlight rose from various parts of the primitive island, coalescing with the pollutants drawn from Roselle into a miniature crimson moon-like object. Pearl's ethereal voice rang out in time. Madame Hart requested the Great Mother to reclaim the corruption from Roselle Gustave. This corruption will be exchanged for the shadow of the beauty goddess and given to the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Madame Hart caught the miniature crimson moon trying to return to the mother's embrace and pushed it out of her light dot. The miniature crimson moon entered the white mist created by Pearl, slowly flying towards another light dot. This wasn't the light dot the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged from, but one guarded by a peculiar giant tree with a vague figure hanging above it. The vortex weaver, Pearl, suppressed her excitement and once again scrutinized the scene of Topsy of the School of Deliciousness destroying the seal in the sea. In the next second, wisps of thin gray fog seeped from the seabed, cooperating with the hydra-like Topsy. Trier, Botanical Garden. Hearing the Emperor's return across space, Franca's lake-blue eyes widened in astonishment and confusion, with a hint of uncontrollable joy. At the same time, her spiritual intuition told her that the order here had been distorted, including the circle inhabitant effect. And wherever there was a distortion, it meant they could escape without triggering the circle inhabitant effect. Where is the distortion? Franca had just this thought when she saw Jenna take out a mirror and quickly perform a magic mirror divination. Jenna had a similar intuition. Meanwhile, the two Higdons, ignoring the unusual surroundings, madly attacked Lumion, who wielded the Sword of Courage, unable to focus on the two demonesses. Likewise, before Voisin-Sanson stood only Ludwig, still short-legged and short-statured, unable to reach him to interfere. The circle inhabitant made a quick decision, pressing his temple, letting the gathered strange light pierce through his head. In excruciating pain unbearable even for an ascetic, he was instantly near death. The circle inhabitant effect triggered once more. Lumion and Anthony's thoughts blurred, and they found themselves back in the intact cabin, before taking out the Sword of Courage and Black Tear forehead accessory. Franca and Jenna couldn't complete their magic mirror divination in time. Lumion instinctively took out the Black Tear forehead accessory, intending to throw it to Franca, but upon grasping it, he sensed the mirror world, particularly the special one, feeling the summons of 0-01 from Morora. Is it possible to sense this way? Not before. The earlier anomaly distorted the order here and the circle inhabitant effect, causing this change, meaning they could escape through the mirror world without triggering the circle inhabitant. Lumion instantly judged. He acted before Voisin-Sanson could commit suicide again and bring the inevitable end, shouting to Franca and the others, "Grab hold of me!" Time was tight. He couldn't explain and hoped his teammates would trust him. Despite their doubts, Franca and the others, including Ludwig, grabbed Lumion's body again. In the next second, Lumion used the Black Tear forehead accessory and the cabin's window to enter the void dark mirror world, randomly choosing a tunnel to traverse. As expected, they didn't trigger the circle inhabitant effect this time. As joy surged in Lugano's heart, everything blurred in a topsy-turvy manner, and they found themselves in an almost completely dark world, facing Harrison from Resurrection Island. Around Harrison were 4 lit candles and 4 servings of staple food, including 2 loaves of bread, Fainapotter noodles and rice, all moldy. Harrison looked at Lumion with a slight smile. The celestial worthies oracle states you carry the key part of this matter. Capturing you will eliminate any surprises. As Harrison spoke, Voisin-Sanson and Higdon appeared in the darkness beside him. Voisin-Sanson also looked at Lumion, smiling. Didn't you know I escaped from 4th Epic Trier through the special mirror world? Lumion didn't waste time engaging with Harrison, Voisin-Sanson, and the others. This confirmed that the mirror people were deeply involved in Project Vortex, and this was indeed the special mirror world, though its specific layer was unknown. Lumion immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He needed to transport Franca and the others away from this area before Voisin-Sanson could use his circle inhabitant ability. This time, his destination was Morora, the city of exiles. Since they had already entered the special mirror world and the worst-case scenario had occurred, there was no need to hold back. They could attempt to navigate the hidden dangers here and reach Morora. If they didn't take risks, facing Voisin-Sanson and Higdon, two demigods, plus the strange and special abilities of Harrison, Lumion doubted they had any chance of survival. All of them dying was only a matter of time. It was better to take a gamble and see if they could get through the dangers of the special mirror world and reach Morora. In Morora, Lumion was the proxy of 0-01. He could borrow significant power, enough to counter a sequence 4 demigod. If necessary, he could even temporarily exert the strength of sequence 3. With the cooperation of Franca, Jenna, and the others, and the help of Morora's archbishop and hundreds of thousands of residents, they might repel or even kill Voisin-Sanson and Higdon. More importantly, 0-01 repelled the approach of demigods above sequence 5, likely causing terrifying mutations. The first targets would inevitably be those two saints. Lumion used his spirit world traversal ability obtained from the abscessed hand, leveraging his special connection with 0-01. Holding on to Jenna, Anthony, and the others who hadn't let go, he disappeared from the spot, transporting to some deep part of the special mirror world. Suddenly, he felt the world rejecting him, as if an invisible barrier had appeared ahead. He was forced out of the spirit world traversal state, and several figures simultaneously materialized in a gloomy, dark town ruin. The path to Morora was blocked. It seemed the higher powers within the mirror people did this. Their control over the special mirror world was clearly superior to the Black Tier. Lumion thought for a moment, seeing that Voisin-Sanson and the others hadn't caught up yet. He immediately tossed the Black Tier forehead accessory to Franca, speaking calmly. You lead them through the mirrors, constantly shifting locations. Wait for a change in the outside world. There has already been a distortion of order. There will surely be similar anomalies soon. When that happens, seize the opportunity to use the mirrors to return to the surface, back to Trier. What about you? Jenna blurted out. Lumion chuckled. Of course, I'll stay and play with them. If I go with you, they'll definitely chase us relentlessly, giving you no chance to escape the special mirror world. Wouldn't that mean no one could find reinforcements? Jenna's eyes reddened, and she was about to say something when Lumion sternly interrupted. Have you forgotten your brother? Jenna's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Lumion nodded and smiled again. You need to find Madam Magician and Madam Judgment for me, and provide accurate coordinates. Also, you should be able to distract one demigod. He didn't hold back, smiling at Jenna, Franca, and Anthony. If I die, remember to avenge me. Jenna's vision blurred with tears. She bit her lip, nodded with difficulty, and squeezed out a word from her throat. Okay. She would avenge Lumion just as she avenged her mother. Lumion turned to Franca, his expression calm. Everything else is up to you. Franca's eyes shimmered, her voice hoarse. Okay. Lumion put on the Devil's Whisper's bone ring again and continued speaking to Franca, Jenna, and the others. You are not the main target, not even secondary. While shifting locations through the mirrors, if Higdon catches up, leave Ludwig somewhere along the way. Let him hide on his own, which should buy you more time. Do you have any objections? He asked Ludwig. Ludwig shook his head, feeling this was something he had hoped for. He made one request. Can you give me more food? With his body burning with blue-purple sulfur flames, Lumion tossed some chocolate and cookies over, then spoke to Anthony. If Higdon keeps chasing, you can separate from the group. Seeing Anthony about to refuse, Lumion smiled. Someone has to stay alive to avenge us. The one who lives suffers the most. I believe you understand that. Anthony cast a placate spell on himself. Okay. Lumion didn't say more and urged them. Go quickly. Franca threw the Black Tier back to Lumion. The ice talisman is enough if we're just shifting locations through mirrors. The black tear can leverage the power of the special mirror world and should help you last longer. The demoness of affliction's voice choked, feeling the potion digesting rapidly. Lumion didn't refuse and quickly wrapped the black tear around his left wrist. Franca immediately took out the ice crystal-like amulet from the traveler's bag. Without hesitation, she gritted her teeth. "Hold on to me." Jenna looked at Lumion with watery eyes and grabbed Franca's arm. Lugano eagerly moved to Franca's back. With a flash of icy light, they disappeared, leaving a falling mirror. Lumion turned his gaze to the three approaching figures. The enemies were closing in. Looking at Voisin Sanson, Higdon, and Harrison, with the black tear on his left wrist and the devil's whispers on his right hand, Lumion drew the sword of courage from the traveler's bag. The blue-purple sulfur flames on him immediately turned a bright white with a tinge of green. His back slightly arched. His eyes deepened in color, locking onto the blonde-haired Voisin Sanson, a clear smile on his face. He uttered from his throat, "Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Madame Magician, unexpectedly reunited with Madame Judgment, and will Septon due to the distortion effect, straightforwardly asked the little boy, "Can you lead us to the medium through which the power of inevitability is seeping?" Will Septon, chubby-faced and dressed in a child's suit, showed a troubled expression. Given the current situation, anyone not involved in Project Vortex will be influenced by the power of inevitability, leading to inevitable failure. If I use that die, I might still be able to help you find the target, but it will drain all my accumulated luck. When I get home, I might see Ouroboros waiting for me. Do you have any special items that can save my luck or replace the die? I think you should. Hearing the Archangel of Fate say should, the magician, Justice, and Hermit began to examine their possessions, the latter understanding Will's words through Miss Justice's mental communication. Suddenly, Ma'am Hermit remembered something and produced an iron cigar case from somewhere. "This was given to me by Queen Mystic. She said she foresaw that this item would provide critical help in the future." Madame Magician glanced at it and murmured, "It carries the aura of Mr. Fool." Hearing this, Miss Justice made many connections. She sought confirmation. Did the celestial worthy send subordinates to participate in Project Vortex? Yes. Madame Magician vaguely understood what Miss Justice meant. Receiving confirmation, Miss Justice smiled. The celestial worthy participating in Project Vortex means Mr. Fool is involved too, doesn't it? So. She looked at the iron cigar case in Ma'am Hermit's hand, her voice synchronously echoing in the mind of the Major Arcana card holder. Ma'am Hermit immediately handed the item to Will. Will smiled broadly. "It will do." The boy then addressed Madame Magician and Miss Justice. "I'll lead the way." Though leading, Will closed his eyes. Starlight sprinkled down as Madame Magician led everyone present, following Will's intuition to begin wandering. Deep within the primitive island, amid the pervasive white mist, Vortex Weaver Pearl occasionally glanced at the slowly approaching shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon-like corruption, sometimes at the loosening seal in the waters near Port Santa under coordinated efforts, and sometimes upward at the towering figure of Roselle Gustave in midair. The four beams of light on the horizon, one after another, drew closer. Pearl anticipated that Roselle would perfectly resurrect and return as the Black Emperor. In that case, the great uncertain mist would reclaim one of his possessions and have a Sequence Zero true deity as a puppet. According to Pearl's original plan, the end of the Vortex ritual and the completion of the transaction between the Night Stalkers and the Rose School of Thought would allow the great uncertain mist to thoroughly corrupt Roselle Gustave. Only then could the deceased Black Emperor be driven to resurrect. At that time, with all transactions concluded and no other forces providing assistance, the resurrection of the Black Emperor would face numerous obstructions, necessitating another vortex. But now, Roselle Gustave had walked out of the Black Emperor's mausoleum himself, choosing to resurrect before the vortex ritual ended. In midair, the first beam finally landed on Roselle, who was in the strange and abstract world, followed by the other three. An indescribable light suddenly burst forth. In the special mirror world, Seeing that only Lumion was ahead, Higdon immediately looked towards Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson took off a ring that looked like it was made of glass and tossed it to the demigod of the Order of All Extinction. Harrison, standing to the side, spoke in somewhat awkward intonation. "This world will guide you." At this moment, Lumion, engulfed in blazing white-blue flames, charged forward with the sword of courage in hand. After catching the glass-like ring, Higdon immediately activated it. In this almost completely dark town ruin, as if covered by something from above, various mirror-like objects suddenly lit up. Higdon's figure was then enveloped in a transparent light and thrown into one of the mirrors, chasing after Ludwig and the others. Lumion had only taken a few steps before he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Behind Voisin Sanson, a ball of blazing white-blue flame quickly appeared, expanding rapidly and forming into a burning figure wielding a giant flaming sword. The circle inhabitant was not surprised. A semi-transparent figure resembling him but colder and more indifferent emerged from behind him. This was Voisin Sanson's new contract ability, Death Summon. The blazing white-blue figure quickly dimmed as the semi-transparent upper body approached, extinguishing the flames one by one. However, Lumion himself was not within this figure. At Voisin Sanson's feet, the shadows cast by the flames came to life eerily, transforming into a sticky black liquid that seemed to condense from the darkest desires and emotions of the human heart, surging upwards. It first wrapped around Voisin Sanson's legs, then quickly spread to his torso. Desire Incarnation. Lumion's previous attack from behind was merely a distraction for Voisin Sanson. The real killing move was the Desire Incarnation from the Devil's Whisper's bone ring. This allowed the various chaotic corruptions and seals within him to play a significant role in battle. So, when he teleported behind Voisin Sanson, he used the flaming figure he had created as a cover, turned into a shadow creature, and slipped into the shadows under the target's feet, activating the Devil's Whisper's bone ring from Hisoka. As for the other enemy present, the courageous Lumion did not pay him any mind. Before drawing the Sword of Courage, he had already planned his battle strategy. With Ludwig, Franka, and the others should be able to divert Higdon. Lumion only needed to deal with Voisin Sanson and Harrison. Though Harrison was not a demigod and lacked godhood, his abilities were strange and varied, making it just as difficult to kill him quickly as to severely injure Voisin Sanson. Thus, the primary target had to be the circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. Lumion would rely on the quicker and more frequently usable spirit world traversal to constantly flash around, avoiding being caught by Harrison, who might steal his items or crucial abilities. During this process, the mystical plague from the black tier forehead accessory would naturally spread, covering the area. Lumion believed it would be highly effective against Harrison's paper figurine substitutes. Harrison might use the paper figurine substitutes to avoid the occult diseases, but as long as he stayed on the battlefield, he would continue to be infected. The paper figurine substitutes would eventually be exhausted, and over time the damage rate would increase dramatically. Just as the sticky black liquid covered Voisin Sanson, his body suddenly became blurry. Lumion's mind fogged momentarily, and by the time he cleared up, Voisin Sanson had already put several meters between them, showing no signs of the Desire Incarnation's terrifying corruption affecting him. This was another application of the Circle Inhabitant's ability. This time, Voisin Sanson hadn't included the entire town ruin in the Circle Inhabitant effect, only treating his own body. Just like Lumion resetting his physical and spiritual state every morning at 6 o'clock, Voisin Sanson's trigger was set to near death or when suffering a fatal attack. The Desire Incarnation attack had triggered the Circle Inhabitant effect, allowing Voisin Sanson to recover and use the brief moment of Lumion's distraction to create distance. Otherwise, he would have continued to be engulfed by the sticky black liquid. Next, a ghostly green light condensed in Voisin Sanson's eyes and shot towards the recovering black liquid. Lumion didn't have time to teleport and could only swiftly animate his shadow, swapping places with it. As soon as the beam appeared, it hit the shadow, causing it to disintegrate instantly with no room for struggle. Almost simultaneously, Voisin Sanson extended his right hand. His eyes were dyed with a silver-black hue, reflecting a silently flowing mercury river. This was the river of fate, belonging to Lumion. Voisin Sanson, the circle inhabitant, intended to exchange a segment of Lumion's fate. After dodging the green beam, Lumion fearlessly teleported to Voisin Sanson's side once more. Hey, trying fate exchange? No problem. As long as I knock you into a reset, your attempt will fail. Lumion raised the iron-black straight sword, blazing with white-blue flames, and slashed heavily at Voisin Sanson. Cull! At that moment, Harrison finally found an opportunity. He reached out his right hand and lightly grabbed, stealing this attack. Blazing white-blue flames appeared on his body, and a giant flaming sword formed in his hand. Bang! From over 10 meters away, Harrison slashed the flaming giant sword at Lumion, producing a fierce explosion. Lumion, undaunted, turned to face the roaring flames and swung the sword of courage once more. Another cull. Rumble. The white-blue flames and the terrifying shockwave clashed, the violent windstorm wreaking havoc in the ruins, lifting stones and igniting wood. Harrison was engulfed by the returning flaming windstorm, his body quickly degenerating into a sinister paper figurine with drawn features. This paper figurine's surface was marked with red and yellow rust, which quickly burned to ash in the white-blue flames. As Harrison's figure reappeared at the edge of the storm, Lumion, with his enhanced physique from 0-01 and the sword of courage absorbing damage, did not retreat a single step and locked onto Voisin Sanson again. His eyes turned iron-black, searching for the weak point on Voisin Sanson. He raised the sword of courage once more, conjuring several white-blue fire ravens behind him. At this moment, thanks to Harrison's delay, Voisin Sanson completed all the prerequisites for the fate exchange. Soon, he would just wait for the time to pass and welcome the final outcome. If Lumion hadn't possessed a false angel rank, Voisin Sanson could have started the exchange directly after choosing the desired segment from the River of Destiny without taking extra time. Bang! Lumion slashed the sword of courage down on Voisin Sanson's head, and the white-blue fire ravens circled, covering the surrounding area. You can use the circle inhabitant ability to restore your state, but I can target you with area attacks and delayed assaults right after you recover. A few more resets, and you will reach your inevitable end. Boom! Voisin Sanson's body blurred again, causing Lumion's thoughts to become hazy. Using the circle inhabitant effect, Voisin Sanson recovered from the damage caused by the sword of courage. However, the white-blue fire ravens continued to follow their predetermined paths, landing in different spots. Suddenly, Voisin Sanson's figure vanished from the spot. As the crows exploded one after another, the circle inhabitant's figure reappeared about 40 meters away. You may be able to teleport, but I also have teleportation from my contract. Lumion's figure quickly appeared beside Voisin Sanson, relentlessly pursuing him. His eyes turned silver-black, reflecting Voisin Sanson's mercurial river of fate. He extended his left hand, pushing the illusory river of destiny towards the tributary where Voisin Sanson couldn't escape the subsequent attacks, while slashing with the sword of courage, creating more white-blue fireballs. Had he found the right choice, Lumion would have used compelling fate to directly disrupt Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant effect. Rumble. Lumion's spirituality was drained by the continuous attacks, forcing him to urgently release the accumulated spirituality. Voisin Sanson was hit by the sword of courage and, after recovering, couldn't teleport away in time, suffering from the barrage of white-blue fireballs. The circle inhabitant effect triggered for the fourth time. Voisin Sanson recovered and teleported to another location. However, the fate exchange did not stop, as only Voisin Sanson's body and spirituality were included in the circle inhabitant effect, not his fate or actions. This was similar to Lumion's daily reset at 6 o'clock, which didn't undo previous actions or invalidate their results. Lumion relentlessly pursued Voisin Sanson, blinking to his side again. Voisin Sanson no longer chose to resist head-on. He used his contracted teleportation ability to change his position. On the other side, Harrison had reverted to a thin, sinister paper figurine, sensing an impending infection. Lumion continued chasing Voisin Sanson and overtook him with the time gap between teleportation and speed, finding 2 more opportunities to attack. However, Voisin Sanson either used special abilities to neutralize the attacks or triggered the Circle Inhabitant effect. Voisin Sanson's Circle Inhabitant seemed far from reaching its predetermined conclusion. Even with the Sword of Courage, Lumion felt a certain level of despair knowing that the fate exchange would lead to a very bad outcome, having opportunities to attack the enemy, but unable to stop the exchange and change the impending result. This might be the meaning of inevitability. Perhaps a fate appropriator needed a Circle Inhabitant to unleash its true horror. Despair was fleeting. Courage once again took hold of Lumion. After a while, Voisin Sanson stopped passively waiting for the fate exchange to complete and began actively using various strange abilities, suppressing Lumion's attacks. On the other side, Harrison increasingly relied on his paper figurine substitutes to avoid the mystical plague spreading through the ruins of the town. He had little time left to interfere with Lumion and kept trying to remove the densely packed mythical pathogens in the air with various methods he could think of, but to little avail. Lumion felt the fate exchange nearing completion. Although he wasn't afraid, he decided to take a gamble. Mimicking the Beyonders of a warrior, he unleashed a hurricane of light, holding the Sword of Courage upside down and stabbing it forcefully into the ground. With him and the Sword of Courage at the center, blazing white-blue fireballs spread layer upon layer, covering the ruins of the town. Rumble! Explosions erupted one after another, destroying the already crumbling ancient buildings and igniting every corner of the ruins. Harrison used his paper figurine substitute again. As he was always on the edge of the town ruins, his figure reappeared in the dark tunnel they had pursued through earlier. Voisin Sanson, who was closer to Lumion, was inevitably affected. His attempt to teleport was interrupted by the violent shockwave. His body caught fire again, but the injuries were not fatal. With the resilience of an ascetic, he only instinctively twisted his face in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Lumion teleported in front of Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson's eyes immediately filled with ghostly green light. Almost simultaneously, Lumion, anticipating Voisin Sanson's habit and method of using the terrifying beam, half-turned the Sword of Courage, holding it horizontally in front of his chest. The ghostly green beam, upon completion, shot towards Lumion at unavoidable speed, striking the Sword of Courage. The blazing white-blue flames on its iron-black blade were instantly extinguished, and its metallic luster dimmed significantly. Successfully blocking Voisin Sanson's beam, Lumion released his left hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. He sensed that Voisin Sanson's current Circle Inhabitant cycle was nearing its end. Perhaps 2 or 3 more triggers would lead to the inevitable conclusion, possibly even death. At this moment, Lumion's hair stood on end, his mind nearly blank. The negative effects of the black tear forehead accessory manifested. If not for the Sword of Courage sharing the burden, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by pleasure, rather than just briefly dazed. Taking advantage of this moment of distraction, Voisin Sanson teleported away from the emptied ruins but did not extend the distance beyond the fate exchange limit. Lumion quickly regained his senses and prepared to pursue Voisin Sanson. Suddenly, his thoughts slowed, becoming sluggish as if he had been rapidly frozen. His body became rigid, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. The fate exchange had completed. Clang! The Sword of Courage fell to the ground, as Lumion no longer had the strength to hold it. Lumion slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression blank, leaning against a pile of rubble. No longer controlled by courage, he instinctively tried to activate the Blood Emperor's residual mark on his right palm, hoping the rampant frenzy might help him break free from his current state, but he couldn't manage it. His ability to think coherently was rapidly slipping away. This was the outcome Voisin Sanson had wanted from the fate exchange. Voisin Sanson smiled, teleporting back to Lumion, and whispered, "If not for your false angel rank, the fate exchange would have been completed long ago. You probably don't know that the maximum limit for the Circle Inhabitant cycles is 9. You're still several cycles short of dealing real damage to me. You're not truly a demigod. There's a fundamental difference between you and someone with godhood. As Voisin Sanson spoke, he pulled out an incomplete ritual sheepskin, just large enough to cover a head, intending to turn Lumion into a sheep and completely control him. In the next second, Lumion felt the stiffness in his body and the sluggishness of his thoughts easing, their effects seemingly distorted. Opportunity. Lumion immediately tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder, hoping to teleport out of the special mirror world. Voisin Sanson's face changed. Then he activated a contract mark, shouting in a deep voice, "Lumion Lee!" As Lumion's figure was still fading away, his mind buzzed, his head spinning, making it difficult to maintain the teleportation effect. Voisin Sanson then placed the sheepskin over Lumion's head, chanting in Hermes, "Sheep!" A flash of dark light transformed Lumion into a grayish-white sheep. Most of his abilities were sealed, and the earlier state of sluggish thoughts and stiff body returned, preventing him from using the black tear forehead accessory or the Devil's Whispers bone ring. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson felt the weakness and spirituality exhaustion in his own body but believed he could endure the mystical plague for a while longer, waiting for the circle inhabitant effect to passively activate. A sinister paper figurine with drawn features entered the still-burning ruins from the tunnel, its surface accumulating rust at a visible rate. It looked at Lumion and spoke in Harrison's voice. "Your companions don't seem to have escaped either." As he spoke, the paper figurine made a gesture, and the edges of the dark world illuminated by the flames began to turn transparent, revealing the states of Franca and the others not through Harrison's magic, but through the mirror people watching in the shadows. In the mirror-like scene, Franca led the others except Ludwia trying to traverse out of the special mirror world. Above them, a figure in a black dress and gold crown appeared. Surrounded by white mist, a light seemed to emanate from in front of her. She glanced down, causing Franca and the others to fall back into the area they had just left, unable to escape the special mirror world. Higdon, having split into two and covered in green-yellow slime, blocked Franca and the others' escape route in the scene. After using it 3 more times, Franca's ice talisman only had 1 mirror traversal left. She did not attempt to flee again. She pulled out a set of silver-white full-body armor from the traveler's bag and placed it in front of herself. Anthony also drew the Winter is Coming revolver. In another scene, another Higdon was searching for Ludwig. Seeing this, the increasingly ragged paper figurine of Harrison spoke to Lumion with a laugh. "Your companions will likely all die before you. Their mirror substitutes aren't as numerous as my paper figurines. You still have time to mourn them. Actually, you've done quite well. If it weren't for me and Higdon, your team might have been able to escape or even win against Voisin Sanson on their own." With double control over him, Lumion had almost no ability to think deeply, leaving only his emotions to resonate. His heart was ablaze with anger, indignation, and hatred, filling the sheep's eyes with bloodshot rage. Voisin Sanson turned to Harrison's paper figurine and asked, "Can I kill him now to bring back Lord Termaboros?" Harrison's paper figurine shook its head slowly. "The celestial worthy's revelation is to imprison." Voisin Sanson thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, killing this trash might trigger unforeseen changes due to the high-level powers within him, potentially affecting the entire Project Vortex. Can I attempt to unseal his chest and bring back Lord Termaboros?" Harrison's paper figurine paused for 2 seconds and said, "Yes, this did not violate the celestial worthy's revelation." Voisin Sanson smiled and said, "I'll need you to use that celestial worthy's boon for the final part. Otherwise, I'd have to bring Lumion Lee to the brink of death to unseal him, which is too risky." The method to unseal Lumion Lee's the Fool Seal wasn't devised by Voisin Sanson himself, but given through a ritual by the Great Circle of Inevitability. "Okay," Harrison agreed. Voisin Sanson immediately took out a black metal box and opened it. Inside were thumb-sized mercury beads, their surfaces tinged with black and inscribed with complex, fear-inducing patterns and symbols. Voisin Sanson's voice became low and his words eerily ethereal. The black-tinged mercury beads floated up, spinning rapidly in mid-air, forming a continuous river. With barely any coherent thoughts, Lumion heard Voisin Sanson and Harrison's conversation and saw the scene unfold but felt no despair or regret. At this point, despair and regret were meaningless. Lumion was only filled with anger, indignation, and hatred. The sheep's eyes bulged with fury. Son of a sow. Within 10 to 20 seconds, Voisin Sanson completed his chant, sending the silver-black river towards Lumion's chest. In the tunnel, Harrison had lit 4 candles and placed 4 pieces of bread in front of each, reciting incantations while taking special footsteps and gestures. Lumion quickly fell into a dark state, his thoughts gradually clearing. But before he could form any other thoughts, his chest grew hot, the familiar heat rapidly dissipating, turning cold. In an instant, silver-black light beams burst from his body, weaving together in front of him to form a figure. Madame Magician and the other major arcana card holders were again affected by the distortion of order, abruptly emerging from their starry roaming state and floating in midair. What met their eyes was an unusually bloody altar and countless mutilated corpses. On the altar, there was also an oil painting depicting a strange cosmos. Ma'am Hermit, whose hearing was sealed, had a twisted expression and whispered with difficulty, "It's here. It's that painting." She felt the terrifying voice influencing her growing louder, originating from that oil painting. "It really works." The magician cast her gaze towards the boy, Will Septon, who was holding the iron cigar case. It was unclear whether the praise was for the item imbued with Mr. Fool's aura or the luck she had always envied. The boy, Will, shrugged and said, "I didn't expect it to be this effective either." As he spoke, Ma'am Hermit forced an ancient spear stained with mottled blood into existence, sending it with destructive intent towards the painting. But the spear of Longinus, born of fairy tale magic, disintegrated into points of light before it could reach the altar. In Madame Magician's eyes, brilliant starlight shone. Around the altar, faint glows outlined a pair of dreamlike doors, attempting to transfer the painting along with the altar outside the barrier, into the deep, dark cosmos. However, the starlight doors remained motionless, unable to open. "Those who are not participants in the vortex ritual cannot affect the painting," Miss Justice said, eyeing the iron cigar case in Will's hand, eager to take it and use it as a medium to showcase her physical strength and see if she could damage the painting. Madame Judgment took the lead, receiving the iron cigar case from Will and holding it in her hand, making it part of her fist. Immediately, the major arcana card holder shouted in ancient Hermes, "Execution!" Accompanied by this command, Judgment swung her right fist, the iron cigar case gripped in her hand. Bang! The altar dented slightly, but the painting showed no obvious signs of damage. "There's some effect, but not much," Madame Magician accurately assessed. She took the iron cigar case and tried various abilities herself, but could only cause minor damage to the painting, unable to shake its core effect, as they were not participants in the vortex ritual and could only influence it through the medium the iron cigar case, which lacked destructive power. Watching the painting still affecting her and many high-level individuals, Ma'am Hermit could not help but feel anxious. Deep in the primitive island, in the dense white mist before the Black Emperor Mausoleum, as the 4 beams of light merged into Roselle's body in midair, Pearl's face was suddenly stretched wide, presenting a comical yet terrifying appearance. The blood-red figure and the miniature crimson moon in the mist retreated strangely, as if going in the wrong direction. From the light point where the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged, the white mist, which had been nearly purified by the holy pillar, filled again. Saint Vive in midair and the purifiers outside the villa, including Angoulême, felt an impending collapse of the current order. The lightless domain instantly twisted, with some darkness seeping in, forming a shadowed side. Discovering the presence of the shadow of the beauty goddess, Mr. Moon was about to turn into crimson moonlight and illuminate the white mist but found himself rushing into the sky. The worms of time split by Palez, just deciding to return, assess the situation, and unite in deception, got lost in life's path. Mr. Hanged Man, riding the gale, suddenly plummeted, nearly losing his flying ability and falling to the ground. As distortion phenomena appeared to varying degrees worldwide, at the core of the vortex ritual, Pearl struggled to raise her head and look up. At the edge of the abstract, fantastical world, Roselle's figure, clad in black armor and a luxurious cape, grew larger and clearer, with a crown set with dark gems forming swiftly atop his head. The surrounding white mist mostly invaded his body, distorting his face, with his eyes a deep blue almost black, a slow expanding mist. The Black Emperor had revived in the astral world. Roselle lowered his head slightly, gazing down, focusing on the white mist before his mausoleum, the torrent connecting him and the mist, and the face of Pearl in the depths of the mist, exuding majesty and depth. The next moment, the Black Emperor raised his right hand, forming a fist, and gently twisted his wrist. Distortion. He forcefully completed a distortion using his authority, the Black Emperor pathway, the special connection with the uncertain mist, and the corruption deeply eroding his body and soul, relying on the invisible barrier blocking the outer deities. Pearl, deep in the white mist, briefly lost focus, then discovered in shock that the great uncertain mist was no longer closely connected with her through the vortex ritual, but had shifted to the Black Emperor. Her object of faith, her ritual foundation, had all been distorted to Emperor Roselle. After her initial confusion, Pearl quickly felt a surge of fear and despair. Not only her, but all the uncertain mist believers across the continents also saw a thin white mist before their eyes, with a majestic, indistinct figure standing within. That figure, wearing a crown and black armor, quietly looked down at them. The Black Emperor's first act upon revival was to temporarily take over all faith directed at the uncertain mist. Of course, this also exposed him more directly to the outer deity outside the barrier. Another wisp of white mist separated from the surface of a planet, reaching the site of an intense divine battle, using the special environment and its symbolism to penetrate the barrier again, falling upon Emperor Roselle at the edge of the astral world, like a fishing line finally controlling its target. Roselle's expression became increasingly distorted. He continued to gaze at Pearl and the uncertain mist believers worldwide, speaking in a majestic voice. The broker can unite the outer deities and has acted, posing a great threat, a crime beyond pardon. As he spoke, the Black Emperor's outstretched right hand opened, as if to grasp something. After declaring the crime, his right hand clenched abruptly. Bang! 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 On the northern and southern continents, the uncertain mist believers exploded into blood mist. This was not the ability of the judgment domain but the control granted by the boon system, the control of an evil god over his followers. Temporarily distorting the uncertain mist faith, Black Emperor Roselle used this to purge the evil god's followers, making them feel the wrath of a god, aiming to eliminate them all. A single broker might not be dangerous, but their ability to weave all dangers together made them the greatest threat. No! Despite her desperate resistance, Pearl exploded uncontrollably within the white mist. Her face split into different parts like the nose, eyes, mouth and ears, scattered into the white mist, staining it with a noticeable blood color. Yet the vortex ritual had not ceased. The shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon continued to approach their target light point, even faster than before. Silently, the exploded uncertain mist believers, in blood mist form, crossed the void, merging into the vortex mist that Pearl had become. This accelerated the advance of the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon, sustaining the ongoing transaction as if other forces were maintaining the ritual. A characteristic of the vortex was that all participants contributed power to maintain the ritual until their part of the transaction was complete. Thus, once the vortex was formed, destroying it would become increasingly difficult. Roselle glanced at the white mist connecting him and the outside barrier, his expression of pain growing more apparent. He shouted lowly, "Adam, where are you? The uncertain mist has made a heavy bet. If you don't reveal your cards, we're all doomed." Seeing no change around, Roselle paused and continued to roar angrily, "Adam, Are you really waiting for a chance to devour the eternal blazing sun and others? Just after Roselle's low roar, a distant yet gentle voice echoed in his mind. I am here. In the special mirror world, Voisin Sanson watched expectantly and reverently as silver-black light beams shot from the gray-white sheep that Lumion had become, waiting for Lord Termaboros to be completely freed. The beams wove together in front of him, quickly forming a figure. The figure was slightly hunched, wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color, with a thin face, slightly curly black hair, a broad forehead and pitch-black eyes. Just as Lumion was about to activate the Blood Emperor's residual aura to try and escape the sheep state, he froze upon seeing this figure. Voisin Sanson and Harrison's bodies trembled, also becoming stunned. The figure slowly straightened, not even glancing at Voisin Sanson and Harrison, but turned to look at Lumion. Without any warning, the sheep's wool covering Lumion's body fell off, shrinking back to its original head covering size. Lumion remained in shock and bewilderment. The figure took out a monocle made of crystal and leisurely placed it over his right eye, revealing a slight smile at Lumion. You can call me Amon, or... The figure's voice grew majestic and layered, the smile on his face more evident. Termaboros. Lumion knew that the figure before him was Amon. Although Amon's appearance differed somewhat from Manette and the other Amons, the monocle over his right eye and his overall demeanor and aura unmistakably confirmed his identity. But why was Amon here? And why did he call himself Termaboros? Lumion clearly saw those silver and black beams of light emerging from within himself, from the shattered seal of Mr. Fool. How did they transform into Amon? This was why Lumion had frozen in place earlier. Could it be that during their previous encounters, Amon had secretly bypassed Mr. Fool's seal, hidden inside him, and replaced Termaboros? If so, what had Mr. Fool's seal actually been for? Despite his shock and confusion, Lumion suppressed these emotions because he had more urgent matters to attend to. He stood up, ready to pick up the sword of courage and use the mirror traversal ability of the Black Tier to reach Franca, Jenna, and the others, to help them fight Higdon. Meanwhile, Voisin Sanson and Harrison stood frozen like statues. Amon, who claimed to be Termaboros, raised his hand to stop Lumion. He glanced at the transparent boundary showing the battle between Franca, the others, and Higdon and smiled, saying, I've fixed their fate for the next 10 minutes so they won't die. You still have some time. As for what happens after 10 minutes, that's up to your choices. Lumion refocused on Amon, removing the Black Tier forehead accessory and tucking it into the separate space within his traveler's bag to prevent any further negative effects. In a low voice, he asked, What choices? Without waiting for Amon's response, he couldn't help but ask another question. When did you become Termaboros? As he spoke, Lumion temporarily put away the Devil's Whisper's bone ring. Amon's lips curled slightly. A long, long time ago. By the time you first learned that name, Termaboros was already me. At this, the former king of Angels' smile took on a hint of mockery. In that dream in Cordu village, the warlock symbolized the power of inevitability. The warlock's death and burial in the tomb symbolized the loss of the true owner of that power, the real Termaboros. The owl guarding the tomb and the warlock's body symbolized an outsider seeking this power. The other you, accompanying the owl, symbolized the inherent depravity within everyone. Pallas couldn't even decipher this, yet he calls himself a cryptologist? Just because I changed my symbolic form, he couldn't recognize me? Has he already begun aging prematurely at such a young age? Lumion didn't know who Pallas was, but he understood the implications of Amon's explanation. The first time he had heard about depravity was from a secret suppliant. That knowledge came with the potion. The second time was in the honorific name of the true creator worshipped by the Aurora Order. And Amon had a very close relationship with that individual. This meant the true creator's influence on the Cordu incident was much deeper than Lumion had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of sending a few lizard-like elves to nudge events along. Rage that even an ascetic couldn't suppress burned within Lumion. He squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. Was the Cordu disaster the plan formulated by you two? Amon pinched his right eye's monocle, not directly answering Lumien's question. He pulled a piece of paper from the void and read it in the tone of a report. Patient, Lumien Li, male, claims to be born on September 26, 1340. A native of Cordu in Riston Province, Intis Republic. Diagnosis: strong self-destructive tendencies, loss of ability to respond to others' emotions. Cause analysis: experiences as a street urchin made the patient distrustful of his surroundings, developing habits of self-neglect to survive, abandoning certain societal morals. Aurora Lee's care, sympathy, love, supervision, and interdependent life helped the patient initially heal from that phase, re-establishing social connections and gradually becoming a normal person. The disaster at Corda Village and Aurora's death shattered the patient's rebuilt life, bringing more severe pain and despair, making him afraid to desire or respond to others' emotions, fearing loss again, thus fostering strong self-destructive tendencies. First phase treatment plan. Step 1. Emphasize the possibility of Aurora Lee's resurrection to give the patient motivation to live. Step 2. Arrange for the patient to stay at the Auberge du Coq d'Or in the Trier Market District, where many people at the bottom of society can effectively evoke the patient's empathy. Step 3. Force the patient to form connections with Celia Bello and others through events, preparing to rebuild social connections. Step 4. Use the undercover mission in the Iron and Blood Cross Order to make the patient meet Franca Roland. Franca Roland's background is similar to Aurora's, and her cheerful personality can effectively lower the psychological walls the patient has built, making her the most important candidate for re-establishing social connections. Step 5. Coordinate with the Tarot Club's Justice and Susie for treatment, reasonably allowing certain events to happen to aid in improving psychological conditions. Early stage. Use the patient's sympathy for the unemployed Charlie and the street girls. Ethan's allow his help to yield positive results, giving him positive feedback. Mid-stage. Ensure the patient encounters Celia Bello after setbacks, receiving companionship and comfort, and using the self-indulgent yet unintentional behavior he chooses to relieve accumulated emotions. Late stage. Bring inevitable events forward at the most appropriate time, with some events potentially occurring before mid-stage treatment. These include 1. Susanna Mattis targeting Charlie again, having the Bliss Society abduct him to underground Trier. This would allow the patient to vaguely sense the sufferer's presence, feel anger, and through these events, strengthen his connections with Franca, Celia, and Charlie, initially rebuilding social ties. 2. The madman Flaming, whose situation most resembles the patient's, hangs himself after losing all hope and motivation for life despite the patient's help. This strongly resonates with the patient, giving him a huge shock, triggering his rebellious spirit and stubbornness. 3. Scavenger Roar, unfortunately getting affected by the indiscriminate influence of cultists, contracts a severe illness. The patient's efforts to help end in failure, with Roar's wife, Michelle, losing hope and choosing to indulge once by having a hearty meal and singing loudly before hanging herself at dawn. This similar fate and predestined outcome thoroughly ignite the patient's emotions, making him want to fight against the unfairness of fate, wanting to challenge everything. 4. The explosion at the chemical plant where Celia Bello's mother worked, acting as the final catalyst. First phase treatment result. The patient's self-destructive tendencies significantly reduced, re-established social connections, regained some motivation to live, and can now handle more events. As Amon read the report, in an even tone, Lumien felt his heart sink, growing colder with each word. It was like being doused with cold water as a street urchin, the chill spreading from his head to his toes, extinguishing all his hope and pride like a candle flame. His indignation, his rebellion against fate, all of them seemed like a joke, shattered into pieces and ground into the dirt by those in power. At this moment, Lumien felt completely numb. Half of him burned with uncontrollable anger and the self-destructive urge to drag the report writer to death with him. The other half once again felt the despair and pain from when Aurora had pushed him away to face death alone. Amon finally finished reading the first phase treatment report and looked at Lumien with a smile, seemingly waiting for a response. Lumien's body hunched slightly, and his voice erupted from the depths of his soul. filled with agony. Why? Why me? Amon smiled and said, the fool's aura and Aurora's foolish choice made you a good test subject, capable of bearing many things and verifying the initial experimental results. That's one reason. The other is if you truly self-destruct, won't my role as Termaboros be exposed? How can I deceive those outside and make them place heavy bets? Only by slowly absorbing and digesting Termaboros' sequence one beyond her characteristics within the fool's seal and changing pathways will it be most hidden and least likely to be discovered. Lumien's mind was in chaos, his emotions exploding. Even the conspirer's abilities were hard to use. He could only ask instinctively, in that large ceremony with the Padre, did not only Termaboros descend but also you? Did you intentionally seal yourself with the injured Termaboros into my body? Amon nodded lightly and smiled. Thanks to your gifts. It helped me open the return path and gave me such a present. Lumien fell silent, involuntarily breathing heavily as if the air here was too thin, and he had to force himself to breathe deeply. Previously, the sufferer hidden around me, who was it? Amon shook his head. Haven't you guessed it yet? You should have heard his name, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Lumien was stunned, but it seemed to make sense. This was the King of Angels who had once followed the ancient sun god and was currently serving the true creator as mentioned by Mr. K during his preaching. Lumien instinctively gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through the gaps. Did you have a chance to save Aurora back then? Amon smiled. Do you want to hear the answer? He glanced at the paper in his hand, seemingly preparing to read new content that might contain all the answers. Amon began reading again in a flat tone. When the anomaly at Corda Village was discovered, the corruption and personality distortion in Aurora Lee had already become quite severe. If the most skilled psychologist provided treatment and any true god offered a seal, it might have been possible to save her. But why save her? If the situation at Corda Village had continued to develop, it would indeed have caused a significant catastrophe. However, if intervened, it could bring substantial benefits and play an important role at a critical moment in the future. The lizard-shaped elves entered Corda Village, quietly maintaining the balance. They wanted the outcome to follow the heretic's original plan but not actually succeed. At the same time, they ensured that Aurora Lee retained a slight chance of resurrection. In the end, their goal was achieved. Before the Sinners' organization sent someone, Guillaume Benet conducted the grand sacrifice himself, opening a temporary passage above the barrier, allowing Termaboros to descend. Amon had already been waiting nearby, deceiving the ritual, utilizing the barrier, and secretly following Termaboros back into this world. Aurora Lee pushing Lumien Lee away in the end brought a bit of an unexpected twist, but it did not change the overall outcome. The fool's aura on Lumien Lee, stimulated by the surrounding environment and his intense emotional fluctuations, successfully attracted the fool's attention. Hearing this, Lumien's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his heart burning with rage, overpowering the numbness and despair. Amon, as if not noticing his emotional change, continued to read. As a result, Termaboros was severely wounded, and together with the soul fragments of Aurora Lee and the villagers of Cordu, was sealed into Lumien Lee's body. During this process, Amon voluntarily joined them, stealing Termaboros' fate and identity before he could recover, killing him and reducing him to a sequence one beyond her characteristic of the inevitability pathway. Before Lumien Lee became an ascetic, Amon had already absorbed the beyonder characteristic, completing the pathway switch, fully replacing Termaboros, only lacking the final ritual. This is very important. Whether it's the Vortex ritual now or another plan, it doesn't change. Lumien Lee will understand why soon. At this point, Amon looked up at the dark sky covered with a thick glass-like layer, smiled and said, "Next, I will only read the key parts. Otherwise, I'm afraid Roselle won't last that long." Lumien didn't respond to him, using all his strength to suppress his emotions. He wanted to uncover the truth behind many previous events. Amon lowered his head again, looking at the paper in his hand. After the first phase of psychological treatment ended, the hidden dangers of the Tree of Shadow were prematurely triggered, forcing Lumian Li to face Susanna Mattis' sacrifice. The Amon sealed within him indeed couldn't bear the weight and complexity of the Tree of Shadows fate torrent, nor could he rapidly evolve the fate fragments of encountering the Monsurus ghost into an attack by the Monsurus ghost. However, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, had always been watching from nearby. This was his specialty, and in this regard, he was far superior to the sufferer of the inevitability pathway. With Ouroboros' covert assistance, Lumian Li successfully swapped the fate of being attacked by the Monsurus ghost with the fate of the Tree of Shadow having its roots burned by the fourth epic trier's invisible flames. This would play a crucial role in Lumian Li and Susanna Mattis' upcoming battle. Between the two battles, Amon didn't miss the opportunity, deliberately describing Lumian as the unfortunate one to strike at him. This was a deception. If it were the real Ouroboros, he would have said similar words in such a situation. At the end of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf deliberately let Lumian Li see it, giving him a strong desire and motivation to continue exploring the truth behind the Cordu disaster. Hearing this, Lumian was stunned again. My desire, my anger, is that what that individual wanted too? Amon seemed to skip parts and started reading the next key point. The madman flaming, driven insane by encountering the Monsurus ghost, coincidentally stayed at the Aubaird's du Coq door. His experiences and ending resonated with Lumian Li. The Earth Bloodstone he left behind gave Lumian Li the chance to obtain the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. At this time, due to the convergence of Amon's main body, more and more Amons noticed Lumian Li's existence and obtained corresponding information. To bring out the hidden value of the Earth Bloodstone, one of the Amons chose to steal it. Coincidentally, a lady from the Church of Evernight asked Lumian Li for help to obtain water from the Samaritan women's spring, leading them into the underground catacombs. With the enthusiastic help of the Amons, Lumian Li ultimately used the Earth Bloodstone to gain the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. This was the first step in his mystical similarity to 0-01, which could provide him help in critical moments. The hostile plan was initiated as expected. Some participants were killed, some achieved their goals, and those outside who could not observe Fourth Epic Trier received guidance, while Lumian Li and others obtained a fragment of the special mirror world for the first time. After leaving Trier, Lumian Li inevitably converged to Port Santa, where the seal was reinforced early. Though it left hidden dangers, it could at least last longer. On the subsequent journey, Lumian Li encountered Father Montserrat and obtained Omabella's burned umbilical cord. He also got involved in matters related to Narration, laying the foundation for meeting Farbodi's avatar in the tomb at the end of the Dream Festival. During the Dream Festival, Lumian Li successfully obtained the seal of the underworld Taoist, truly gaining mystical similarity to 0-01. During the journey, Lumian Li also met several people with experiences similar to his, but with different choices and outcomes, which touched him, firming his ideas, and further improving his psychological state. The second phase of psychological treatment was successfully completed. After asking Mr. K for help to solve Pearl's painting person, Lumian Li went to the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order for the True Creator. There, he coincidentally saw the lizard-like elves crawling in and out of the god. This dealt him a huge blow, worsening his psychological state, but also made his desire and determination for revenge stronger and firmer. After returning to Trier from Morora, Lumian Li began preparing for his advancement to Iron-Blooded Knight. What he didn't realize was that his psychological state and emotional condition had not met the requirements to become a demigod. Even with the Sealed Angel as a teammate, there was a significant probability that he would lose control after consuming the Iron-Blooded Knight potion. Fortunately, the presence of the Black Tear and Celia Bello becoming a demoness of pleasure prematurely triggered the emotional issues within Lumian's team. After much entanglement and pain, Lumian chose to face his thoughts and tried to respond to others' attention to him. Although his response was twisted, he at least took the first step, no longer passively accepting but placing himself in a position of importance. This mindset change was crucial for his subsequent advancement ritual. As a result, Lumian Li's emotions and desires were vented, and his importance was no longer suppressed by his fear of loss. His connections with Franca Roland and Celia Bello became stronger and closer, providing him with two strong anchors during his advancement to demigod, helping him stabilize his consciousness. The third and final phase of psychological treatment ended, and Lumion Lee could now withstand new blows. During the Vortex ritual, Lumion's team fell into a desperate situation. All his teammates, except him, were about to be killed or taken away by Higdon of the Order of All Extinction in a few minutes. Lumion Lee wanted to ask Amon for help, but Amon chose to refuse because he wasn't Lumion Lee's godfather and had no obligation, even though Lumion Lee had indeed become more like Amon, using loopholes more skillfully after repeatedly receiving boons from Amon. Relying solely on himself and those few Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Lumion Lee couldn't save his teammates because Voisin Sanson and others would also assist Higdon shortly. Lumion Lee now has only one choice, to ascend to demigod on the spot. But Amon is unwilling to help him shatter the Sword of Courage, returning the Sword of Courage to a Beyonder characteristic, and his Iron-Blooded Knight ritual is still incomplete. Amon tells him that the only help he would provide is to shatter the Black Tear, give him the supplementary ingredients missing for the Despair Potion, and send him to Morora to complete the ritual using the exiles there, ascending to Demoness of Despair. Becoming a Demoness of Despair, Lumion Lee, wielding the Sword of Courage, successfully saves his teammates. Then, he would switch between the Demoness and Hunter pathways, spiraling upwards. This doesn't need to be symmetrical depending on the situation, aiming to fulfill the phrase pure Yin does not last, pure Yang does not grow, Yin contains Yang, Yang contains Yin, the union of Yin and Yang gives rise to everything. This is the only correct way to approach the peak power of the two calamity pathways. Alista Tudor and Cheek's attempts failed. Not only did they fail to succeed, but they also created a big trouble. In this process, Aurora Lee's soul fragments will gradually revive when Lumion Lee is in the Demoness state. If Lumion Lee can ultimately defeat Red Angel Medici and Primordial Demoness Cheek, mastering the peak power of the two calamity pathways, Aurora Lee's personality and soul fragments can rely on Lumion's own spirit and flesh to resurrect. Then, they can merge with his consciousness, suppressing the corruption of inevitability, and become his female form, controlling the feminine side of calamity. This is the true union of Yin and Yang, similar to the Medici evil spirit's current state but closer to the peak. This is also the only way to truly revive Aurora Lee. Amon paused, looking at Lumion, who seemed to have turned into a statue, raised his chin slightly, revealed a faint smile, and recited the final sentence. "Can you accept such an outcome?" Hearing Amon's question, Lumion seemed to break free from a long nightmare, only to find reality was an even more despairing abyss. His body trembled slightly as he used all his strength to squeeze out a sound from his throat. Isn't he afraid? Afraid that after I truly master the peak power of calamity, I'll seek revenge against him. Amon laughed. By making such a choice, he shows he's willing to face all possible futures and accept the worst outcome. It makes no difference to him whether it's you or Medici, whether you submit, give up, be angry or hate. If either of you manages to master the peak power of calamity, seek revenge against him, disrupt his plans, or even pull him down from his divine throne, he would still not regret it and would acknowledge the result. At this point, Amon paused before continuing, because he was born to bear all sins. Lumion fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, with thin streams of bright red blood seeping through the gaps. Amon glanced at the transparent but dark sky. Time is running out. You must make your choice. Lumion's lips moved a few times before he suddenly laughed, a mixture of anger and self-mockery. His voice was hoarse and low as he said, "I'm willing to go to Morora. I will try all possible ways to revive Aurora, including the only method he mentioned, but I will not accept the outcome he predetermined." Amon chuckled, adjusting his monocle on his right eye. "You don't need to tell me the second half of your sentence. My task is only to send you to Morora and make you a Demoness of Despair. Whether you accept that ending, you'll have to face him and tell him yourself." With that, Amon raised his right hand and gently grasped, making the Black Tear forehead accessory magically detach from the traveler's bag and appear in his palm. The black, Tear-shaped sealed artifact silently shattered, transforming into specks of faint light. These lights quickly converged into a shrunken, withered, blackened, translucent heart. Amon then reached towards Voisin Sanson, grabbing two items. One was a small glass vial containing dark green liquid, and the other 3 silver fragments. After making his decision, Lumien's emotions finally settled a bit. He no longer felt as out of control as before. His body had been trembling uncontrollably, and his thoughts had been fixated on destruction. Seeing the 2 items in Amon's hand, Lumien suddenly paused. Voisin Sanson had the supplementary ingredients for the Demoness of Despair? He was also the one who suggested lifting the seal earlier. Amon mentioned that some participants in the hostile plan received hidden guidance in 4th Epic Trier's unique environment without being noticed by the evil gods. Was Voisin Sanson one of them? Voisin Sanson himself probably didn't remember being guided, thinking he escaped 4th Epic Trier purely with the help of the Mirror People, and later unknowingly did some seemingly unimportant abnormal things? Amon couldn't break out of Mr. Fool's seal on his own, so there had to be a role to accomplish the unsealing task without killing me. The test subject, Voisin Sanson's stated goal, allowed him to do this without suspicion. That individual tacitly allowed the hostile plan to happen, without much interference or obstruction, and didn't ruin Red Angel's plan, all to prepare for now. Realizing this, Lumien instinctively scoffed to ease his emotions. So he can't accept just any outcome after all. He did so much to ensure the expected result. Amon smiled. Willing to accept the worst outcome doesn't mean not striving for the best. And now, would you refuse to go to Morora and become a Demoness of Despair? Lumien fell silent again. Amon let the Demoness of Despair be under characteristic and the 2 supplementary materials fly towards Lumien, casually remarking, "This beyonder characteristic will continuously spread plagues, both mundane and mystical, and you'll also be infected." After Lumien caught them, Amon smiled again. "Do you know what the sequence 2 of the inevitability pathway is?" "Sinner," Lumien replied, determined to go to Morora and complete his task no matter how painful or reluctant he felt. "And sequence 1? Amon continued to quiz him unhurriedly. Lumien shook his head. He really didn't know. Amon explained with a smile, "Sequence 1 is Angel of Redemption, but to me, it's not as useful as Sinner. The past Sinner, the present Sufferer, and the future Angel of Redemption form the trinity of the inevitability pathway." Amon adjusted his monocle, smiling more prominently. "And a sinner has the ability to revert their state to any past moment, with the duration depending on specific circumstances." Revert to any past moment. Lumien suddenly remembered that Madame Magician mentioned Amon, the king of angels from ancient times, once briefly became a god. Amon turned, smiling. Of course, involving the uniqueness and power of a true god requires the current holder's consent. That celestial worthy has already diverted most of his attention to influence Project Vortex, so he certainly can't interfere with the fool on this matter, and the fool you believe in shouldn't object. As he spoke, Amon spread his arms as if embracing returning power. The monocle on his right eye shone brilliantly. Before Lumien could react, he saw the obstacles and barriers blocking access to Morora in the special mirror world disappear, allowing him to enter the city of exile smoothly and without hindrance. High above in the special mirror world, the figure wearing a golden crown and black dress nodded at Amon, not attempting to interfere with Lumien. She was Mirror Roselle. In this matter, she had placed bets on both sides, ensuring that the real Roselle wouldn't completely perish. Whether the real Roselle became a puppet of the uncertain mist or died to await another resurrection opportunity, it wouldn't affect her existence and would even gradually make her the main body. In the next second, Amon's figure vanished from Lumien's sight. The paper he had been reading silently floated down, completely blank, a sheet of white paper. Before the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Ma'am Hermit suddenly spoke. "The voice from that painting has weakened." Madame Magician looked up, slightly puzzled and apprehensive. "The sealing power of the barrier has strengthened. The true god of the door pathway has returned." "No, it's not Mr. Fool. It's more like Amon. Using her angelic intuition about the true god of her pathway, Madame Magician quickly made a judgment. How could Amon become the true god of the door pathway again? Miss Justice's heart stirred. Did Mr. Fool or that celestial worthy lend him power? If it was the former, it would be great news for disrupting the vortex ritual. If it was the latter, it would be serious. Based on current developments, it should be Mr. Fool, Madame Magician said thoughtfully. At this moment, the Ma'am Hermit, receiving Miss Justice's report, moved her eyes slightly. Since the influence of the mysterious voice has weakened, the power of fate must have lessened too. Now, there should be a chance to destroy this painting. As she spoke, the holder of the Major Arcana card holder reached out to Madame Magician, asking for the iron cigar case. In the sea near Port Santa, the seal, previously weakened by internal gray fog and external gnawing, instantly became as strong as before. The School of Deliciousness's previous efforts were all in vain. Deep in the primitive island, before the Black Emperor Mausoleum, the thick, pervasive white mist abruptly contracted towards the core, as if squeezed by an invisible force. The mark left by the fool inside Roselle strengthened, alleviating some of the corruption caused by the uncertain mist. Roselle's twisted, painful expression improved somewhat. The eyes of Pearl, scattered in different parts of the mist, saw a figure suddenly appear in midair. The figure wore a black robe, a matching pointed hat, and a monocle on his right eye. Isn't it said that external forces can't interfere with the vortex's operation? Pearl, still barely alive, had this question when she saw the figure in midair look down at her, smiling happily as he introduced himself. Is this our first meeting? I am Termaboros. Pearl suddenly felt as if her intelligence had been stolen. How could it be Termaboros? However, my spiritual intuition tells me that he is indeed Termaboros. In the special mirror world, seeing Amon's figure soar upwards and vanish from sight, Lumion finally understood why he had said that whether it was the vortex ritual or another plan, it didn't matter compared to consuming Termaboros and becoming an angel of the inevitability pathway. This meant there would always be a high-ranking being capable of temporarily exerting a true god's power, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike at a crucial moment. Lumion glanced at the white paper on the ground, then looked at Franca, Jenna, and the others struggling against Higdon with the help of the Pride armor and the Demoness black flames. He quickly put away the Sword of Courage, gripping the Beyonder characteristic and supplementary ingredients of the Demoness of Despair, and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He traversed the special mirror world and returned to Morora, the city of exiles. Immediately, he reconnected with 0-01, using the Grade 0 sealed artifact to help bear the damage and influence of the Demoness Plague. Then, Lumion stood on the steps before the Knowledge Cathedral, gazing at the wide, deserted square. He began summoning the exiles most affected by 0-01 to gather quickly, aiming to save time. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, a large number of exiles poured into the square in front of the Knowledge Cathedral. Some accidentally bumped into, chose to duel on the spot. Others quietly straightened their necks so they wouldn't be too crooked. Some sang loudly out of boredom, while others played a game of slapping each other. Lumion stood on the steps, holding the Beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of Despair, expressionless as he watched these exiled felons. Time is running out, Lumion silently whispered to himself, turning to look at the Knowledge Cathedral once more, but still did not see Archbishop Heriberg of Morora. Finally resigned, he turned his gaze back to the exiles, who almost filled the square. There were definitely more than 30,000. Lumion suddenly started laughing, his body trembling with mirth. Though he seemed to have many choices, considering environmental factors, time constraints, the current situation, and his own obsessions, only one path remained. The only road before him. After laughing for over 10 seconds, Lumion, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, dark trousers, and laced shoes, stepped down from the steps and walked into the crowd. The exiles near the Knowledge Cathedral began to feel something was wrong. Their bodies weakened, and when they tried to slap their opponents, it felt more like caressing their faces. Some instinctively wanted to flee but found their legs powerless, their bodies heavy, moving only slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White-blue fireballs shot out from around Lumion, flying over the exiles infected with mystical diseases and landing at the edges of the square, which the exiles strangely ignored. Rumble. The fireballs exploded simultaneously, surrounding the square in a hell of white flames. The temperature soared, and thick smoke billowed. Thud, thud, thud. Countless exiles, whose conditions had worsened, fell to the ground, watching as other felons with some strength left trampled over them. They stared at the white flames lighting up the sky, inching closer to them. Pain and despair quickly filled their hearts, consuming their sanity. Some wanted to call for help but could only make weak sounds. Rumble. Amid continuous explosions, Lumion walked out of the square, into the spreading sea of flames, and into the nearest street. Rumble. The houses on both sides of the street either collapsed under the white-blue fireballs or were directly ignited, rising into fierce flames like torches. The felons in the square fell one by one, feeling helpless against the disease, experiencing pain and despair, waiting for death. Lumion took out a glass bottle, placing the beyonder characteristic of the demoness of despair, plague mother serpent's bile, fragments of a silver hunter, blood of various plague victims, and fresh mistletoe into it one by one. Bubbles gurgled up, and the dark purple potion shimmered with a rosy light. Lumion gazed at the potion, laughing hoarsely. Don't worry, I already know my insignificance. I will embrace despair and the path of the demoness. But this is to avoid being manipulated in the future, to choose my own ending. With that, he walked forward, raising the bottle to his lips and tilting his head back to drink. The exiles still standing in the square suddenly felt their pain and despair condense into something tangible, turning into invisible threads extending toward the burning street, toward the figure with his back to them. They finally awoke, but were too sick to fight the perpetrator. Some were even already engulfed by flames, burning their bodies. They saw the figure walking step by step among the burning buildings, walking through the hellish streets, under the bright red sky. His hair floated up, growing longer, blacker and thicker. In the air, 2 stars seemed to light up, and the white-blue flames in the area suddenly turned pitch black. This blackness spread like a flood, quickly drowning all light, making the fiery hell quiet, deep, and dark. In the special mirror world, in the dark scene of the abandoned park where Franca and others fought against Higdon of the Order of All Extinction. Covered in greenish-yellow mucus, Higdon had split into 4, each seeking different targets, while black flames of the demoness burned quietly around Franca and Jenna. The black flames burned the spirituality of the disease but were dimmed by the decaying power, eventually extinguishing. If it weren't for discovering that Higdon's disease, having some spirituality, could be ignited by the demoness black flames to slow its spread and intensity, Franca believed she and Jenna would have already exhausted their mirror substitutes and awaited death. Meanwhile, the Pride armor played a crucial role, almost unaffected by Higdon's diseases, and not corroded by the decaying power. It remained energetic, chasing down Higdon whenever he dared to attack from behind, occasionally unleashing a hurricane of light. During the battle, Franca and Jenna noticed another problem. They couldn't tell if it was because Higdon had no brain or if the demigod was just unlucky, but his certain death attacks often missed. Combined, the 2 demonesses and Anthony, who used his psychological invisibility to stay out of the decaying range, barely managed to hold on for nearly 9 minutes before Higdon, a demigod. Occasionally, they even felt that Higdon lacked the oppressive presence of a true demigod, seeming like a poor-quality product. But even so, they couldn't find an opportunity to escape and discovered that their enemies were multiplying. From 2 at the start to 4 now, with 1 splitting off to find Ludwig. Moreover, although individual Higdon fragments seemed weaker than a true demigod, each fragment retained the same level of power, making them collectively terrifying. Franca guessed the number of splits should have a limit but not too many. I have 2 mirror substitutes left. Jenna probably has 1. Anthony, although attacked less and outside the range, only had 2 to begin with and has used 1. Franca analyzed the situation quickly while constantly repositioning to avoid Higdon's sudden sure-hit attacks. As for Lugano, when Higdon blocked him at the start, Franca signaled him to run as far as he could and hide. Proved to be the right call. Higdon's targets were Ludwig and the two demonesses, making no effort to stop Lugano from fleeing and not splitting more Higdons to chase him. Continuous use of black flames is also draining our spirituality. Jenna and I can't hold on much longer. Franca considered whether to use the last mirror traversal of the ice amulet now to delay for a while and see if there would be a turning point. Could also give Anthony a chance to survive. The hypnotist was also not Higdon's target and had psychological invisibility. Just as Franca was about to signal Jenna to approach, she suddenly saw greenish-yellow drops forming behind Jenna, quickly condensing into Higdon. Almost simultaneously, Franca noticed from Jenna's worried expression that something was happening behind her too. Without hesitation, both demonesses activated mirror substitution. The next second, two Higdons spread out like dirty, slimy blankets. Wrapping Franca and Jenna in a sure hit, a cracking sound followed. Meanwhile, Anthony, quietly lurking at the edge of the park, leaning against a half-wall, suddenly saw a greenish-yellow mucus-covered Higdon appear beside him. He had been discovered after all. Higdon pushed with both hands, sending a greenish-black light ball towards Anthony. Crack! Anthony used his last mirror substitution, his figure appearing behind this Higdon. Seeing this, Anthony had an epiphany. An opportunity. He didn't flee but raised his winter is coming revolver, aimed at Higdon, and pulled the trigger. Certain death. A yellowish bullet, tinged with dim green, crossed the short distance, hitting Higdon. Covered in greenish-yellow mucus, Higdon froze, his body quickly disintegrating into small drops, falling to the ground without any spirituality. This Higdon was dead, but the other three Higdons remained unaffected. After confirming this, Franca and Jenna felt utter despair. Their previous plan involved the two demonesses as bait, giving Anthony a chance to shoot one Higdon with the certain death bullet, hoping to kill all Higdons. Unexpectedly, the certain death effect only worked on the one hit. Moments later, they saw the Pride armor hit by a certain death attack, metal fragments falling from its chest, standing still. Jenna gritted her teeth, ready to forego the ritual and gamble on forcibly advancing by consuming the ingredients of the demoness of affliction. At least it would restore her spirituality. Even if she failed, she could turn into a monster, giving Franca a chance to escape. Before Jenna could reach into her traveler's bag, another figure appeared at the edge of the area. It was Voisin Sanson, with his blonde hair turning white, who had chased them here. Jenna and Franca's hearts sank rapidly. Jenna no longer hesitated. At this moment, above one of the Higdons, a black iron sword, burning with white-blue flames, suddenly fell from the sky, accurately piercing the top of this Higdon's head. Boom! This Higdon exploded into fragments, the spreading white-blue flames turning into silent blackness, engulfing each piece. The fragments never reappeared, and a figure quickly appeared in the eyes of Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. In an instant, the figure became clear. Everyone present, including Higdon and Voisin Sanson, was stunned. The person had a slim face, light blue eyes resembling clear and dreamy lakes up in the highlands, a perfectly shaped nose, and lips neither too thick nor too thin. Her features were striking and graceful, with a peculiar sharpness that seemed to pierce through any defense of body and mind, straight to the soul, hitting its weakest spot. At the same time, she had a cold demeanor, her face void of any smile, as if she had just killed thousands of people. Her long, straight black hair gently floated in the aftermath of the explosion. At this moment, Franca recalled a description she had read before her transmigration. Her beauty is aggressive. As she pondered, Franca felt a strong sense of familiarity. Why does she look a bit like Lumion? No, not a bit, a lot, like Lumion feminized and beautified with some photoshopped editing. Right. She's holding the sword of courage. My spiritual intuition tells me she is Lumion, demoness of despair. Lumion escaped Voisin Sanson's pursuit, entered Morora, and without enough teammates to perform the iron-blooded night ritual, Chose to use the exiles there to advance to Demoness of Despair? That's ruthless. Something Lumion would do. No, did he choose all the options I gave him? I must admit, more beautiful than I imagined. Who helped him shatter the black tear? As Franca's thoughts raced, Jenna shouted in pleasant surprise, Lumion! The enchanted Higdon and Voisin Sanson snapped back to reality. Lumion's figure disappeared again, reappearing behind another Higdon. The Higdon covered in greenish-yellow mucus was prepared, instantly disintegrating into countless droplets. However, around him, an almost impermeable invisible web suddenly appeared. The web covered an area of about 30 meters, decaying rapidly while trapping and binding Higdon's greenish-yellow droplets. Silent, destructive black flames surged from the demoness form Lumion, igniting the nearly decayed web and engulfing every greenish-yellow fragment, stripping them of all spirituality. Idiot! Lumion cursed expressionlessly, his figure disappearing once more. I didn't continue attacking but used charm to buy time to weave this web, anticipating your escape. Though Lumion used teleportation and invisibility, the black flames from his body did not extinguish. After burning the web and the trapped Higdon fragments, the flames quickly spread across most of the park-like ruins, igniting the pervasive disease in the air. Feeling the power of the disease and decay significantly diminishing, Franca didn't search for Lumion. Instead, she tacitly charged at Voisin Sanson. She sensed Lumion wanted to eliminate Higdon first, so they needed to hold off Voisin Sanson, the circle inhabitant, to prevent him from interfering in Lumion and Higdon's battle. Every moment counted. Jenna had a similar feeling, quickly hiding and circling around Voisin Sanson, ready to support Franca and Anthony. Among them, Anthony could inflict the most damage on a demigod. Anthony used psychological invisibility again, cautiously approaching Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson was still confused and fearful. He couldn't figure out where he went wrong trying to unseal and release Lord Termaboros, which allowed Lumion Lee to escape. For a devout follower of inevitability, this was a mistake redeemable only by death. As soon as he regained control, Voisin Sanson hurried to the battlefield of Higdon and Lumion's companions, hoping to capture Lumion's teammates and force him back to save them, thus regaining control over him. Unexpectedly, Lumion had indeed returned, but as a demoness, a demigod-level demoness. If not for the fact that his lust-enhancing contract wasn't with a demigod creature and he had become a demigod-level ascetic, he would have already lost control under that soul-piercing charm. Quickly, Voisin Sanson spotted Lumion's figure, emerging behind the last Higdon. Voisin Sanson was about to teleport over and hunt him down when Franca's figure appeared behind him. Franca raised her left hand, adorned with a black iron-spiked ring, her eyes glowing with 2 streaks of lightning. Psychic piercing. Voisin Sanson's body shook slightly, his soul feeling a brief pain. Immediately, a transparent figure resembling him grew from his back, coldly gazing at Franca. Crack. Franca used her last mirror substitution, the fragments falling lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Jenna appeared several meters to the side. She held a brown leather scroll, chanting a word in Hermes' "Sun." The scroll burst into radiant sunlight, enveloping Voisin Sanson in its holy and fiery light. Though the power of inevitability was not evil, corrupt, or dark, it contained a will that, for Sanson, was foreign and had to be expelled. Of course, after reaching the demigod level, Voisin Sanson's consciousness had been corrupted and influenced by that will, aligning more closely with its master, so the purification effect wouldn't be too significant. However, his contracted creatures included dark, evil, and corrupt types, some of which feared purification. So, under the sunlight, Voisin Sanson couldn't help but close his eyes, raise his right hand to shield his face, and black smoke sizzled from his body. As a demigod, Voisin Sanson wouldn't suffer severe damage from such purification and would soon recover, but this gave Anthony a chance. Anthony stopped, raised his winter is coming revolver, and pulled the trigger after a simple aim. Bang! A dark yellow bullet flew toward Voisin Sanson. Sure hit. Anthony wasn't sure if Voisin Sanson had a substitute ability, so he chose Sure Hit instead of Certain Death. Clang! The bullet hit Voisin Sanson, producing a metallic sound, tearing his clothes, and causing his skin and flesh to rupture. In the instant he was enveloped by sunlight, unsure of what he might encounter if he teleported away, Voisin Sanson activated a contract ability to metalize himself, enhancing his defense without amplifying the effect of the sunlight. If the next attack couldn't be stopped even with metalization, Voisin Sanson could trigger the Circle Inhabitant effect, resetting his body state. During the desperate blockade by Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, the last Higdon, seemingly foreseeing this, suddenly grew two greenish-yellow mucus-covered arms from his back, pushing out a dim green light at the demoness of despair, Lumion. Certain Death. The light hit Lumion's tall, perfect body but passed through. The figure wavered like ripples, quickly shattering. Just an illusion. At this moment, multiple Lumion figures with black hair lightly floating appeared around Higdon, all wielding the Sword of Courage, slashing at the Sequence 4 demigod of the Order of All Extinction. This was the demigod-level demoness utilization of the special mirror world, with each figure possibly being a mirror illusion or the real Lumion hidden among them. Higdon's body suddenly disintegrated into dim greenish light, indiscriminately using the Certain Death effect. This was both an area attack and an escape. At this moment, another Lumion appeared in midair. He held the Sword of Courage with both hands, descending heavily and stabbing the ground. Rumble! White-blue flames followed the violent explosion, quickly engulfing the area, consuming the dim greenish light striking the various Lumion figures, not giving them a chance to split into more Higdons. Immediately, the white-blue flames turned into silent black, igniting and devouring all spirituality in the area with a destructive presence. Smack! As the black flames receded, a fist-sized lump of greenish-yellow mucus fell to the ground. This was deliberately left by Lumion. He grabbed the mucus without fearing infection, holding it in his hand and smearing it on a mirror. His hand, covered in black flames, pressed onto it. The greenish-yellow mucus let out a shrill scream. In another dark ruin, another Higdon had just found Ludwig and was about to reach for the little boy with a ravenous expression when silent black flames bizarrely erupted from within him. He was quickly engulfed by the black flames, turning into lifeless liquid, dripping to the ground. After dealing with Higdon, Lumion teleported directly in front of Voisin Sanson, signaling Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, who had no mirror substitutes left, to retreat. In Voisin Sanson's eyes, just recovering from the fierce sunlight, the coldly beautiful demoness curled her lips into a soul-capturing smile. Voisin Sanson froze for a moment, hearing a slightly magnetic, pleasant voice in his ear. "Hope your Circle Inhabitant effect still works. I don't want to kill you just once."